Morning. Welcome along. It's Wednesday. I had to think about that because I was totally convinced today was Tuesday. And then I suddenly realised that was yesterday, which is good news. But now we're up to October the 19th as we race through. And by golly, are we racing through? We really are. When I say racing through, we're racing through, prime ministers, racing through members of the government, racing through what disaster can befall everybody today. I mean, to be honest with you, it keeps sort of a lot of radio presenters in good fodder. Because let's face it, what would James O'Brien have to talk about if this wasn't going on? I mean, nothing. He'd have to talk about himself and his books. So, in fact, we're getting a bit of a respite on the whole thing. But it is absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? It's unbelievable the way things are going. I turned on the television the other day, caught a little bit of Anne Widdecombe. She was on the television. Who's that boy that she was on with? Although he's not a boy, he's in his 40s. Who's that she was on with? No. Anne Widdecombe was on the television, on the Bide show. Owen Jones. And he just sort of gets on with it. And I couldn't believe he was in his 40s. I thought he looked about 20-something. But anyway, I was sort of watching that. And Anne Widdecombe, they obviously have to tread carefully round her because she's balmy mad. And she was sort of, she gets a little bit sort of fractious. Somebody will say something like Owen was saying this and I don't like it when people say this all the time. And you think to yourself, God, you must be a nightmare to live with. And then I thought, she doesn't live with anybody. She's just her and her cats. Could have been Louis Theroux in the bedroom, though, couldn't it? That's what he wanted to see. Can we have a look in the bedroom? No, you can't. Then they went on a cruise and she told her mother off in front of everybody on a camera. Don't tell him things, mother. Don't tell him things. I thought, it's interesting. Anton de Beck, Tony Beek's plea to prevent the Strictly leaks. Oh, don't do it. It ruins the show for people. Shut up. You've just made it worse. You haven't made it better. You've made it much worse. Now people will be doing it all the time. And to be honest with you, all they have to do is do it live. Just do a follow-on. Just make the show a bit longer. And so you're doing it. Don't have to make a separate programme. They can go, OK, and who are the two people who are going to be in it? It's going to be blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. You put the singer in the middle, somebody to flog their new single. They've done it for Robbie Williams. They'll do it for just about anybody. And then you just sort of get on with it and go, I'm sure that the people who love the programme would love the show to go longer. They don't want it to go shorter and then stretch it out for the next day, but you've recorded it on the Saturday. How dumb and stupid are you? Of course it's going to be leaked. Somebody said, one of the columnists, they said, of course, all you have to remember to do is don't go onto the internet. And you think, well, don't listen to the radio either, because loads of people leak it on the radio. I've done it. Why shouldn't I? It's not my programme. I couldn't care less. I haven't signed up to anything that says you can't release this detail. Somebody happens to tell me who's been in the audience because they're going, oh, we don't know who it is. You think, well, why don't you just work it out, thickos? Can't be that complicated. If I know who it is, everybody else must know who it is. And then they tell you, and then you choose whether to tell people or not. I'm not remotely bothered by sort of the BBC getting all uppity and Tony Beek, go, oh, please don't do this. It ruins the programme for so many people. Well, make them change it then, matey. Make them change it. Just do a longer programme and then you do the thing and then we can all go to bed happy. I love the idea. Somebody wrote to me the other week and said, well, you don't even watch the programme. Of course I watch it. I don't watch it from start to finish religiously. I just catch in little bits and pieces. Like at the moment, I'm in Emmerdale in 1979 and very happy to be there with all the great characters who are now dead, which is a bit of a shame. But anyway, apart from that, we got loads of texts and emails yesterday. I've got two very long ones, actually. One from, you remember we were talking about Sam Kidd yesterday? Well, his son, Jonathan, wrote to me, which I knew he would because he always, gets to hear little bits and pieces that we've done on the programme. And so Jonathan, who used to come in on a regular basis. He used to do adverts on the television. And he was Sam Kidd and Pinky's son. He said, thank you for mentioning my dad on the show last night. You mentioned Orlando. He did 126 episodes of that. It was a spin-off from Crane, which was 1963 to 65. And he did 39 episodes of that. He was in over 290 films and hundreds of tellies. I've said to you before, he was on so many things. And he's now got a website, samkidd.com. And Jonathan says, I've edited 4 volumes of his memoirs, the first of which is Be a Good Boy, Sam, 1945 to 52, a period in which he was in 119 films. Just in that period. Next volume is 1952 to 60, and then 60 to 69, then 69 to 82. His first book, For You the War Is Over, about his time as a POW, which sold 40,000 copies in 1973, is being reprinted by me. Hope you're well. As you may remember, my mother was a big fan of yours. I do remember, Jonathan. She died in 2012, and I found she kept his archive in the loft, which included an unpublished autobiography, which I used as the basis for the memoirs. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? It's like Scott and Barbara. And Scott kept a diary of everything that happened. So when he was compiling the book, which is doing very well, he was able to go back and find out where they were at a particular time. And of course, I'm in it, because we used to go out for dinner. So I did have a diary some years ago. It lasted about a day. What do you put in it? Went to work, came home. That was it. There was nothing to put in it. Different if you were in the sort of the biz, as they say. But nice to hear from you, Jonathan. I'm glad that you are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. LBC, Steve, when you look at the smooth transition in the monarchy from our late Queen to the King, and then you look at the Tory parties infighting, what a relief we have a monarchy and not a president. Like a lot of people, would bring back Boris. Well, it's interesting. I mean, Charles has taken the role on because he's been rehearsing for it for donkey's years. In fact, I think the worrying thing for him is he going to die before he actually gets to it? That was the thing, and we're all going, he's quite old, you know. Whereas the Queen had done it all her life. They seem to like him. They like her more. But that's always been the way with his wives, hasn't it? They always like them more. Suzanne from Couden says, I haven't been there for the last few weeks. I've been cruising around the Greek islands, Turkey and Italy with you. I've been downloading your shows to listen to in bed as you help me to sleep, so a big thank you for being my cruising companion. I was surprised I could get you and LBC on the ship. Fantastic. Yeah, I agree too. And Steve, followed you for years. I'm Lenny Windsor. I wrote the Benny Hill Show for 7 years, been in Las Vegas until lockdown. I'm sure we met when I took Search for a Star from Joe Longthorne back in 1982. Look me up on my website, lennywindsor.com. Like you, I've had a Rolls Royce for over 50 years. See? It was the car of choice. Look at you, Lenny. Look at you. Like the car. Very. In fact, I like the... Do you own a car company then? You seem to have a lot of Rolls Royces. In fact, more than is normal, I think. More than is normal. But yeah, I mean, I used to absolutely love Joe Longthorne. He came in. I didn't know too much about Joe, but I knew that he was very popular. I knew that he came from a traveller family, and I just thought he was fab. He was fab. He was just sort of he was what I call showbiz. There used to be a group. They used to play Blazers in Windsor, and I think it was Mum and Dad and the kids, and they were like a sort of a band, and they did all these songs. But I'm blowed if I remember their blooming names. They did all of those things. They did Blazers. They did Bob Potter's Lakeside. All these sort of places, and it was Mum and do you know the answer? Oh, somebody would tell us. So it's Mum, Dad, and the boys play all the instruments. And they used to pop up on wheel tappers and shunters and all sorts of things. But what they were called, I cannot remember. Lenny would know. But nice to hear from you. So lennywindsor.com. But over 50 years. You're doing a bit better than I am, actually. I haven't quite gone 50 years. And I'm on, what am I on at the moment? Bentley Continental Flying Spur. I have to try and remember what I was on, actually. It would have been a cup of tea, but I haven't got there. And I was sorting out, remember I told you the other day, I was sorting out Christmas lights. Well, I wasn't sorting them out, they're just all piled in things. So I picked up 2 big bundles of them because my AP, Dan, said, have you got any spare lights? And I said, yeah, we've got loads of spare lights. So I brought him in these. Well, he was more excited than I'd ever imagined. The way to a man's heart is through Christmas lights. He said, because his parents haven't got loads of money. And so, well, now they're going to have loads of lights. But they're all, I said, good luck untangling them, because I did just take them off the tree and you put them into a ball and then you put them in a bag. A couple of baubles as well you got in there, and 2 rather crumpled little Christmas crackers. It was a bit disappointing, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's nice to have you come. I also got another letter. Another fantastically warm day, says Warren, followed by a freezing cold morning. That's a sign of a very severe winter. I know, I keep telling you. I know the other one is berries, isn't it, on the trees? Berries on the trees. That's what's going to be happening this year, and I think it will be cold this year. And of course, it makes it even worse for the simple reason that people won't be able to afford to heat anything. You know, it'll be living in one room, which is not so good, is it? Ben, working downstairs on security. He'll always sort of send me a text with his on going, papers are in, and I then have to send another text to Joe to go, papers are in, and then Joe says up in 5, and I go, make it 6. You know, that's how we work. We do things like that. It goes down very well. What was I looking at this morning? Oh, yeah, Joe texted me to say, look, they're putting the lights up in Leicester Square for the Christmas market, which we think hits on the 5th of November, is it? 9th of November. So that's very nice, isn't it? We're looking forward to that. And, well, I was looking actually because my friend Jordan texted me the other day, and he said, let's catch up tomorrow. And I went, yeah. He said, I was just walking home and wanted to try and catch you. Been away, so apologise for not calling the other day. So I texted back and said, well, what's a good time? And we've decided on 11 yesterday. I never phoned. I was in tears for the remainder of the day. I've been snubbed again. But he says, chat then. Well, we didn't. Because I had to also find this blooming invoice to send to my brother. Honestly, it was all go yesterday. And I was going to get a haircut. And I walk in today and the producer goes, you never had that haircut, did you? Nothing like rudeness. Nothing like rudeness, yeah. Getting a bit unruly he is in his old age. But we've got another birthday to celebrate at 6:30 this morning. Oh, and by the way, if you, like loads of other people, missed out on Monday's podcast, it went into another file. It went into the Steve Allen Little Bit Extra. Lynn was panicking. It's there now. So just so you know where it is. Still to come, the height of luxury at 16 grand a night. It's an island owned by Richard Branson. He's gone very quiet recently, hasn't he? At one time we used to see him all the time popping up on television, but we haven't seen him at all. Paul Daniels' magic tricks are up for sale. The lovely Debbie McGee is selling them. 200,000, they reckon, pounds, which actually is not a lot. Not a lot at all. Second-hand magic doesn't go for a lot. It's a shame, actually. People spend a fortune on it. And there's a lovely book that came out, which is on David Copperfield's museum. You can't just go there. You have to request being shown round, because David Copperfield, being one of the richest magicians in the world, was able to buy up all this old magic and have it restored. And, I mean, some vintage pieces. It's in the middle of the Nevada desert. I know a few people who've been there. They've said, you have to look at it. I said, well, the book's come out. I've read the book, and the book is just absolutely amazing. And very quickly, just before we go, the student who was bullied for being ginger is the first redhead Miss England. So there you go. So no longer being bullied. What, still do Miss England? Yes, I know. They still do, you know, Miss Venezuela and all these other things. What would you like to do? I'd like to travel and meet children, you know, and that kind of thing, which is all very exciting. And what else have we got today? Oh, Dawn Neesom's column, which we'll get round to. And Princess Anne gave Daniel Craig a gong, so he's very, very happy.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. So this morning, honestly, we've got everybody this morning. We've already had Sam Kidd's son on, which is very nice. That's Jonathan Kidd. And then we've got Lenny Windsor, who wrote The Benny Hill Show for 7 years. Been in Vegas until lockdown. And we've got everybody, and we've got somebody else actually, because I got a letter from somebody who works in our building, which is always interesting. Always interesting, because I'm always sort of thinking, are there people in this building that listen to me? And the answer is yes. Wait a minute, I've got to find it. 1 minute. It's a nice letter. It's from a lovely lady called Justine. She's from our comms team, which is communications, because she's director of communications, and she says, hope it's okay, but just emailing to say thank you. My mum lives alone in Somerset and has always been a radio person. Now, since Justine joined Global, she's begun to listen to LBC more and more, and as an early riser, tunes into the show, and it's bringing her so much enjoyment, which is what it's all about. It's what it's all about. She says, I live in Twickenham, so she loves hearing you talk about it, and she finds you just really wonderful to listen to. Yeah, so I wanted to say thank you for your excellent broadcasting and pass on some listener feedback. You're making her very happy, says Justine. Thank you. It makes us very happy to know that people are very happy. But also, if you live by yourself and you wake up in the early hours of the morning, I mean, I'm prone to dozing now. I don't mind dozing. I had a little doze yesterday, and it was lovely. And then you sort of wake up and you look at the clock and you go, oh, it's 10:20. I need to get out there and do things. I had to find this invoice and send it off to my brother, so I had to find a Jiffy bag. Luckily, I've got loads of Jiffy bags in reserve. It's all go, honestly, I tell you. And then I had to get the thing, I had to get the Satsumas in, and I get biscuits, and so I should have gone to Costco, and I didn't have a chance to go to Costco. So, and then I thought, I've got to stop eating this kebab meat. I'm sure it can't be good for you. I'm sure it can't be. So, do I know what's in it? Yeah, kebab, mate. Yeah, I think this one is chicken, but it was an addiction, and it'll be different. It'll be different now. Oh, those stupid two girls who threw the tomato soup. Look at them, thickos. Yeah. Yes, that one. Yeah. Yeah. It's already cooked. All you've got to do is heat it slowly. So I put it with this mashed potato, this frozen mashed potato. But again, that's not good for me either. So today we are going. Oh, it's got meat 58%. There you go. Mechanically separated. You know what that means, don't you? Mechanically separated. That's where they have these giant hoses, and it literally strips every little bit of it, and it's made into like a paste. That's what happens to it. It's made into a paste. Then it's formed. It's got chicken fat, mutton fat, beef fat. It's got it's beef, chicken, and lamb. And luckily, only 6% lamb because I'm not a lamb person. But, yes, anyway, just talking about Justine's mum, you get loads of people who listen to the programme because they're in the middle of nowhere. If you're elderly, you don't sleep maybe as much as you probably did. You just doze on and off, which is quite nice. I don't have any problem with dozing, as I say. And then you go to bed early. I mean, I go to bed earlier than most people, but then I'm up working, hopefully trying to be entertaining at the same time. And yesterday I went to bed at 5:10. But then it is quite late for me, actually, especially as the alarm went off at 9:30, because I have two alarms. I have one that goes off at 9:30, and I wake up and make myself a cup of tea and get the shaver, and then I've got another alarm in the sitting room which goes off at 11:10. It's all very mathematical, this. You cannot just go into radio and go, oh, I'm going to be doing this, I'm going to be doing that. And so, no, because I do it in two halves. So the sleeping, and then I wake up, then I have my cup of tea, then I take my tablets, and then I lie down on the settee, and then I doze for another hour, knowing that the alarm's going to go off at about 11:10, and then I can get myself ready. It's clever, isn't it, really? I mean, that's the way it works for me. And then I serve another cup of tea and load all the bits and pieces into the car. But today I had to bring in the Christmas lights for Dan, so he's got two big bundles of it. He was very excited for Christmas lights. They can do the whole house. In fact, actually, he could probably do the road with the amount that we've got at home. So I'll dig him out some more tomorrow, and then sort of see how he gets on. But he's got to unravel them, which is great if you've got patience, because Christmas lights are such a pain, aren't they? Don't you just wish that you got Christmas lights in a box and each one did not have a piece of wire going to it, but a little crocodile clip, and you just clip them on the tree and they were all radio controlled? That's what you want. Who wants blooming cable? It's so annoying. But if you clip them on, then you could clip them on in any shape, clip them on the curtains. One of these days, somebody's going to invent that. Oh, you could do. I don't want to do them on the curtains. But I bet you one of these days somebody will invent them. Cordless Christmas lights. I see no reason. We could put a man on the moon. Goodness sake, cordless Christmas lights. And then you could have them in the car. They could be charged up or something. Oh, what a brilliant idea. Honestly, I get better and better. Steve, have you ever left a job and wanted to go back to it after not settling into the new one, says Hank from Hertford. He said, missing everyone at my old job. No, I've never left a job and wanted to go back to it after settling into a new one. No, because I've not had that many jobs. I haven't. When I left school and I went to Denmark to be a DJ, which I hated it over there. It was really ghastly. Not for me. And then I came back, then I got a job in a pub, which was nice, which was the Blue Boar at Cheveley. And I worked there for a little while and lived in as well, which was nice. And it was an old country pub, still there. It's just been turned into a restaurant now, but everything's exactly the same as it was. You'd have to wake up in the morning and you'd have to clean the fire out and then load up the logs and everything else. I mean, we had a big log store and everything else. And it was like middle of winter. It was fabulous. And somebody over the years, all the beams in the bar had got cracks in and people had put pennies in and things like that. And the wood had closed around them. So with all these pennies. And I used to have one on the bar. It was covered by a beer mat. And underneath the not the beer mat, a beer cloth, because you used to sort of spill the drinks. And I had super glued, although it wasn't super glue, it was something else. I think it was a 20p piece or a 10p piece or whatever it was. It was glued onto the counter. So you would move the beer mat to one side and then put their change on top of the super. Well, to watch them trying to get it off was hilarious. We used to do things like that. But they had all their own mugs. There'd be like 30 or 40 mugs hanging up behind the bar. And so somebody walked through the door, they would expect you to take their mug down and fill it for them, which of course in those days was great. Nowadays, I couldn't remember whether I'd had pork scratchings or peanuts. No idea at all. But it was good fun. And then I went to work in a shop, a department store. Then I worked in another department store. And then I started DJing. Well, we used to DJ for the local youth club. We called it the Tuesday Night Club, because we met on Tuesday. And I did leave LBC briefly, yes. Well, I got made redundant. They were having a clear out, and while we were sort of being cleared out, I think they lost, I think over 25 presenters went. I know, and I actually got a job on another radio station, and then that didn't work out because I was still doing stuff at LBC. I was doing a quiz for LBC, and so the people who had the other radio station said, it's a conflict of interest. I mean, nowadays nobody gives a tuppence care about anything at all. And so I left, came back to LBC. Robbie Vincent was just going on holiday, and they said, would you like to cover for Robbie Vincent? So, of course, I was back working with my old producer again. So I worked with Robbie Vincent. We got such good feedback on the programme that they offered me a full-time job. So I was in again, and that sort of took it all the way through to present day. So in total, 43 years. It's amazing, really. So I haven't really ever had a job where I've sort of left and wanted to go back to it. I didn't ever get to that at all, Hank. But if you're missing everyone at the old job, what'd you leave the old one for? Why didn't you just stay there? Unless, of course, it wasn't your choice. Kathy says, talking to Benny Hill, I stumbled across a TV channel on Sky and other things called That's TV. All day they broadcast music, but overnight they show comedy shows. The last few weeks they broadcast a Richard Briers sitcom where he played a vicar, Beadle's About, The Kenny Everett Show, Nearest and Dearest, Nellie Pledge, The Goodies, and The Benny Hill Show, amongst others. Makes up for Forces TV, which played sitcoms all day. And that was then shut. Yes, BFBS television, wasn't it? I used to do a couple of bits and pieces for BFBS radio, which was for the troops. Frankie says, listen to you every weekday here in Beijing, Steve. Shame I can't come to your live show early next year. I know. Well, it's sold out. Much to my great delight. In fact, all the shows that we do sell out, which is very nice. So, Frankie, nice to hear from you in Beijing. How lovely. Is the band you were thinking of the Dooleys, says Julietta. No, it's not the Dooleys. It's not the Dooleys, the Dooleys. No, I remember the Dooleys very well because we booked them for an LBC event. We had the Dooleys, and they were very good. No, this was a mum and dad. I can picture the father. I think he had a beard or something else, and they were like a show band. A show band, that's all I can tell you. They died years and years ago. But they were on the well, not all of them, obviously, mum and dad, and I think, but they were there. They were around for a long time. Every time you turned on the television, there was this mum and dad show band with their sons playing, and the mum was very sort of, showbiz in your face kind of thing. That's all I remember. All I remember. Steve. Oh, it's a long one. I'll have to save it for a little bit, actually. My daughter read online, Hello Magazine, described Princess Anne as wearing a smart navy blue skirt suit when she gave Daniel Craig his gong. She was wearing the Royal Navy WRNS uniform. How stupid, says Monica, is their report. I know they don't know. They don't know these things. You're right. She was wearing her uniform, of which she spends a lot of time in it. She's very proud of it, and why shouldn't she be? But fancy calling it a smart navy blue skirt suit. Very sloppy journalism. We've had that before, actually. Got a long one from Jackie in Shrewsbury, one of the two.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 5. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast, Monday through Friday. We close on Saturday. And we're here until 7 o'clock in the morning, just before Nick Ferrari. I'm sort of the lead up. I'm the warm-up bloke for him, which is quite nice. Steve, it's a year today, says Jackie in Shrewsbury, because I never know which it is, since I lost my wonderful brother David to a brain tumour after the bravest fight. My son William has just run a half marathon to raise money for the brain tumour research in London, as David had a lot of treatment from UCLH, so wanted to give something back. He's raised nearly £700 and counting. Dave was just 53. Too young, isn't it? I haven't slept a wink. He's very much been on my mind. Putting the radio on and hearing your cheery voice is such a tonic. I wanted to say how much I appreciate you. It's also wonderful to have a bit of escapism from all the politics. Love hearing about your lights and love London, but it's dazzling at Christmas, says Jackie. It is. It's so difficult, isn't it? But that's my mother had exactly the same thoughts as you. After my dad died, she found sleeping very difficult. I mean, she kept herself busy, but when she came home from work, she was all by herself. And so this time is probably the most difficult for people. And Mum discovered LBC. In fact, she discovered Pete Murray. And she would listen. She used to write to him. Honestly. Couldn't believe it. And I told her off. I said, don't you ever write to Pete Murray again. Disgraceful set of events. But no, she loved it. And she found listening to a voice on the radio, something that was live, not something that was pre-recorded, with sort of carefully crafted radio mechanics going into it. I mean, this is just sloppy. This is sloppy. We have no idea what we're talking about half the time. Well, we know what we're talking about. It's just there is no particular structure to it. It's called freewheeling. That's what it is. It's flexi format. But she liked that. She liked the idea she could listen to a person, and so if she would doze off listening to the radio. She had the radio on by the side of it, just a little battery thing, and then she would fall asleep. And the radio would turn itself off. It had a little timer in it, so you could do an hour or hour and a half. And she was quite happy with that. She got very disappointed if she turned on the radio and it didn't work or the batteries had run flat. Something like that. It was never very good at all. What else we got? James Corden says, sorry. They're running that today. It's an old story. We did that 2 days ago. Is it? Well, we knew he'd apologise. They said at the end of the day, they said he'd phoned him up and said, listen, I'm really sorry. Because James Corden doesn't want to be seen as being a bully. Because I like him. But it was over something. I can't remember what the hell it was over, but he wanted 2 rounds of drinks for free. But there again, if you're a big famous star, especially in America, and you pick on people, especially people who are not particularly well paid, then expect the fallout. But the manager of the New York restaurant, this guy called Keith McNally, who banned James Corden for this abusive behaviour, has said all is forgiven after the British TV host reportedly apologised. He phoned him. But he did say that James Corden was the most abusive customer to his Balthazar servers, that's what they call their waiters, since the restaurant opened 25 years ago. On 2 occasions, the actor was rude to staff. And you can't be like that. They don't earn enough to put up with that kind of crap. They really don't. It's bad enough. But, some of them are probably at college. They're trying to supplement, their sort of rent and stuff like that. So they go and work. The last thing you need is a grumpy old talk show presenter. I mean, it's often not their fault either. They're not cooking the stuff in the kitchen. Somebody's going, sorry, we've been waiting here for 15 minutes. Is anybody in the kitchen? I don't know. I'll go and find out. They just go to the kitchen. Well, in fact, they don't even do that now. They type it in at their base station. It goes on the computer and it appears in the kitchen. That's how it works. They don't go and stand there going, so I'm still waiting for a duck and watermelon. It doesn't happen. But you hate it when they don't. I know. Sometimes I've said to people, can you remember all of this? They go, yeah, absolutely. Drives me mad. So I sit there going 1, 2, 3, 4, just to get them confused, which is great. Steve, you left out your stint in Vienna, says Declan. I did. I went there for 9 years. 9 years I was going to Vienna, but I was still at LBC whilst I was in Vienna. I took it as holiday. So I would go over there and do 3 weeks holiday. You had to do 21 days. You could do 21 days not being resident in Vienna. So a lot of the presenters came from army bases and stuff like that, American army bases. They just went back over the border, stayed there for, I think, a week or something, then you could come back in again. So my holiday was working somewhere else. So I did working holidays. I would go to Vienna And they always gave me the breakfast show. I always used to say to them, couldn't I have another show? I don't want the breakfast show. And they go, no, we quite like waking up to you, Steve. It's always the way, isn't it, really? Steve, did you know, says Bernard in Liverpool, they played Benny Hill in over 50 different countries. Brilliant. Love the sketches, especially the little bald man. Les Dawson was another great from those days. Nothing like that on the television. No, there's not. There's not, because they were of their generation. They were of their generation. Benny Hill, you'd have loved it, because you could have seen Benny Hill walking through Twickenham on most days. Most days. He used to go around the supermarkets and buy the cheap food, the tins and things like that. Was he the one, I can't remember, who used to buy tins and then take all the labels off and move them around in the cupboard, and then he just had to pick up a tin and he'd go, I wonder what that is. Whatever it was he opened, he ate. So if it was fruit salad, it was fruit salad. If it was meatballs, it was meatballs. Mainly it was fruit salad. Jez in Hammersmith, re Sam Kidd. Jonathan gave a reading of his book on Sam's early career in a lovely venue in Tower Hill last autumn. Wonderful night full of fascinating anecdotes. There's no end to people's talents nowadays. It's nice, isn't it? I like it when people do stuff like that. I think it's really good. But no, they're a nice family. His mum used to write to me all the time. Every time I mentioned Sam Kidd, Jonathan's mum would write to me and go, oh, it's so nice you're still talking about him. I thought, well, that's what it's about. You know, for a man who appeared in as many films as he appeared in, he deserves to be mentioned from here to eternity. And we don't really know how long that's going to be, do we? Rover and Out, a car gang have been jailed. They're rather they're obviously thick as bricks. It's not their fault. And a tablecloth with doodles on it, drawn by the Beatles. You can imagine, can't you? Set to sell for about 60,000 quid. There's a woman who bought 2 Harry Potter books for a £5 each. She's just found out they're first editions, and they're worth thousands, probably about 7,500. Whether you get the pair for that, I don't know, but whatever it is, it's very good for her. I'm a celebrity, and there you go. There's the look at that tablecloth. Wouldn't you like to have that? They're better than Doodles, isn't it? It is much better than Doodles. 60,000 quid. It's nice, isn't it? I wouldn't mind that. So they signed it. They were at a local restaurant with the folk singer Joan Baez. This was, I think it was their last ever ticketed concert at San Francisco's Candlestick Park. Isn't that a lovely name? Candlestick Park. Because I loved it when they all did it. I loved Simon and Garfunkel when they did Central Park. But of course there were a lot of people who didn't want them to be there. And what are we looking at? We remember that that's Candlestick Park. Oh my goodness. Isn't it lovely? They have nice stadium. Mind you, we've got a nice stadium in Twickenham. I can't complain about it. Can't complain. Well, it's functional, isn't it? They just sort of kick balls around. Sorry. Odd-shaped balls as well. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. David Tennant has discovered he was on the list to play Bond. But for some reason he didn't get it. I've got no idea why. And Dan Walker reveals he likes to down cold cups of tea. He's so trying to develop a personality. He thinks he's a bit like Steve Coogan's character, which is Alan Partridge. He thinks he's like that. Unfortunately, Alan Partridge was funny. You're not funny. Not funny at all. Idris Elba is expanding his skincare rage, and the Saturdays could reunite. Oh, God, how dreadful thought. Even though Rochelle, the one who, might or might not be going to voice training, has said she doesn't want to go back and do it again. A bit like Victoria Beckham. She's not going to appear back. One of them's pregnant. Well, how did that happen? Goodness me, honestly. These people, honestly. So embarrassing, isn't it? Also, the first woman to swim the length of Britain, which is lovely. Very good. And the fans of the Archers fear the village is about to be shaken up by swingers. Swingers. God dear me. It's all changed a bit in my day. In my day it was fairly easy going. Nowadays, swingers. Huh. Steve, as a child, says Stephen, PH, in Thamesmead, I was the one who always untangled the Christmas lights. Was so happy when my mum got a fibre optic tree in the late 90s. I loved fibre optic. I made one of my producers years ago. I was coming into work and I was in the car and I'd gone through High Holborn, and it was an umbrella shop. It's still there. It looks very old-fashioned, and all they sell is umbrellas and walking sticks and stuff like that. And in the window they had this fibre optic tree. So at the end of each branch, there was a bit of fibre optic, and that all changed colour, and so it made it look as though the tree was shimmering, and it was £50. This is quite a number of years ago. And I got into work, and I was talking about it, and my AP, Jonathan, said, do you want me to go up and get it? I said, would you? And he did. He walked up there and he picked up this tree. We didn't know if they had any. No, this was in Hammersmith. Hammersmith. Was it Hammersmith? Oh, it must have been Gough Square. Yes, it was a long, long time ago. And anyway, he did come back with the tree. And I was very pleased with it. And I took it home and I put it on. But after about a day, I was a bit bored with it. But everything was fibre optic. I've got lighters, which have got lights inside them. And then I bought some gin the other day at Costco because the gin bottles have got lights inside. I don't even drink gin, I know. I mean, I'm a fool to myself. But I told you the other day I did buy in Marks and Spencer's. I was looking around for something in particular, which they didn't have. And I saw these peach slices in cognac. Couldn't resist them. You just get a jar of peaches all steeped in cognac. So I'm going to get gout, aren't I? Although I haven't had fruit in liquor for a long while. But my mother used to make, I think it was my mother, or somebody used to make it, rum top. You don't know what rum top is? Oh, goodness me. So don't cheat and Google it. Don't cheat. I can tell you're doing it now. You're doing it, yeah. Keep your hands where I can see them. Give me all your money. I'm Ma Baker. And it's a pot, like a ceramic pot. And what you do is you put, get a bottle of dark rum, pour it in, complete bottle, and you put fruit in, whatever's in season, whatever you fancy. It can be strawberries, blueberries, it can be melon, it can be just about anything. Apple, put anything you like in it. And then what you do is the fruit absorbs the rum or the brandy, whatever you want to put in it. And so you top it up. And by the time you get to Christmas, all the fruit has sort of mellowed down. Basically, it's intoxicated. There it is. There you go. Traditional German rumpot, Rumptopf. And you then, so by Christmas, you'd love it. You should get your mum to make it. All of a sudden, you've got alcoholic fruit. 2 spoons of that and some ice cream on the top or some cream. Woo! Take me down from the ceiling, mother. It preserves the fruit. It's absolutely delicious. And you just keep topping it up. It's never going to go off. And, as long as you make sure that the liquid is covering the top of the fruit. And it's lovely. I think they should do it in restaurants and go, we've got some rum top. And people are going, what's that? What's that? And you go, it's just fruit steeped in rum. It's delicious. I mean, I had it. I mean, to be honest, I could just drink the thing dry. I don't need ice cream or cream. But it works really, really well. And you just keep topping it up. Whatever fruit is in season, do that. Do that. Do that. It's very cheap for you. It doesn't have to be the special rum top. You can just get basically a big jar, like an old sweetie jar or something like that, and then put it all in there. And I promise you, come Christmas Day, you'll be thanking me. We're going, Steve, thank you. That's what you'll be saying. Getting very excited. Thank you, Steve.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Gordon, the train driver from Scotland. He says Benny Hill used to clean a woman's house. Also ate food from the tins with no labels he bought for a penny. Used to give people on his show fruit. Richard and Judy were very good. They used to give presents to people. It was always the norm. If you had a chat show and you were inviting guests in, you bought them a gift. And depending on the guest, the gifts were very good. And they had one on there one day, and it was a little robot. And I bought it on Amazon because I ended up giving it to my producer. And this little robot in white had about 25 motors in him. And he danced. He posed on one leg. He did everything. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. And I thought, I've got to get one. Well, of course, I'm not very good at assembling these sort of things. You didn't need to assemble him, but you had to program him to do his dance and all the rest of it. And his head would turn and his body would swivel and his hands would go up as if he was John Travolta. And I gave him to Sam, my producer. And he had him, and I said, and then he brought him back in and showed me. He said, this is what he can do. And I went, whoa, that was really cool. Molly King in the Saturdays lives with the England cricketer Stuart Broad and is currently pregnant. They're not even married. I don't even want to go there. I find it absolutely horrendous. She has her own radio show. She shares it, doesn't she? I think it's a twosome, so she doesn't have her own radio show at all. She has to share it with somebody who is obviously there to guide because she's... if they're going to put the Saturdays back out on tour again... I don't know why. I mean, what is it? Because all these groups finish for a reason. And the reason is they don't sell records anymore. I know, that's why I sort of smiled to myself when I discovered that Matt Goss wants to release a record with the Royal Philharmonic. Who's going to risk money on that one? because he wants to be the Christmas number one. And I'm thinking, it's finished, love. It's finished. You know, I don't think you're going to get the Christmas number one because I don't think he's got a recording contract with anybody. I'm pretty certain he hasn't. But, well, I mean, if he'd won Strictly, then he might have got one, but he didn't win Strictly. He was the third person to be kicked out. And, you know, however much pleasure people derive from that. It's a case of he wasn't good enough. And that wasn't just, you know, some of the judges, they were all unanimous in the fact that he wasn't good enough. So he didn't look very happy when he was told. But there again, he doesn't take criticism very well at all. He really gets very uppity. So Molly King, so not married. And I suppose when she does get married, they all get married to the Hello magazines and OK, don't they now? They can't seem to do it without that because they want the money. And they go, oh, I'm pregnant. And here's a picture of me and my baby, you know, and so they do it. But I've never heard her on the radio. Never heard her on the radio. But why would I? Why would I? I don't tend to listen to other people on the radio. If it's in the car, if I'm going out, and I can tell you exactly what I hear. You know, if I go out in the car in the morning, if I go home today and then nip out to go and buy a few bits and pieces, I'll have Nick on. I'll get the first bit of James's programme. And at the weekend, if I'm going out, I get Andrew Castle. I get the end of Richard Spur, and then I get Andrew Castle. And so that suits me. But I don't actively wander around the dial. Some people wander around the dial until they find something and they go, oh, I'll have a listen to that. And then before you know where you are, you've been listening for 2 hours. Yeah, the trouble is, as soon as you find LBC, you don't need anybody else. You don't need anybody at all. You don't need any. I mean, they might as well close everything else down. Steve, I remember Sam Kidd in the 60s in Orlando, says Paul, in Canterbury. You know, I've never been to Canterbury. Never been to Canterbury. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Canterbury. Because that's where Watson was murdered, wasn't it? Thomas à Becket was murdered at Canterbury Cathedral. There is a place where he was murdered. Well, that's what they say. They say, oh, he was murdered here, and there's a plaque, I believe. Steve, we have a spare ticket for the Argentina match on Sunday the 6th. Would you like to join us? Meet us at the Admiral Nelson at 12 noon for pre-match Guinness, says Carl in Wellingborough. You can just see me wandering in there, can't you? Anybody called Carl? Yeah, all right, lads. All right, mate. How you doing? Got any birds with you? And I've never been to a sports match. No, I've never been to a rugby match or never been to a football match. No. Synchronised swimming, maybe, but no, I've never done anything like that. I see I see where they're going, you know, because I live in Twickenham, but I've never actually been to any of these things. And Howard says, being a DJ, could you please play Go Now by the Moody Blues and dedicate it to Liz Truss? We've already said, go now. Moody Blues, when you look at them. I love the Moody Blues. I've got all their hits. All the albums, all the greatest hits. Love everything. The Cup Wags to live on luxury liners. I don't know why they pander to them. Most of them can barely string a few words together. And have you seen two rows? Two rows. Firstly, the row over Colleen and the old Vardy woman, you know, the one who lost the court case, had to pay $1.5 million. But apparently, Colleen has said, will you stop talking about me? Because Vardy's got nothing. Now she's lost all her sort of kudos. Nobody trusts her at all because she's not to be trusted. And it's as simple as that. That's why she had to pay £1.5 million. And I think there's another load to come. But apparently Colleen's getting really, really fed up with her constantly talking about it. Well, she's got nothing else to talk about. She really hasn't. And the other row is Victoria Beckham, so they say, and Nicola Peltz, who is now Peltz Beckham or something. I can't remember what it's called anyway. And so they've married Brooklyn, which is lovely, because Brooklyn's not working at the moment, nor do we think it. No, don't you dare tell me he's a chef. That was a load of old codswallop. It really is. But anyway, Nicola Peltz wants Brooklyn to spend Christmas with her family because they're sophisticated and they know about it, and they've got a huge beachfront mansion, which is very nice indeed. Apparently. Now, whether you believe this or believe it not, I take it all with a big pinch of salt. Victoria's spitting feathers. And so Dave, because he's really butch, isn't he, had a word with Brooklyn to say, listen, we're all family and we've always got your back no matter what happens and all the rest of it, but we want you home for Christmas. And basically, Nicola Peltz gets what she wants. She's a bit Meghan Markle in so much as it's a case of she doesn't want him to go and spend Christmas with his family. She wants Christmas with her family. Well, that's what I said. You take it in turns. It's like I do it every year. Christmas this year, I've got Christmas Day with my godchildren, and there'll be about 13 of us, I should imagine. And we have a big sit down, we have all the food and it's lovely, and then you sit there afterwards going, I can't eat another thing. And then on the Boxing Day, I go to my brother's. I have a Christmas lunch on the Boxing Day as well, so we always get two. And then next year, I'll do my brother's on Christmas Day. I don't know why they find it so difficult in America to do this. It's obviously Victoria going, you should be with your family at Christmas. No, he shouldn't. He doesn't want to be with you. You know, you made a big brouhaha, apparently, take it with a pinch of salt, over the fact that Nicola didn't wear any of your dresses because they wanted a proper designer. They don't want somebody whose shop is literally teetering on the edge. You know, they want somebody, it's classy. You know, like you look at the Beckham family, what are they? Covered in tattoos. They might as well... What? Covered in tattoos? I don't think... Well, Brooklyn has always said, what my wife wants... she gets. She is the be-all. Why should he have to go back to his parents? You know, dump them. I should imagine. I mean, you don't think that Posh cooks, do you? Oh, dear me. I shouldn't think so. And Dave can only reheat and ping. Oh, wait a minute. The girl in the family could do it all, can't they? Harper can, because she's a whiz in the kitchen, so she can probably do that. But he doesn't want to spend Christmas with him. It's as simple as that. He wants to go and spend it with his new wife and her family, who are very classy. And he owns businesses, and he's a billionaire. I mean, they've got 26 bedrooms in their mansion, I think, and something like 40 bathrooms. Whatever it is, they didn't have it at the little Cotswold home of the Beckhams, did they? Although we were told, were we not, that they were going to have two weddings. Victoria told us this. There'll be one in America and one in this country. That never happened. You know why? They didn't want it. They'd had the big wedding. In fact, the thing I found odd, which I've mentioned before, is that Victoria and family didn't even get to sit on top table. Sometimes you would have put sort of mum and dad on top table with the rest of the family, but the Peltz family obviously decided they didn't want that. So they had to sit downwind, which was a little bit embarrassing. But no, that's what you do. You split where you go for Christmas. But if somebody's going to make a bit of a ding dong about it, it kind of doesn't make you want to go there for Christmas, because you know it's going to be miserable. And let's face it, Nicola Peltz has got absolutely nothing in common with the Beckham family, because you hear about that football team that Dave's got, the Miami somethings, whatever it is. Yeah, he's got a football team, Dave has, over in America. A disaster. Total disaster. It's all falling apart. Not looking so good. Steve, I used to work in a ritzy burger and cocktail restaurant in Chiswick called Tarts. We had a lovely thing on the menu, oranges in Cointreau. All the waitresses loved scooping some into a bowl at the end of the night. Delish, said Alison. Well, it was the 80s. Oh, I've heard of oranges in Cointreau. I like buying this fruit. You can get it in all the garden centres where they do their sort of posh fruit. And but peaches in Cointreau sounds delicious.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning. Do you remember there used to be that advert on the television years ago, and it was a sophisticated dinner party, and the ladies sitting there would go, "Oh, Cointreau. What is Cointreau?" And this man with a very bad French accent would go,
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Cointreau. Oranges ripened under the tropical sun. And he did this whole thing about, I was none the wiser, I just assumed it was an orange liqueur. And that's why you can do it with, you can peel little oranges, tangerines, I suppose, or things like that, and just put it into Cointreau, as indeed you heard from Alison a moment ago. So it's a complement of several well-known cocktails, an orange-flavoured triple sec liqueur produced in France. Despite the orange bottle, Cointreau is colourless. But that's like Lucozade, isn't it? Lucozade is colourless as well. Oh, is it not? I thought it was just the orange wrap around it that made it look orange. Are you sure it's orange? I'm not totally convinced by that, actually. But I do remember the Cointreau advert. I also remembered the other one, which was advertising cigarettes, when you could advertise cigarettes on the telly. And this woman would go, Benson and Hedges, which was great. Yeah, so here we go. So there's loads of Lucozades, but there used to be a big bottle of it, glass bottle. I remember a glass bottle of Lucozade. Now it's plastic, isn't it? Well, I'm just pointing at some colour in the glass does not indicate to me. Don't shout at me. Honestly, nothing worse, is there? It's only a Wednesday and already he started this aggressive stance. Yes, you're a little bit like James Corden. I do remember that sign very well indeed. But actually, they changed it. Lucozade, it used to say AIDS recovery. And they then changed it for replaces lost energy. It's just basically a sugar drink. That's all it is. It's a sugar drink. It's very bossy. And as I say, if I was a waiter and he was the customer, I'd have been thrown out of the restaurant, I should imagine, by now. In our day, you only had Lucozade when you were ill. There we go. That's what it looked like. You only had it when you were ill. And it would sit by the side of the bed. We used to have Robinson's barley water because they had it at Wimbledon. And that was quite nice. I quite liked that. But now there's so many different variations of Lucozade. But I remember those, the bad boys in the bottle with the orange plastic around the wrap. What, just to make it look orange? And I don't know what the wrap around it. I've got no idea, but that's how it came. And it was lovely. I think we should keep it in the fridge if we were not well. And the only reason it made you better is because it was orange and it was full of sugar. It was basically, what's that drink that you see people in the bus stops drinking in the morning? It's an energy drink. It comes in a blue can. Slim blue can, Red Bull. You see loads of people drinking that. Mind you, I was on the train the other day and there were some Polish workers got on, very loud, very noisy, and they were drinking cans of beer. I don't know where they were going off to work, but they were opening up cans of beer and having it with sort of rolls and meat and everything else like that. A veritable picnic was going on. And then we had one woman, she gets on the train, she sits right in front of me, and she's loudly talking on the phone to her friend for the whole journey. These people, peasants. Steve, I get up at 4:30 every day. It never gets easier. How do you manage to do it earlier every day or years and years, says Matt. I don't know. Well, because I sort of basically turn my life around. So I have a great life, don't get me wrong. I think it's fantastic. But you get into a routine. If somebody says to me, oh, do you want to come out for drinks tonight? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I can't do anything till Friday. Friday I can go out for lunches and I could be quite a sort of a layabout if you want. And Saturday as well, because I only have to get up for breakfast in the morning. So so I get the Friday, Saturday and the Sunday, and then I get back into my routine again. All I've got to do is go to bed early. And it's not, believe you me, it is not difficult. I'm in bed. I've got my DVD player on the side and I've got things plugged in. What have I got at the moment? I think it's Are You Being Served? I get the rubbish box sets. I get all of them. I've got loads of them. To the Manor board and all that kind of stuff. And I play them. It's portable, yeah. It's plugged in. It plugs in, but it can work on batteries and everything else. And I fall asleep to that. And it plays the whole series, and then it goes back to the beginning again, and then it stops. And so when I wake up, if I happen to wake up in the night, I just tap it, and off it goes again. It's a routine. It's totally a routine. I can imagine it being difficult. If you're in a relationship and you're working in the early hours of the morning, it must be a nightmare because you've got to get out of bed very quiet, and do things. When I worked overnight, did I stay up? No, how did I work overnight? Overnights was good because I would come home and then go to bed, and I would wake up at about 11 or 12 o'clock. I would then potter about, do my bits and pieces. Then I would come back because I didn't need to leave for work till about 10:30, 11. I'd have a little doze and then I'd go into work. And it was as simple as that. It was, I think I used to drive, actually. I seem to remember driving. And that was the way it worked. But I would always go home for sleeping. Whereas now people say, what time do you go to bed? I said, well, I go to bed actually fairly, sometimes 4:30. I've been to bed at 3 in the afternoon, but I haven't done that for a while. So yesterday it was gone 5. Not much gone 5. And I feel fine, actually. But you have to do it for a while, Matt. And you just get there. Interesting. Jay says, can you offer me any advice on how to choose a DVD player? There are dozens on Amazon, but I don't know how to pick one that a technophobe like me would find easy to use. They're all simple. As child of, you just plug it in and that's it. Child of 3 could do it. They're not complicated. Go by price. I just bought one a short while ago. I go for size. Always have done. It's I go for a 17-inch screen on my DVD player. And but this is a DVD player which has got the screen in. Do you mean a DVD player that plays DVDs in your television, or do you mean a DVD player? I would look to spend about £100 on a portable DVD player. Yeah. What, you think that's a lot? Sorry, pardon? Oh, he doesn't mean portable. What does he mean then? What, we bricked it into the wall or something? Oh, a TV one. Oh, that's different. You can pick those up for £30. £30. They all do the same job. There's nothing in it. But what you want is one that is going to be multi-region, so you can play all your DVDs. But they're so cheap. I mean, seriously cheap. You know, I've got one still in a box just in case one breaks. I like to sort of have in emergencies. So you literally just plug it in, you connect it up to the back of your television, and that's it. It just, you get a remote control with it, and they even give you the batteries. There's nothing that you need to worry about. It's fantastic. I love it. Love a DVD. But I did buy two. I think one I paid about £27 for, and one about £35. And every so often when they get dirty, I change them. Or I had one as well. The thing I did have for a while, I had a television which had the DVD player built in, and you push the disc into the side. But that was bit hit and miss most of the time. Sometimes it would just stop, and you're stuck with a disc in the player which you couldn't get back out again. Very noisy. Didn't like it at all. But go for price, Jay. Whatever. They all do the same thing. You won't find anything different between them at all. Lucozade is orange, says Dave in Tottenham, and I love it with vodka. You must be ill a lot of the time, I should imagine. And Joanne says, talking about food today at work, it's a bring a dish day. I made a trifle. Oh, how lovely. Is it a proper trifle? Is it proper trifle? My mum used to do a trifle. First of all, she'd get these sponge biscuits, and she'd break them up and line the bottom of the dish, the bowl, with them. And then she would make up the jelly. She would pour the jelly on and let that set. Then on top of that, she would put all the fruit and everything else which went into it. It could be either tinned fruit or seasonal fruit. Then she'd have a layer of custard, then the layer of cream with the flaked almonds over the top, and then just sort of glorified with a few strawberries or raspberries. And then just eat it all by yourself. Don't have to share it. There is no rule that says you have to share a trifle. They do a nice one in Waitrose. It's a rhubarb trifle. Well, I mean, what I have to do, just so I don't get too ill, is scrape off the custard and the cream and just eat the rhubarb bit. Because I can't risk it. I don't want to be sort of, one of these people who collapses. I've only just got my plasters in. I couldn't do my Libra the other day because I need a plaster that goes over it so I can then stand in the shower without it sort of giving up. Can you wish Shelley a happy birthday? As it will make her day, coming from you, says Steve in Sunderland. So there you go, Shelley. Unfortunately, we're not privileged to how old you are, so I'm guessing 70, 80. Sula says, I remember drinking Lucozade when I was ill, and yes, it was wrapped in orange cellophane like a Quality Street toffee, and you could buy it from the chemist. It was bright orange in colour and in a glass bottle. It was the only good thing about being ill. It was so sweet and fizzy. Yes, it was the good thing about being... But I liked the Robinson's barley water. The producer, because they were very rich, they used to have hot Ribena. I mean, seriously, who can afford that? That's only for the really rich, isn't it? Hot Ribena. On a silver, not just heating it up, that costs a fortune in itself, but I do love Ribena. If you have it with ice cold water, that's delicious. That's really very nice. And ice, yeah, definitely ice. Chris in Nantwich says, Steve, it was an orange wrapper that was around the bottle. As poorly child, I hated it. And I think it was only sold at the chemist. I hated it and it went flat quickly. I think you're right. I think it might have only been sold at the chemist, but I think eventually you did get it. But the sign saying Lucozade aids recovery, just as AIDS hits the nation, was taken down. It was on a building in Brentford. And I used to love all of those signs. They come up for sale in auctions every so often. Christmas lights going up. I think Oxford Street they've started doing the Christmas lights at, which is quite nice because they'll be going very shortly. We do like our Christmas lights. It's the only thing that makes you feel festive. Having Christmas lights and also lights that people can see. So Oxford Street lights, 2nd of November. That's when they're going to be up and ready. They're going to put the blooming things up. They're going to be switched on. I wonder who's going to switch them on this year. We've had all sorts of people. No, I couldn't possibly do it. I get past my bedtime. That's the trouble. But you used to get loads of cars over the years, and they would drive into Oxford Street just to look at the lights because the kids didn't see them. And London has got loads of lights. In Regent Street, you've got all the little side streets, you know, where they've got all the sort of the really posh shops. Carnaby Street, they've got all lights over there, and people contribute, which is nice, isn't it? I think that makes you feel a bit better about life. Little, you know, some lights up there. Having a tree, doesn't matter how big the tree, it can only be a little tree if you want a little tree. A lot of the places that sell trees, like the greengrocers, they do little ones in pots, which you can have indoors or outside your back. And you can get batteries. I've got solar lights and quite a number of solar lights, actually. And I've got battery-operated lights. I've just got lights. I mean, to be honest with you, I did go on stage out in, I can't remember what it was, actually, one of our shows, draped in lights, because we talked about lights so often on the programme. I thought people would expect to see me draped in lights. So around my neck, I must have had about 20 chains of lights, which were all on battery packs. I thought I looked pretty cool. You know, sparkly jacket and Christmas lights. What more can you ever want?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice on a Wednesday, being October the 19th. It's quite nice as we've got to wait till November before we get our Christmas market in Leicester Square. I like to think of it as ours, because we get to see them building it up, and then all the people there, and it's quite nice. And I think they've got a circus or something. What did you say? There was a circus or something going on? They always have a big building in there, and they do different things. Cabaret, which is quite nice. I'm a Celeb, the show which is due to start, but they can't confirm any of the people in it, even though we know. And it's a new row with Chris Packham. He says they're spraying insecticide, basically to stop people being eaten to death by mozzies. And he's not very happy about it. We haven't heard from him for a little while. He does get on his soapbox, and he does do things. Mind you, see, I thought he'd have had the row over eating live insects. Have they stopped that now? Thank God for that. In fact, I don't think they should use insects or animals or snakes or somebody in a bath covered in snakes. I don't think that's very nice. Apart from the fact it's sort of done to freak people out. I mean, I would be freaked out by it completely. But it's a case of, should you really treat animals like that? Get loads of snakes and they put them in there and you've got them crawling. Oh, Godfathers can't even think about it. It's terrible. Shelley is 58 today. She's buying the cakes for her workmates. She's having a custard slice. God, I haven't had a custard slice for ages. I used to like cream slices, cream horns, and Chelsea buns. When I was at prep school many years ago, we used to have Chelsea buns, and they would arrive in a big tray from the bakers in the morning, and it would be just full of Chelsea buns, which were just fantastic. And we used to like, because you could unravel them, and they were full of sultanas and all sorts of things, which, had we realised at the time, were absolutely terrible for us, we'd have probably been a little bit different about it. But, you know, that's the way it goes, isn't it? You know, some people, as I say, prone to putting on weight. I didn't put on weight till I was 25. I got to 25, and then I put on weight. All of a sudden, everything I'd thought, because people used to say to me, God, you're so thin, and I was thin. I really was thin. I was a bit emaciated. And yeah, I used to eat quite healthily. And then 25, all of a sudden, things started ballooning. You know, I started getting a little bit bigger in all the wrong departments. And I remember thinking, and then of course you think, oh, it's all right, I'll just lose it. And you suddenly realise that's why all this industry in this country for people losing weight is worth billions, because people want to lose weight. People see a celebrity in a park working out. It'll always be in a park or something like that, or sort of caught unawares with their gut hanging over the top of their sort of faded old tracksuits and all the rest of it. And you think, that'll be a DVD at Christmas. And they have a trainer, because the only way you're ever going to do it is if you have a trainer who tells you what to do. You cannot get away with it unless it's a trainer. And trainers will sort of say, right, off you go, 3 circuits around the park. Yeah, oh, for goodness sake. Do it. You want to lose weight? No, I've never done. I did have a trainer at the Barbican Health and Fitness Club. We had a trainer there, and he was quite a taskmaster. But then he did fitness. You know, I do radio every day. He did fitness every day. You know, never the twain shall meet, I'm afraid, because we spend most of our time sitting on our bottoms. Doesn't matter, though. Steve says, Eileen in Scarborough, funny. I bought a bottle of Lucozade the other day after training, and I said to my friend it was the last time I had that when I was a kid and was ill. You always knew you were really sick when your mum appeared with a bottle of Lucozade. Seems to taste better now, though. I should imagine it's probably got more sugar in it. Less sugar. They always say that, don't they? But then it'll probably have other things in it which probably aren't sort of particularly good for you. I don't think any fizzy drink is good for you because it's all carbonated. It's all been sort of put together. I mean, I quite like... What did I have the other day? I bought some... I don't normally have smoothies, but I bought one in Waitrose the other day and it had pineapple and guava and all these different bits and pieces. It was green in colour. It was the most revolting green colour, but it tasted delicious. And it was ice cold and I drank it on the bus. Always do that to annoy people. Because people sitting there, and if it was, we had a bit of sunshine yesterday, and so I bought. I was going to tell Joe about them, but out there in the Satsumas, I bought some Chinese pears, and they're delicious. They're in the shops at the moment. They're about 4 for £3 or something like that, and they're Chinese pears. You eat them like an apple. They look like an apple, pale skin, and they're delicious. I cannot tell you how juicy they are. You never had one? You should have one of these out there. There's only about 3 out there. You should have one. Go and get one now before they all come in and get. You know what they're like. If Henry knows they're there, they'll have gone instantly. But he's got the pot of custard, and he's got not pears and custard. He's got a mince pie from yesterday. Bless his heart, honestly, because he's losing tons of weight. Well, it looks nice. Sausage, egg, and tomato pie. Did you see the other? No, you wouldn't have seen the other day. This is from Andrew, who says, lunchtime in Kuala Lumpur. I found the cure for your constant talking about food making me hungry, so I spent my mornings cooking and baking whilst listening to you. Today it's sausage and tomato pie from a YouTube recipe. Tomorrow, mince pies and apple pies. Oh, lovely. Good for you. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? That looks very nice. I like people who make pies. I knew Simple Simon, who met a pieman going to the fair, I think. I can't remember when it was some years ago. And said Simple Simon to the pieman. I think they were a penny, weren't they? 1 a penny, 2 no, it was hot cross buns, I'm sure. But no, there's all these sort of different things out. But you should get one of these Chinese apples. They won't know what they are. I remember one time, years ago, I put light cheese out and people kept saying to me, what are they? And I went, they're light cheese. People had only ever seen them in the tin or in Chinese restaurants. They didn't. Did you see what? Oh, did you see? I don't know what I was going to say. I can't remember. Listen, this programme is not scripted. I know you want it to be sometimes, but we just can't do it scripted. But no, Chinese pears in season at the moment, and Satsumas all over the place, which is very nice. And get your nuts ready, because there's loads of nuts. We used to have a big bowl of nuts for Christmas, and at the end of Christmas, we still had a big bowl of nuts because my mother was the only one who used to eat them. The mess everywhere. But we used to have hazelnuts and Brazil nuts and these. Oh God, it was just dreadful. Really dreadful. Steve says, Terry and Leighton Buzzard, can you say happy 71st birthday to wonderful Wendy? Tomorrow we're going to see Mary Poppins, the musical. We're hoping to bump into Petula Clark again like we did in March. Oh, Petula. She's on this album that I bought of all these different Christmas songs. And, yes, she's playing the bird woman in Mary Poppins. Early each day, to the steps of St. Paul's, the little old bird... How old is she? Oh, she's got to be 89. She's 89. Yeah, she was our most prolific singer years and years ago. Round every corner, round, don't sleep in the subway, darling. Oh, she had so many hits, some really, really lovely stuff. And she came in one time to do an interview with me with not Molly Sugden. It was somebody else, I can't remember. Anyway, they both worked together years and years ago. She had a disaster when she had a show in the West End and it was awful. And it got panned by the critics, so that didn't last. But apart from that, she's been one of our most endearing singers. And I was only watching her yesterday in Goodbye Mr. Chips, where she plays... Again, I had to watch it again. I can't help it. I was sort of sitting there thinking, I'll watch this now because she's lovely in it. And of course, as you know, in Goodbye Mr. Chips, all the boys are taking the mickey out of him in his classroom without realising that she's been killed in a plane crash because it was in the war. And they're all taking... He was going to be the headmaster of the college. And so they'd written him all these letters, but they were blank. And so he'd... all these letters were piled up on his desk, and then a policeman comes in and says, can I have a word with you, sir? And he says to him, your wife's been killed. And he comes back into the classroom, and the boys don't know this. They don't know that she's been killed, and they don't know what the policeman has said to him. But they're sort of goading, and they go, oh, there's some letters on your desk, sir. I said, letters? He's dealing with the shock of it. It's a very powerful piece of film. And he goes to open. They say, yes. And he goes, but there's nothing in it. And they went, ha, 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 ha. And then this boy comes into the classroom and he hears them all laughing. And he goes, Mrs. Chipping, she's been killed. And all the boys, one of them in particular, says, don't open any more letters, please, sir. Don't. It was a very bad joke, very poor joke. And he said, but there's no writing. Because it was so moving, honestly. I get emotional telling you. I always tear up on things like that. I don't know why, actually, because I've seen the film about 500 times. Shane says, Steve, I wouldn't go to the jungle. There's plenty of spiders where I live. Oh, I don't like spiders. I don't like them. Although their webs are all over the place at the moment, aren't they? Something to do with Christmas, I suppose. Steve, we must stop thinking about food in order to lose the blooming extra weight. Have an amazing day all the way from Abu Dhabi. This is Rain Mawazini. Is that right? I'm hopeless on these sort of things. Don't ask me to do pronunciation. I'm the world's worst. People give me these. Chinese, I can do. I can do Chinese pronunciation, but just nothing else. Whiskey is colourless when it comes out of the still. It gets its final colour from the cask that it's stored in, says Chris in Oban. And Milo says Petula's best ever, Downtown. Downtown. You can, you listen to Petula Clark now. Go and check her out on, not now, I'm doing a programme. It would be extremely rude of you to disappear and go and find out. But all her hits, literally, I mean, you can get them very inexpensively, and the orchestrations are amazing. Really amazing. Steve, you've got my taste buds and curiosity going. I've just purchased a rum top pot online. Hopefully I'll have the fruits of my labour by Christmas, says Diana. You will. Go and get the rum. Actually, go and get a few bottles of rum, because you'll need to keep topping it up as the fruit absorbs it. And it's delicious. And at Christmas time, I promise you, people will thank you for having fruit steeped in rum. And you can either have it with ice cream or with cream, or just eat it. Whatever it is, it's very alcoholic, but it's very, very nice. And just keep it in a cool place. That's all you have to worry about. The rest of the time, it does it all by itself, which is very cool, isn't it?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, October the 19th. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast until 7. I think we'll finish at 7 this morning. I think we'll let Nick Ferrari have a go at 7. Yesterday, 2 of his guests made the front page of the Standard, which I thought was some going, which was very good. The Daily Star today have got the James Corden story, Corden is a Moron, which is based on that song from years ago, Gordon is a moron, and it's all to do with James apparently not having a particularly good time in a restaurant, took it out on the waiters, and they then barred him. He then went, oh my God, this is just built, from something and nothing, it builds up into it's an international dispute. And so he phoned up the owner and said, listen, I'm really sorry, about the restaurant. And he said, you're forgiven. So that's all over and done with now, which is quite a nice idea. I like the idea that sort of people apologise and then they get themselves back together again. Because I don't think he's got a reputation, James Corden, has he, of being... I mean, I've seen him working... a little bit, apparently. I've seen him working some of the... some of the shows in America where he's done the Emmys and stuff like that. And he puts his heart and soul into it. He dances, he sings, he does everything. He changes... really good. I've seen some really good, things which take a lot of rehearsal. The Just Up Oil protesters, or as prefer to call them, a pair of buffoons, are removed by police. And... they would be arrested once a safe conclusion is reached. Apparently, when the cherry picker arrived, one of the climbers appeared to get out of his hammock and hang from a wire. The trouble is they've achieved nothing. I think they should be billed for taking a cherry picker out there. I think they should have to pay for this. Idiots. They delayed people for 2 days, 6-mile tailbacks. 6-mile tailbacks, and you think, no, you're going to pay for it. You will pay for it, and if you don't, you go to prison. because I couldn't care less what happens to them. You know, I really, really don't care about these sort of things. Steve says, Ian, I'm at the Prince Edward later. I saw Ian yesterday, actually. I was waiting at the bus stop. He said, "Do you fancy strawberries and cream ice cream this morning?" Yes? Dan says yes. Joe said he's not really bothered. I've got the microphone. But, yes, strawberries and cream would be very nice indeed. But you know, Ian, you have to now do 4. In fact, to be honest with you, you might as well just go 10. Because Ben on the front door, he gets very upset if he doesn't get an ice cream. And Henry just goes crackers for an ice cream as well. Poor Ian, honestly. But I did see him. I recognise his van a mile off. And he pulled in. He offered me a lift to the station, which was very sweet, which I declined. Mainly because he had a ladder on the front seat. And I thought, how on earth am I supposed to pose around a ladder? You know, try and get out the other end and look. Because remember, I did it a short while ago. I tripped getting into my car in the morning. It's one of those ones with a slidey door. And I got in and promptly fell straight back out again. And I'm sort of on the pavement thinking, they must think I'm drunk. You know, which I wasn't, of course. Basil Brush is hoping to get his claws into a Christmas #1 thanks to a video full of children's TV favourites. Boom, Boom, It's Christmas Again features the likes of Mr. Blobby. He didn't say anything else apart from that, did he? I don't remember Barry Killerby. He was the man inside. Very good, though. Also, Rainbow Zippy, George and Bungle, Hartley Hare from Pipkins, Nobby the Sheep, Willow the Wisps, Evil, Edna and the Spoon family from Button Moon. Even Basil's ex-sidekick, Roy North, drops by. How old do you think Roy North is? 81. 81. But, so it's very interesting. Basil's single is in aid of charity. Save the Children and Shooting Star Children's Hospices. So the crafty fox told the Daily Star, "I haven't been this excited since Dirty Gertie from number 30 won the best marrow in the Village Fete competition. It's going to be my boomiest Christmas single." He said, "In the video, I visit all my friends from my 60 years in showbiz. You'll see your childhood, no matter what your generation." You see, I think that's nice. I was never a big fan of the charity singles. Mainly because they started appearing in this country with amazing regularity. And it was a case of, and you get all these people from these obscure groups singing songs. Do they know it's Christmas? I could understand, because that was sort of, they called in favours. And it's only recently people started analysing and going, what are you talking about? There won't be snow in Africa this Christmas. Yes, there will be, because they do get snow in Africa. People think they don't get snow. That was the whole idea about it. But that raised a lot of money. Then they did the American one. The problem with the American one for their version was the press got hold of pictures of all these artists, big artists, and a table full of food, the like of which you've never seen before. They literally had everything in there, and they're doing a song about feeding starving people, and there's all this food just to keep them happy. That I thought was completely wrong. But they do have, charity singles which go for all sorts of things. But we haven't had one for a long while, so that's why I'm going for Basil Brush. Basil Brush, and I do like the sausage rolls ones as well, because they raise a lot of money, don't they? And to get Elton John and Ed Sheeran on last year, was it last year they got them on? I mean, that I thought was a bit of a coup. I thought that was really a coup, And I love sausage rolls, and it was so good. Admittedly, I don't think the family can sing for toffee. I think they're auto-tuned, but it makes no difference because they're so catchy. And I just thought it was a good way of doing it. Of course, it really annoyed everybody else. It's going to annoy Matt Goss, because he wants to be #1 this Christmas. But no, I don't think so. I think we need a charity record, but a charity record. Not that Matt's not going to be a charity record, but I think we need one that's a bit of fun. Little bit of fun, not some man who sits there looking so miserable with everything. And now he was the third so-called celebrity kicked off. It's probably a difficult thing to come to. I don't know what he does all day. I don't know, rearranges his hair, I suppose. I don't know. Perhaps he goes to Costco, says the producer. I don't think so. I'd notice if he went to Costco. Wouldn't I? Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, another branch of Costco. They've jailed some men here. They're in a gang who targeted footballers, villages and posh towns for Range Rovers. They hunted in Manchester City and United Stars area. In 1 month alone, they stole 11 cars. Obviously not very, very good, these cars. I don't know how they've managed it. But anyway, these ones were worth between £65,000 and £100,000, taken from all sorts of places. The police ended the spree when they stopped the gang's BMW in May. And the following people: Michael Andrews, 33, Faisal Hussein, each jailed for 3 years and 9 months, Nazis Shakil of Manchester, jailed for 3 years, 7 months, and Jonathan Langley of Rochdale received 3 years. Sean Andrews got a 19-month suspended sentence. All 5 pleaded guilty to conspiracy to steal. What pathetic waste of space. Sad little people, aren't they? Obviously not as clever as you thought you were. Never mind, I think after 3 years in the prison, you'll obviously be enjoying life. It's not very long, is it really? No, not very long. Mind you, I mean, we don't want to keep ugly people in prison. It spoils the look, doesn't it, really? Families could be hit with turkey shortages and pricey snacks at Christmas. I'm not too worried about pricey snacks. I'm not really bothered. Apparently, Pepsi Cola are going to ramp up the cost of their goods, including Doritos. I don't eat Doritos. Doesn't affect me in the slightest. I'll be fine. The only thing that I would probably do would be cashews. And I'm not even particularly bothered about cashews. We don't do nibbles at Christmas. Well, I always bring them in here. I bring in Twiglets, cheese footballs and cheese squares. What? What's the matter? We always have Twiglets. Well, because Twiglets is just basically, it's a stick covered in Marmite, isn't it? And then you get it all over your fingers. You should really be issued with a pair of gloves to eat them, because you just can't get rid of the Marmite. So you spend your time sucking your fingers, which makes it look ridiculous. You know, it's not really the best look as far as I can see. Meghan Markle has claimed she felt objectified. God, she's turning into the biggest bore under the sun, isn't she? I bet poor old... Do you think Harry's sitting there thinking, can I talk to the press as well sometime? No, dear. She's using you. She's using you. She claims she felt objectified on the Deal or No Deal before she married into the royal family, which was probably the best thing she's ever done, because the career wasn't exactly going whiz-bang whoopee. So she was a briefcase girl on this game show. Well, every picture I've ever seen of her is smiling, boobies out and all the rest of it. And you think to yourself, so at what point did you decide that, you didn't want to do it anymore? And the answer is after they probably dropped her. She did 35 episodes at £700 a time. And she says, I would end up leaving with this pit in my stomach. I mean, honestly, the garbage people come up with nowadays. Never complained about it, was more than happy to take the money, But, of course, now she's managed to find Harry. Didn't take too long, did it? Rod Stewart. I mean, can somebody tell me what a 77-year-old man is doing out in ripped jeans? I mean... He's not a rock star. He's not a rock star. He just enjoyed breakfast with 2 members of his band at the Ritz. If he's a rock star, what's he doing at the Ritz? He should be at a Greasy Spoon. So they say he was down with the kids. He's got very small feet. What does that tell me? Probably don't cost as much as other things. Anyway, his jeans had been sprayed with white paint, and his space-age trainers were by Dolce & Gabbana. Oh dear, honestly, I think we've sold out. I am sailing. Oh dear, have you got any Dolce & Gabbanas? Oh, I'll wear those. Dear me, honestly, dreadful. People give up trying to be trendy at 35, the same age Drake and Blake Lively are now. I never knew what trendy was. Nobody ever... I don't need that kind of talk. It's very unnecessary. I mean, I don't think I'm a particularly trendy... I don't think I'm trendy at all, actually. Yeah, all right. Don't have to agree with everything. You're supposed to be sitting there going, no, Steve, you are very trendy. You're a fashion icon and a leader in the world of young people. Yeah, I just need to get my scissors out when I get home and put rips. I mean, I've seen some of these jeans that people have worn. They're hanging off. They've done it completely wrong, and they look so dated. I mean, honestly, goodness sake, honestly, if Rod Stewart's going out there, it's like seeing Elton John in a pair of ripped jeans. That would just be ridiculous. We know he wears tracksuits because of all the weight he's carrying. So he puts on these ever-expanding waistlines. I mean, to be honest with you, they were a godsend, tracksuits. A godsend. Far be it from me to suggest that the people who bought them from all the different sports shops actually were into sport. They bought them because it didn't matter how much you ate. The elasticated waist just moved outwards. And that's what it does with Elton John. But, you wouldn't... It's just, I don't know whether Elton's a fashion icon. Just wearing Versace does not make you a fashion icon. If you can't call it... It's like Ivana Trump. She's dead, isn't she, Ivana Trump? She did die. I only just thought about that a short while ago. But she used to wear the most peculiar clothes, because it's like Colleen Rooney. She thinks if you buy from all these posh shops, people admire you. They just think you've been taken for a sucker. You can imagine the girls in these shops going, she's bought it, I can't believe it, she's bought it.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 10 to 6. 10 to 6, where does the time go? Flies through, doesn't it? Just before the next bill arrives on the doorstep. Honestly, I get more depressed by that every single day, I'm afraid. Doctor Who star David Tennant was almost cast as James Bond. He was shortlisted when Pierce Brosnan hung up his tuxedo in 2002. So he said, I worked with a director recently who knew the Broccolis and was like, yeah, you were on that list. Can you imagine somebody being considered and then you don't get it? And that you'd be absolutely gutted. They had a bloke on Steph's open house programme, which really, it's got way too many people on it, way too many people. But that's just my thoughts. And he was in Rizzle Kicks, and he got a job in, I think it was it a James Bond film or something like that? He said, the agent phoned me up and just said, OK, you've got to put yourself into the studio this week. And he went, what for? And they went, oh, you got this role to do. And it's Star Wars. He did Star Wars. He just got this little part, but they left him in. Because he thought, he was totally convinced, because sometimes you see it. David Niven says in his book, The Moon's a Balloon, he took a girlfriend along to see his latest movie. And he said, they were sitting there and he said, this will be me in a minute, coming through the door. He said the door opened and there was a completely different actor. He'd been recast, but they didn't tell him. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Heroes of the Week for Dawn Neeson. The angry bloke who yelled, get a job, at the Just Stop Reality tarmac huggers blocking the M4, and the good folk of Kent, who celebrated Guy Fawkes early with a lovely firework display. Just a pure coincidence, their rockets went in the direction of the QE2 Dartford Crossing Bridge. The only shock about a Beckham being reduced to tears after eating a single chip is that it was Brooklyn rather than his mother. Oh, I don't think she's eaten chips. Mind you, at Christmas time, she can sob into a Yorkshire pudding, can't you? And because Brooklyn will be having he ate a chip and he cried, made him cry. Perhaps he doesn't know what it is. Perhaps we have to err on the side of caution. The deck chairs being arranged on the Tory party's version of the Titanic has seen government borrowing costs go down. And also, not even IKEA have come up with a cabinet as fiendishly difficult to put together as the Conservative parties. She's got some good lines today, some good lines. She talked about Kwasi Kwarteng. She said, he isn't the first person to be sacked for following orders from his boss, and he won't be the last. But the fact that loyalty means so little to our politicians is utterly depressing. And if they treat their mates with that level of contempt, imagine what they really think about us. Exactly. And everybody's favourite fence sitter, Keir Starmer, because that's all he's doing, sitting on the fence. He's basically like the lady in waiting. He's just sort of there, hoping that something's going to happen. Are we going to have an election? Will Labour get in? They have no idea. It doesn't matter what the polls say. It doesn't matter what the polls say. You can make polls say anything nowadays. People crowing about it and going, oh look, the Conservatives dropped here. When it comes to the end of the day, it depends who delivers best at the ballot box, who can actually convince people, because they've managed to do it for 12 years. When you look at how long, I was looking at some footage the other day of Tony Blair when he was in power. Seems a long time ago, doesn't it? And now one of his children is richer than he is. Much richer, yes. They're sort of a very good business person. But anyway, and it was Tony Blair meets Putin. Putin, nice, smiling, happy, now bloated, fat, megalomaniac, completely awful. But yet, he met the Queen. He was smiling. He looked enthusiastic. Seriously, I mean, it was like looking at a different person. Like a different person. That's why I've said it just can't. He can't threaten people with nuclear weapons, because if you're going to do, you go, oh, we're going to do this and this is going to happen. If anybody interferes, we're going to do that. I think, so you're going to destroy the world, are you? I mean, how stupid are you? Because what do you think? You'll be exempt. Of course not. Of course not. Very excited, Steve, as I'm going to see the Upstart Crow in the West End next month. I was up in London to see it originally on the night that the theatres shut down due to COVID. I'm so pleased theatres are back in full swing, and the opportunities to see a show that may not have been seen due to COVID. Yes, it's very good. This is David Mitchell. And he's very good. I like watching all these 10 out of people, cats, and 8 out of 10 cat. Well, I don't know how many cats it are. I'll just sit there counting it. But I like programmes like that. You know, who is this person? You know, my name is Dave, and you know, oh sorry, Dave is a good friend of mine. He was the one who saved our cats from next door's dog or something like that. And then you have to work out, don't you, who it is? Is that on 8 out of 10 cats? That's what I lie to you. God blimey, which one are they axing? Mock the Week. I like Dear O'Brien. I think he's nice. Dar O'Brien. Yeah, Dear O'Brien. Dear O'Brien. Anton Dubek, Tony Beak, has asked the Strictly Mole to stop giving away the show's secrets. There aren't any show's secrets, dear. Apart from the fact that Craig Revel-Horwood can't dance for toffee, and they leak who's actually being kicked out. It's just a show, love. Don't treat it so seriously. The mystery figure has been condemned for sharing the results. Addressing the mole, Tony said on Loose Women, "Please stop. I don't know who you are." Really? Everybody knows who they are. Do you not read the newspapers? Have you not read the internet? Goodness sake. He says, they call you a spoiler for a reason, because you're a spoiler. Yeah, for a few people. I mentioned it and got 3 people complaining about it. It's obviously not that many people are bothered about it. And he says, when we were doing group dances, I felt like I was captain of the ship. Yeah, not anymore. You're just irritating, I'm afraid. Very, very irritating. Smarmy. He doesn't come over as very likeable. But, you know, if you say to somebody, don't do this, it's upsetting people on the programme, they're going to do it more. If you just ignored it, you know, but of course, if the BBC had half a brain cell, they would have just extended Strictly Come Dancing and told you who was kicked out on the Saturday night. Then you couldn't, you know, have to waste any time on the Sunday. Why not? Why not? Makes it so much easier. So much easier. Debbie McGee selling off Paul Daniels' archive of illusion tricks. Well, he wasn't really an illusionist. You ask anybody in the Magic Circle that Paul Daniels was happiest with a pack of cards. Because of the nature of the business, he had to bring in illusions, most of them made by his father. And he was a good magician. He was a good magician, but with a packet of cards and his chop cup routine, which was literally, it was a cup with a ball, and you had to work out where the ball was. Was it on the top of the cup or underneath the cup? And it would vanish and appear at will, and then it would turn into something else at the end. And I've seen people doing it. Gilly men do it in India. They sit there on the streets doing 3 cups. Beautiful. We had a guy at the Magic Circle about 2 years ago. We went to watch him. He had to do it all in Gujarati because he didn't speak any English. And he did this Gilly act where you would swear to God these balls had minds of their own. He would literally lift up the cup, the ball would be there, put the lid down, lift up the cup, gone. Move it to the other end, 2 balls under there. And so it would go on. It was just absolutely fantastic. But Debbie's had this stuff raging. There's nothing she can do with it. There's nothing she can do with it, you know, and she might as well get rid of this huge collection of magical posters. And she says, I'm never going to look at them again, and I don't look at these things. But before now, I couldn't really let anything go apart from some things to his sons. And so there's all sorts of things that can go here. You know, somebody will want to buy it because it was owned by Paul Daniels, but they are very similar to other tricks that you can buy, which are sort of, as they say, bog standard. But this is on November the 23rd and 24th, and the Magic Collection has been stored at their home in Henley-on-Thames. And they've got lots of stuff because magicians, by their very nature, and I speak as one, collect everything. Seriously, what's my forte? I just collect. I've got lots of stuff from a company called Magic Wagon. I've got lots of Anne Verdi stuff. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. You could say that to somebody. But I just like collecting it. I love watching it. I love watching magic because I think it's even when you know how it's done, you still stand there watching it going, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. I've seen people do all sorts of things. I'm trying to think what the most exciting trick I've ever seen. I suppose because we watched David Copperfield and we watched him flying. And then people were saying, is he really flying? And you go, well, obviously he's not really flying. Don't be silly. Of course he's not. We all wish we had that talent. But it was so cleverly done. And then just when you thought you knew the answer, I think he was the first person to introduce the buzzsaw, which was a trick that was built up over cell bits, cutting somebody in half in a wooden box. They would put them in the wooden box and they would saw through it. On the buzzsaw, it was all moved by itself. He was laying on there and the saw, big, huge saw, about 6-7 foot across, would come down and slice his body in half. That wasn't the trick. The trick was the machine separated it So you could see the two halves of him. And then it got put back together again as they took time back again. I mean, really clever stuff, really clever stuff. But he was able to have people who built illusions, you know, and people like John Gorn, you know, I mean, people you can read up on YouTube about magic. Most people start with a little trick from Tenyo or something like that, you know, because they make them in Japan and then they ship them all over the world. And you can buy those and it's sort of get an interest. And then you go to Marvin's Magic and you buy a magic set. And if you're captured after that time, you're in for a life of spending a small fortune, which is great fun. News at 6, I think we'll take now on LBC with Simon Conway.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero Online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. I trust we find you well. Looking forward to Christmas. Looking forward to Halloween. I'm not sure about that. After I saw Stacey Solomon's front door, where she's gone completely over the top. Must be sponsored by somebody. I can't see her wasting money on things like that. But you will see people dressed up in London. People dress up for it. Probably out of town as well. People dress up for it, don't they? They sort of just go out there. I was watching one of those police programs the other day. 999, what's your emergency? The emergency is, I don't normally watch them, as you can imagine, but it was some bloke, and the police had to call, the doorman on this bar had to call the police to get rid of this bloke. He was irritating. He was drunk. And drunk people need to be shown video footage of what they look like when they're drunk. And they didn't want him in there because he was an idiot, basically, and they were aware of him. So the police come in, and he says to him, he said, right, he's asked you to leave. They don't want you in here. Can you just stand to one side? Thank you. And he went, don't talk to me like that. He was a right pompous little prig. And he said, don't talk to me like that. He said, I'm a lawyer. And you think, no, you're not, sweet cheeks. You're absolutely not a lawyer. Otherwise you would know. And in the end, they arrested him. But he'd done something stupid. Living, I think, was the first thing. The second thing was he decided to collapse to the ground to pretend that the police had attacked him. And he was claiming all sorts of... I mean, he was really stupid. So he collapses on the ground and they go to pick him up and he's like, that. And you think to yourself, you really are dumb. Really are. Do you see it? I've seen it on a few occasions. It's really... I mean, it's very entertaining because watching people who are very drunk when they're told, go away. Go away now. You feel quite sorry for some of the police as they're surrounded, as they were at the Arndale Centre in Manchester. They tried to arrest some shoplifters. They got surrounded by 100 youths. Luckily, they arrested a few of them, but they were there protesting because the police had arrested one of their friends who was shoplifting. I see it all the time. I can't bear it. I don't like going out shopping. I find it too embarrassing. Twickenham, you get shoplifters all the time. People just come in and pick things up, and then they just put it in a bag and walk out. You can spot them. You know what a Marks & Spencer's customer looks like. Same as a Waitrose customer. They don't look like that, I'm telling you. They look like me. I know you love this film. So do I, but you never mentioned the version with Martin Clunes playing Mr. Chips, says Marion Woking. I've got them all. I've got every single version of Goodbye Mr. Chips. I like the Petula Clark one, but I also like the original with music by Richard Addinsell, and that one I like as well because he's very good. I can't remember the name of the actor actually, but I've got all of them. I don't have Goodnight Mr. Tom. I don't have that. I don't have it mainly because it didn't interest me. It didn't. You like it, do you? Oh right, another weepy for you. Yeah, I would probably like it, I would think. Steve, I'm going to see Hans Zimmer in Candlelight at Westminster Hall in December. I'm so excited. There are still tickets if you fancy going. I've never seen Hans Zimmer. I know of him. We've got Andre Rieu, haven't we, coming over next year. He'll pack the place out. I mean, that is an army on tour with his orchestra and its costumes and everything. It's beautiful. I love watching Andre Rieu. I think he's fantastic. Steve says, Wendy in Horsham. I'm up earlier than expected this morning due to something getting into my loft and running about. Hoping it has 2 legs, not 4. 4 a.m. would normally be too early for me, but you're making it a whole lot easier. Oh, it could be a squirrel. Squirrels are very popular in people's lofts. They get in via the chimney, and they do run around. I don't think it'd be a rat, not in a loft. I'd be surprised. It's probably a squirrel, I should imagine. And Peter the Toastmaster from the Isle of Wight says, can you wish Chris from Jersey good luck with his second round of heart checks today? He was in Joe Allen's last night and said it was full of lovies. You're not a lovey, are you? Absolutely, I'm a lovey. Of course I'm a lovey. I'm in showbiz. I'm a showbiz lovey. I call everybody darling because I don't know their names. Oh, I'm definitely a lovey. Not as bad as some. I mean, some of them over the years. My favourite was, who was the art critic? I would talk like this through Brian Sewell, through pursed lips. And it was quite interesting, actually. You sit there watching his mouth, thinking, these sounds really are coming from your mouth. My favourite snack at the moment, says Eileen, are Wotsits. Oh, goodness me. But she says, I bet you'd look gorgeous in skinny ripped jeans, Steve. Oh, God, I don't think so. Listen, I promise you, I'd be arrested very quickly. Skinny ripped jeans. I do possess skinny jeans because I quite like them because they taper down a bit at the front. So I've got 3 pairs of skinny jeans. I don't call them skinny jeans. I just call them, because the first time I wore them, people commented, like, what you're wearing, and things like that. And so I quite like them. And I've gone down, I nearly said I've gone down a dress size. I've gone down a waist size, which I'm quite pleased about, actually, because for years, I used to be, I've got skinny jeans on now. They're not sort of so skinny, but the bottom of them is sort of, it doesn't, there's not a whole load of material. Look at me getting my legs up like a tiller girl. Goodness sake, am I a lovey? Everybody's a lovey. Goodness sake. Mike in Hawkhurst says, it's our golden wedding anniversary on Friday, and we're having a candle-lit luxury hamper at home as my wife is a bit poorly. Bit daft with the candles as we're celebrating at lunchtime, but I'm buying the Prosecco tomorrow. That'll be gone then. And John in Horsham says, on behalf of all the folk out there who are going to suffer terribly this winter, we should all start to demand that all the bars and restaurants within the Houses of Parliament stop being subsidised by us, the taxpayer. Oh, they've been subsidised for donkey's years. Donkey's years, the restaurants and everything. It's amazing. Why should that self-serving lot eat and drink cheaply while everybody else suffers? Yeah. And they've just awarded themselves a pay rise, haven't they? So I think they're on an average about 85,000, something like that. But then you can double it if you bring the wife in to work as your secretary. You can have enough money for a secretary. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. They don't care about us. They really don't. Steve, if only we had more all-round entertainers, says Ash, like the legendary Paul Daniels. Mr. Daniels used to amaze and delight every weekend on the old Trinitron. Oh, for a time machine. Well, you can buy all of his shows. They're all on DVD, they're on YouTube. You can find most of them. And on every show, he used to put other magicians on. And the lovely Debbie McGee was there as well. But lovely magicians. I mean, some of them were just absolutely stunning. I went to see a couple of the shows being recorded, and it was very nice. Steve, says Kenny, I got a magic set for Christmas when I was 10. I let my brother play with it while I nipped into the front room and made his selection box of chocolates disappear. I like a selection box. Mark Raffles' funeral, says Ian, in Las Vegas today. He reached the ripe old age of 100 and was still working. Yes, Mark Raffles used to have a dog act with poodles. I think he also did pickpocketing. He was because there used to be a very famous pickpocket years ago called Bora. And I don't know where he came from, could have been Yugoslavia, something like that. And he would pop up on television all the time because he was a pickpocket, but for an entertainment purpose. So he gave everything back. But he could literally take wallets from inside your jacket pocket. He could take your watch. He could take your braces. He could, in certain occasions, take your shirt. And if he saw you and you'd noticed him taking something, he would put it back. He'd say, "You've just seen me. You just saw me take your wallet." He would put it back in, but then take it straight back out again. It was very clever. And so the bloke would go, "I thought you put it back in my pocket." And then he'd go, as they were walking away, go, "Wait a minute, you need your cufflinks." He was able to do all these things. And you got professional pickpockets who went out and they did acts. And very good they were too. But Mark Raffles was one of them. But he had an act, I think, with the Witchwoods. I'm pretty certain it was. And it was a dog act. Poodles playing football and doing all sorts of bits and pieces. And but Bora was the amazing pickpocket. I don't even know if you still have pickpocket looking. I watched a whole programme the other day on a gang of Romanians being taught how to steal, and they put a coat over their arm. And what they do is they go up, they watch people on buses, because believe it or not, even in this day and age, people put their wallets in their back pocket. I mean, the stupidest place to put it. I can't think of anything worse. And phones I don't care about. Wallets, because they've got the credit cards in. And these people are being taught, you put the coat over your arm, and then you've got a free area to move your hand around to lift the wallet out. And they were watching them taking wallets, and it was quite lucrative. And because it was a case of you bump into somebody and take at the same time, they don't notice anything unusual. It's only if somebody's standing still and the bus is not moving. They're never going to pick a pocket if the bus is stationary, because you would feel it. But if somebody falls into you as it comes into a bus stop, because some bus drivers are pretty heavy on the brakes, they literally can lean forward and take it, and you don't even know it's gone. So the advice is, please, please, do not put your wallet in your back pocket. Pete the Pool Man is sat in the gym car park stuffing chocolate. You're an addict. You are an addict for chocolate. The Posh Bar is quite nice, especially swigged down with a coffee. It's lint. It's nice chocolate lint, isn't it? That's what I think. It's classy chocolate. Well, actually, green and blacks is classy. But, for your pocket money, Joe, you'd be lint. Yes, Caramac for you. Half a bar, I should imagine. At Mark Raffles' funeral today, they will do the broken wand. They always do it, actually. At every magician's funeral, they will take his wand, or a wand, and they will break it. And then it goes into the grave as well. Your mentions of Sam Kidd, says Steve in Leeds, remind me of another great British stalwart, Michael Ripper, who, along with Sam, had a very industrious career. Watch any horror or Hammer film from the 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s, chances are he's in there somewhere. Amazing, isn't it? From Liverpool, B says, best magician of all time, Tommy Cooper. The only reason Tommy Cooper's act developed like that is because he was very nervous. And so he discovered that when he was doing things and he used to mess tricks up, that people laughed. So he incorporated it into the act. He was actually a very good magician. It was sort of by accident. He was a nervous performer, and he used to do all these things. So it was then developed into an act. And very good. I worked with him once. Used to enjoy a drink. Or 7. We did something for the Ealing Police. We turned up and gave ourselves in. And I was drawing a raffle with him. It was in a discotheque that I worked at called the Gunnersbury Fair, and the Ealing Police Station was down the road. And Tommy Cooper used to live round the corner, and so he came in. And so I started my little thing by saying, thank you to Tommy Cooper, ably assisted by the Bell's Distillery, and because he couldn't read the numbers on when we pulled out the things on. I think they were having their Christmas party, and he very kindly agreed to come down there. But he was another one. They've got various things in the Magic Circle Museum which belong to all the famous people. All the famous people.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Sex Drive. Sex Drive, that's what it is. And it's blokes who insult women drivers are going to be hit with £90 fines. I don't know. Is there an epidemic or something of people who go out and insult women drivers? Apparently the sexist digs will become a motoring offence in a crackdown to promote equality. The law's being... Oh, don't worry, it's not here. It's not here. This is being brought in by council chiefs in San Fernando in southern Spain. The mayor, Patricia Cavaca, says the reactions are positive. The regulation reflects reality. 50% of women drivers have been abused verbally and insulted for being women and driving. Really? We don't have that here, do we? Well, somebody's now going to tell me, yes, we do have that here. I've never seen that at all. Women have been told to report abuse to police, will then hand out a ticket, and it'll cost you £90. So if you're stupid enough and you go to San Fernando... There was a song about that, wasn't it? Last train to San Fernando. If you miss this one, you'll never get another one. Itty bitty bum bum to San Fernando. No, San Fernando. San Francisco was when if you go to San Francisco, wear some flowers in your hair, which was the Flower Pot Men. Or there was another one. Let's go to San Francisco. No, Scott Walker did. He did some song about San Francisco. It was the place to go if you were a bit hippie. It hasn't changed, actually, at all. It's still exactly the same sort of place. Ousted Matt Goss hopes he did his mother proud and says, Mum's angel feathers gave me Strictly Lift. Well, it didn't. You got voted out. You were the third one. But he hopes the lyrics of his Beautiful Unknown, the title track from his top 10 fifth solo album, will become symbolic. So he's hoping, I think, that we need to send... Oh, have you sent Dan down to pick up the ice cream? Yeah, he's gone down because Ben says the ice cream's arrived. I'd run them up, but I'm super busy. Didn't phone. Super busy, I ask you. He doesn't know what super busy is. I said to him the other day, you just sit there behind a desk. Yeah, I've got to talk for 3 hours every day. But he says, my day, this is Matt Goss, my days are full of zest, conversation and selfies. How did I get that? Who'd you talk to? I've got no idea who he talks to. We're waiting to see loads and loads of people. He said 25 years living and working in America. But they say he's moved back to London this summer. But that's completely different from what we just heard. We heard that he's now going back to America again, having sold the contents of his house. It doesn't make any sense, does it? That we don't want any more concerts, but we might want another video after the screaming stopped and everything else, where it was just Matt picking on Luke all the way through it. It was just horrendous bullying. It was sort of funny in a way that he didn't understand. I mean, he would slam things down and F and blind and all the rest of it. Very choice language. Doctor Who fans won't want to miss Comic Con this month because 4 actors who played the Time Traveller have signed up to appear. Peter Davison, Sylvester McCoy, Paul McGann and Colin Baker. They will be signing autographs at meet and greet, but you have to pay, as you know, if you go to Comic Con. And it'll be very nice. It's a nice thing to do, isn't it? Oh, lovely. Thank you. A box? How many are in there? Oh, my goodness me, honestly. Did Ben get one? Did he? Bless his heart. Small wonder he's putting on the weight down there. Yeah, it's very busy. Yeah, eating the ice cream. You watch, Henry will be out like a shot. I can never get the paper off the top of ice creams. Thank you, Ian, very much indeed. You are our saving grace in the morning. You really are. You know, I can't tell you how exciting. Look at them, honestly. Look at them around. They're like vultures. Dominic Ellis was there. Oh, dear me, honestly, I can't believe it. So, Comic Con, and that is London's Excel, October 28th to 30th. So it should be very nice. Russell Howard bagged a guest to make his chat show rivals green with envy. Greta Thunberg. Oh, God. Really? I'm not sure about that. They filmed an exclusive interview for his Sky Max series. We do like Russell. He's got all new teeth. Have you seen Russell Howard? All new teeth. All pearly white and everything in. So they talk about her new book and filmed a special instalment of his Playground Politics. And that's quite... So it's the Russell Howard Hour. An hour. Hardly worth bothering, honestly. Blimey, at least I managed 3. Put some effort in, for goodness sake. So this musical about the Great British Bake Off. I mean, I'm not sure whether you're in favour of this. After a successful run in Cheltenham, the show will kick off in February. It stars John Owen Jones as a silver-haired judge who's a bit like Paul Hollywood. The producer says if you're a fan of the iconic Bake Off on Channel 4, you'll love it. And if you've never watched Bake Off, you'll be sure to tune in after seeing it. Tickets go on sale today. The Great British Bake Off, a musical. I'm not predicting big things for it. I don't know why. I'm just not. If it contained all the people who were in Bake Off, I could understand it. But it doesn't. You've got, yeah. Oh, lovely. Strawberries and cream ice cream. Look at a vulture, honestly. He's like a whippet, isn't he? He's like one of those little things that you get in a lucky bag. And you try and work out what it is. And then you have to try and put it together. So, thank you, Ian. You've made a lot of people very happy, but I think you probably know that. We do tell you on a very regular basis. It's like, I feel a bit decadent, actually. You know, when you eat ice cream in the morning, there is a decadence to it. It's a case of, goodness sake, honestly. I mean, I used to like things with wafers and fruit salad and stuff like that, but not anymore. Not anymore. I like the story, only because it has a positive outcome, for a student bullied for being ginger. Because we've had this over the years. Apparently ginger people say they get bullied a lot. You know, like bald people, people with sticky out ears, people with spots, people with freckles, people with beards, people with curly hair. Everybody, but ginger in particular. Anyway, she's just won Miss England. She is the first redhead to win Miss England. Isn't that lovely? We must send her a card. Thank you. Very proud. Very proud. I don't know whether or not that leads on to work or anything like that, when you go, I won Miss England, and they go, what have you won? And you go, well, I got a sash and a bunch of flowers. And that's what I think they get, actually. An ailing war veteran's on the front of the Mirror. 95. He waited 26 hours on a trolley in A&E before getting a bed. Stanley Solomons was left in the corridor of a Nottingham hospital, and they didn't have enough beds free for him. It's as simple as that. I don't know what else you can do. Coffin makers at Co-op's only UK manufacturing facility to go on strike. Blimey. I mean, would you have to be buried in a coffin? I mean, I know we do, and I understand how it works. Well, you could just put somebody in a body bag. Couldn't you? That's what they do at war. They don't put them all in coffins or anything like that. They're in body bags, and they bring them back that way. Perhaps that could be a cheap way of doing it, because the coffin makes up most of the expense of a funeral. It is quite a lot. You get a different wood if it's a cremation. There's no point in putting you in solid oak if you're going to be cremated. That's a dreadful waste of money. But so you get a lighter sort of wood, plywood. And but no, I mean, I thought body bags, you could save an awful lot of money, couldn't you? I was watching on... Yeah, you could do that with me. Just pop me out with the rubbish. I don't care. Yeah, bag for life. But I was watching it, and they were showing on YouTube, they had a series about manufacturers of crematoriums and things like that, and showing you how easy it is. This could be a one-person operation, they were saying. You know, the body can come in, the coffin goes onto the trolley, you push a button, it lifts it up, the door's open, it slides in, and then it closes down again. And I remember thinking, it is a business. I mean, I don't know what undertakers are like, because I don't personally know any undertakers. But I've always thought to myself, you've got to be a special sort of person to actually be able to do things like that, you know, to deal with sort of people's, you know, sort of grief. Excuse me. Karen from Merthyr Tydfil is going to see Andrew Rieu in Vienna. Oh, you'll love it. My mum and I booked for June 2020. Due to COVID, it was cancelled 4 times. You talk about Vienna. I can't wait to visit this beautiful city. Oh, you love churches everywhere. Can't move for churches. Every corner, there's a church. And I don't know where he's playing. The Stadthalle or somewhere like that. It'll be a big place that he'll be playing in Vienna or in one of the squares or something like that. But you'll love it. Vienna's beautiful. It's not cheap.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 to 7 is the time. And Maggie says, can we have a shout out for pets and wildlife with Halloween and fireworks? They don't do fireworks at Halloween, do they? I've never heard of fireworks at Halloween. Yeah, I mean, you get Halloween, which is 31st, isn't it? And then the 5th of November. But also, you don't see as many fireworks now. I mean, they're on sale all over the place. There's lots of places that have fireworks. Probably even in Rome. My friend Lynn says, could you wish my very good friend Christina, who is in Rome for a couple of days, a very happy birthday? How lovely. I know she'll be listening around 6:30 a.m. UK time, which is 7:30 in Italy. I've been to Rome. I don't know if Christina's been to Rome before. I was always amazed how much graffiti there was. That was the only thing that upset me. I always say that, and mainly because all the way around the city is graffiti. I never understand graffiti. They used to call them artists. I have another word for them, which is not repeatable. But I hope you have a fantastic birthday, Christina and Lynn, because Christina is her very good friend. So that's nice. Reminded me the other day. She said, let me remind you, on the Wednesday morning, we have to wish her a very happy birthday. She's very wisely not told me how old you are. But that doesn't make any difference. So have a fantastic birthday. I don't know if you're there on business or if you're there just sort of enjoying the sightseeing and doing all the little bits and pieces, because there's so much to see in Rome. There really is. I mean, it is basically a city full of culture and churches. And churches. Everywhere churches. So you have a nice time. I had a great night last Friday, says Patricia. Went to see Roxy Music at the O2. What a gig. Are you a fan? I always thought they were slightly odd, Roxy Music. Brian Eno and Brian Ferry. Oh, God, there was all sorts of hit singles. Roxy Music had Love Is the Drug, More Than This, Jealous Guy, What's Her Name, Virginia Plain, Dance Away, Avalon. It was all... I liked There's a New Sensation, Do the Strand, love. I sing that one every time because it's one of my favourites. But then, of course, the odd thing about Brian Ferry was that one of his sons, can't remember which one it was, one of them was named after a lift company, Otis, which I thought was very exciting. But one of his sons went out with this girl, and then Brian Ferry went out with this girl, which I thought was rather peculiar. But there you go. Far from me trying to sort of, make something out of something. Have you ever tried a sticky toffee eclair, says Chris? No, that sounds to me like heart attack. It really does. It sounds as though it's liable to kill me off straight away. Sticky toffee eclair. So in other words, the bit on the top, which is chocolate, is, yeah, there you go. Sticky toffee from the Delicious Dessert Company. It's got a rich toffee sauce. They say decadent toffee flavour fondant, chocolate-flavoured lacing, and crunchy butterscotch chips. God, it'd kill me immediately. Just even looking at the box, I'm feeling slightly queasy. Looks delicious, though, doesn't it? Steve M. Philly says, I live just around the corner from the house where Tommy Cooper was born. Well, there you go. Look at that. There's a claim to fame, if ever there was one. Richard the Chauffeur says, what I can remember, Brian Sewell was the only person who could make the late Queen sound common. Yes. Not far. I don't know where he got the accent from. It was most peculiar. Scott McKenzie did If You're Going to San Francisco. I loved all that stuff. Seriously, loved all of it. Ian says, love the show. We had rats in our loft. Nasty creatures. Climbed up the cavity wall. Found a hole into the house the original builder left. Due to overzealous bird feeding, we encouraged them in the garden. Rats are everywhere. Really? I've seen them in Soho. Daytime, running up and down the some of the little lanes and things like that. You get a lot of that. And I've seen mice in Trafalgar Square. Loads of mice. They hide under the planters, to sort of keep... Have you ever seen one inside? No, somebody said once that they saw one in the kitchen running across. Because underneath the floor, this is a raised floor. It's on little stilts. I don't know why it is, actually. I can't remember. But if you lift up one of the tiles, you'll find we're a floating floor. Well, it's not really floating. You know what I mean. Steve, my cousin's an undertaker. He's also a first responder paramedic. I always wonder if he gives a card out if he fails to save somebody, says Claire. He's also a volunteer fireman. He's got the set. Good for business, Claire. Up there in Crewe. What a beautiful venue the Cadogan Hall is, Steve, says Connie. I saw Hugh Bonneville there on the 15th of October with my family. We really enjoyed it, and I got his autobiography for free because I paid a bit more money on the ticket. Good for you. He's lovely. He's a big fan. He loves magic. He took his son to the Magic Circle, one of my Christmas shows a few years back. Elaine in Manchesterford says, I'm full of freckles, and my dad used to say they were kisses from the sun. Oh. It's nice, isn't it? 3 more days in work, then a week off. I can't afford a holiday with this government, though, but we keep smiling. Listen, as long as we smile together, we'll get through it somehow, some way. But, when you sort of look back and step back and look at the big picture, it doesn't look very promising, does it? It looks a bit miserable, and I can only think it's going to get worse. I think we're going to be forking out left, right and centre. I was listening to people overnight talking about their pension pots have dropped dramatically, and they don't have this and they don't have that. And you think to yourself, well, this is what it's going to be. They were asking for advice, and they said, go and see a financial advisor. They will advise you the best thing to do. That's what I've got. And you pay them a commission, and they will advise you on where best to put your money. So you might as well go to somebody who's the expert, as opposed to just going, I think the worst thing you can do is take your money out and panic. The whole idea is to leave it. It's like... all sorts of different, but speak to your bank. If you're in trouble, do speak to somebody. Don't just sit there and ignore something. If you get bills in, if you've had bills in that you can't pay and things like that, then you speak to the company and say, listen, I remember seeing a sign, I thought it was a bit odd actually, on a phone shop in Twickenham, and I went in to pay a bill years and years ago, and he said, do you want to pay it all? And I said, as opposed to what? And he said, well, you could just pay half of it or something. Really? I've never heard of that before. But it's very easy. You get letters in when you're younger from the bank going, you've gone overdrawn, and now there's another bill that's arrived in this morning, and your heart drops because you knew that bill was coming in. It's just that you don't really know what to do about it. And so always talk to somebody. The bank managers will all tell you the same thing. talk to us. They want to help you out. They're not going to sort of come around and blow your house up. They just want to talk to you to try and resolve it and to see how you can get round it. You know, we've all been in that situation. It's nothing new. It's nothing to be ashamed of. There was a man in the paper yesterday I was reading, and he and his girlfriend have got a baby, and they can't afford to put the heating on in their house because, well, it's not a case they can't afford it. It's been turned off because the last person in the house ran up debts of hundreds and hundreds of pounds and didn't bother paying anything. So it kind of got passed on. It was a council property. And so he contacted the company and said, listen, we don't have it. They couldn't even put a shower on because there was no gas or anything. So he used to have to walk 45 minutes to, I think it was her parents' house, so that they could have a shower with the baby. And they would all go to bed really early because it was so freezing cold. Luckily now, the good news is that the company who supply their electric and gas have said, we're really sorry about this. We fell short of the mark. They're there to help. And so they've not only connected them again, but they've given them credit so that they can at least afford to put heating on. Because I've said to my drivers in the morning, I get drivers and they say the same thing. It's very expensive. If you've got a house, heating the upstairs is a bit of a pain. Because you're not there all the time, but you've still got the heating on, unless you go round physically and turn off radiators. And then somebody's going to go, it's freezing cold in my bedroom. There's ice on the inside of the window. Is there anything we can do about it? And the answer is yes, talk to people. I know it's difficult, and I know it's not easy, and I know you have to summon up the courage to actually phone the bank and say, listen, I need to talk to somebody. I'm getting myself into a horrible mess. And they will then sit down with you and look at what you've got coming in and what you've got going out and where you can make savings. That's what they're there for. They don't just, they're not just there taking in change from the local shop. They're there to offer advice, or a financial advisor. You'll find them all over. Just make sure they're certified. Okay.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, apparently in Rome today, says Kevin the expat. It's a lovely 26 degrees. How lovely. 26 degrees. What is that? 26 degrees, double it and add 30, isn't it? 52, 82. Oh dear, I'm not sure about that. I was saying before. Actually, I always remember saying, Kevin, and to anybody else, that Rome gets very hot in the summer. You know, it's not worth going out in the summer. You just burn to pieces, I think. Nobby the fireman just wanted to say, I can remember growing up and there was frost on the inside of the windows when we woke up in the morning. I had a bedsit in London when I first moved up to London, and I got ice on the inside. There was no such thing as double glazing. I'd never heard of double glazing at all. And you could literally lie in bed and go, like that, and you could see your breath. It was so cold, but ice on the inside of the windows. It was really freezing in the middle of winter. You can imagine if you're a child, you know, I don't know when double glazing came in, but you used to see adverts on the Ted Malt, a very famous person, used to do adverts for double glazing, and all of a sudden it became the thing to have. You know, you must get your double glazing. So in the papers, Tony Beak pleading with people to stop revealing which celebrity has been booted out. Well, people aren't revealing. It's one person. I don't know why you don't know this. Everybody else knows who he is. You know, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, apparently Dave Thorpe is his name, so we have to explain this to Tony Beak, who's been publishing the identity since 2012, was unrepentant. He said he gets tips off from moles in the audience, speaking at his home in Preston. He said, I'm just providing a service. I'm not spoiling anybody's enjoyment. I don't put the results up for everyone to see, and they have to search my site to find the result. There's an appetite from people who want to know the results before Sunday. What difference does it make? It's like, you know, Titanic, the ship goes down. Okay, well, that's ruined it for somebody somewhere. Dreadful. Meanwhile, the show was hit by illness the other day. Fleur East says Hamza, Will and Kim all had flu. Because once one gets it, they're all going to get the blooming thing, aren't they? But Fleur said, I got one full day of rehearsal with Vito Coppola, who was really ill. He was in bed, didn't move for 2 days. Why do these people get these... this flu where it lays them low? I mean, I've had colds before, but never anything that I go, I've got to go to... I've never had anything that I have to take to my bed. Real flu is very bad. I know, but I don't get it because I've had a flu jab, and I've also had my all my COVIDs. But I'm willing to have more. I think we should have as many as possible. I didn't get any side effects, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Producer, of course, drama, did the whole blooming thing, oh, I feel awful, can't come in, and he's much younger than I am, I have to tell you. So, Gwyneth Paltrow feels like she let everyone down over her divorce from Chris Martin. No, fortunately, darling, we didn't care. I don't know why you think you let people down. Why will that, Also, we will change the law to stop UK pilots training China's Air Force. The papers are campaigning to find out the names of these pilots who, for £250,000 each, are training China's Air Force to attack us, should it ever happen. And you think to yourself, they've taken the bullet, have they? Let's find out who these people are. They'll find out. The papers are very good. If they really want to find something out, somebody will leak it to them. So intelligence are trying to issue a rare threat alert warning now that China's military is trying to recruit serving and former RAF jet pilots to help train its own air force. So it's very interesting because ministers want to change the law to prevent the pilots from training the Chinese military. And so one of the papers, in fact, actually 3 of the papers this morning, are saying, let's find out who they are. They're going to put their names up there. They might be retired or they might be serving pilots. I've got no idea. But they're all doing it because it's £250,000. That's what they're doing it for. Anne Widdicombe in her column today talks about Camilla surrounded by Paddington bears. They've all been professionally dry cleaned, so we don't want any nasties going on. And they're going to go to Barnardo's. I don't know why just Barnardo's. There's about 1,000 of them, and they will then sell them, and the money obviously goes to charity. Very difficult, I suppose, to try and work out of all the charities. Can you imagine if you took a Paddington pear down there? Yeah, they could have given it to us. We could have distributed it with lots of little charities. But it's interesting that people who put their... I don't know what people thought when they put Paddington bears down there with their flowers. What did they think was going to happen to them? And marmalade sandwich. People put marmalade sandwiches down there. So, but I don't know what they thought was actually going to happen to the Paddington bears. Were they going to be thrown away or they weren't? But they know they kept them. I'd love to know how many they did throw away because they were grubby and dirty and things like that. There were 1,000 which were new. The rest of them were rubbish. And so at least the money goes to a good cause. But how they're going to sell them, I have no idea. Steve, Caroline here. My mother used to live in a 3-storey house. She made one of the bedrooms a lounge. We used to sit there, excuse me, watching TV with all these critters running backwards and forwards in the loft. She told me they were birds, but I was convinced they were rats. It was horrible. Ooh. I'm in Upelia. One here says, hearing you on my holidays in the sun with my daughter and son-in-law, so thank you for being there in the early hours. Well, it's the only time. It's the only time I can be here. I like the Labour Council who've cancelled an air show. Sunderland International Air Show has thrilled people for more than 3 decades. It has attracted about 2 million people since its launch, but the festival's been cancelled indefinitely because the council chiefs want to make the city carbon neutral by 2040. So in other words, they normally get large planes there, including the Red Arrows, Eurofighter Typhoon, and there's also fairground games, the seafront is packed with food counters and all the rest of it. And the Royal Navy traditionally have a warship, and the finale is a giant firework display. Back to our fireworks. The pandemic has put paid to the airshow for 3 years, but Labour-run Sunderland City Council has now confirmed it has no plans to hold the airshow again. Meanies. 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 Miserable meanies. Opponents have slammed the decision, say it's a blow to one of the city's most popular occasions. Meanies. They don't want you to have fun, do they? Council leader Graham Miller claimed people said they want to see new and different events, ones they can get involved with. Where do you get this garbage from? Has somebody written to you? Is it on lined paper or something? Yeah, but why not, carry on with the thing that brings in all the people and then work out other things to do as well? Meanies. Don't want to make a big deal about it. Apparently, Anthony Mullen, leader of the council's Tory opposition, said Sunderland Labour have proven it can't organise a successful events calendar. We were offering another excuse for the air show's cancellation. Again, we've been presented with ambiguity and uncertainty because the council is not properly organised. Meanies, they don't want people to have fun. They hate you. They hate you up there in Sunderland. They don't want you to have the International Air Show. They'd rather have so, because people have written to us. We've been written to and we are listening to the people. Yeah, they never wrote to you for the past 30 years. I don't know why they're writing to you now. I like this. There's a little boy in the paper the day. He's 6. His name's Bobby Davis. He dreamt of playing soccer like all his friends, but he only had half a heart. And he's been rejected by a series of teams. He had this problem, which is the right side of his heart not developing and requiring several operations. But they're going to let him play. They found a little team for him to play. He's only 6, and so he's joined a football team, bless him. I mean, honestly, makes you want to weep. It really does. Very sweet. Research. Oh, I've got to go, haven't I, in a minute. Research might suggest 70 is the new 50. Is it? Thank God for that. I was hoping it was going to be something. I don't like the idea that sort of, 70 is the new 90. That could be an absolute disaster. Can you imagine? So, a free limited edition Queen Elizabeth II tea towel when you sign up to the Mail Plus apps at Mail Subs and everything else. So that's your gift. And Meghan moaning again. Honestly, is this woman never satisfied? Never satisfied. And millions of pensioners could face an income squeeze of up to 430 quid next year, after, very kindly, the Prime Minister ditched her pledge to protect the triple lock. Thank you so much. Can't wait for PMQs. That'll go down very well. Hello? Hello? Is there anybody there? Anybody left in the Conservative Party? Can you put your... No, there's nobody left. Suella quits as the Home Secretary, then plunges the knife into the Prime Minister. The Chief Whip resigns, then resigns. Grant Shapps is the new Home Secretary, despite plotting against Truss. And it's only Thursday. I mean, do you think she's going to go before the weekend? I don't want to... Listen, I know exactly what you tune into this programme for. You don't tune in for political debate. That's a fact. We just give you the hard facts. You're going to be worse off this Christmas and you won't be able to eat because there'll be no food at any prices you can afford. Everything's up. Butter's up 28%. Cheese is up 20%. That cancels lots of things out. It's ridiculous. It's just getting worse and worse. And now we've got all these strikes taking place. I'm going to go to bed and take a tablet. I think it's the only way to see it through, and then wake up and hope it's just been a dream, like Dallas, that, people go, oh, it's going to be really bad this winter. I thought, what do you mean really bad this winter? It's bad now. But at least we'll have the Winter Wonderland, and we'll have a market down here. We won't be able to afford to buy anything, but, we can go and have a wander around and try and cheer ourselves up. It is just, it seems, doesn't it, like everything's collapsing. And all these people going on strike day, so there's no post today, and there won't be, I don't know, I've just lost the will to live. Dreadful, isn't it? So Suella quits as Home Secretary, and they print these letters. Dear Prime Minister, it's obviously done by a secretary, and she just then puts dear and then signs it at the bottom, and that's about it. 200 kamikaze drones shot down by the Ukraine. Putin's on the run. He's not doing at all well. The whole thing is collapsing like a pack of cards, not just in this country, but elsewhere. It really is going bad. What do we get? We get the Strictly Mole, who's been leaking the show's results, says he's done nothing wrong. Just because dreary old Tony Beat goes, oh, you're ruining it for people. Sod off. It's ridiculous. It doesn't mean anything. So he leaks it. It's like people who sort of review a film, and then sort of leak the ending of it. And you go, if you don't want to know, don't sort of listen to radio. Don't read the newspapers. It'll be in there somewhere. If it's that important to your life, that your life is that shallow and empty, I appreciate the fact that people like the programme. But it's like saying, oh, did you see Doctor Who yesterday? He killed a Dalek. And somebody goes, what? That's what people get excited about now. Dear BBC, I'm absolutely horrified that Steve Allen is talking about leaking of names. He makes money out of it as well. He sells advertising around it. Makes about £1,000 a time, so he's doing very well. But as he said, he's not doing anything wrong. Let them take him to court. What are they going to take him to court over? It's a publicly available television programme. I can tell you who's going to win it as well. There you go. Shall I ruin that for you today? You don't need to watch the whole programme. It's all filmed in advance. All this was filmed 2 years ago. This is filmed 2 years ago. That's why Matt Goss is still looking a bit depressed about the whole thing. But at least he was kicked out sooner rather than later. I mean, he wasn't up to it. He can't dance. He's too wooden. And if you can't dance, and there's a great kid. He's on. I found him on YouTube earlier on. He's on. It must be Britain's Got Talent, and he's autistic, and he dances. They've got him on film dancing in a dance studio, and the panel is sort of watching it. And he's really good. He's really good. He's autistic. And then all of a sudden, the screen that they're watching parts in the middle, and there he is on the stage, and he throws himself into it, heart and soul. He really does, and he loves it. And Cheryl, is sitting there with the tears rolling down her cheeks. I mean, seriously, you've never seen anything like it. I watched it twice now, and then his best friend, who is severely autistic as well, comes up on stage and hugs him. It's really brilliant. I can't remember what colour his hair is. You show? No, it's not him. No, there's loads of these kids out there who've got this amazing inner talent that comes out. And this boy, but why don't you try something that make Cheryl cry or something like that? As soon as I see a picture of him, I shall know which one he is, because you should watch it, because it's so inspiring. And the panel say, you're just amazing. You probably will inspire. Is it The Greatest Answer? They say that you inspired probably so many people, and his little friend comes up on stage and hugs him as well. It's an absolute sob fest. His name's Andrew. He's got Down syndrome. That's it, Andrew. That's him. You should have to watch it. And the reason you have to watch it is because he's so excited to be dancing, and he's got rhythm. But it brings him to life. And he does all these things, and he does backflips and all the rest of it. But Cheryl is sitting there with the tears rolling down her face. I've never seen anything like it. For somebody to inspire you like that, that's his mum. I'm narrating it for you this morning, only because I don't want to talk about politics, because it's driving me completely round the bend, I'm afraid, and probably you as well. And the little guy who's in the audience is his best friend, and he wants to go up on stage. And so the bloke goes, "Do you want to go up on stage?" He goes, "Yeah." And he takes him up on stage. But Cheryl she's in bits. She's in bits. It is really, really good. So it was The Greatest Dancer. That bloke, incidentally, was on Glee. But I didn't recognise him from Glee because it was filmed a long time ago. But he was so good, and he put so much effort into it. And his mother said he comes alive. When he dances, it's like one of those things that you can be, a particular person, and then you do something. It's like magic. You get a lot of people going into magic because it means you can pretend to be something else. You don't have to be yourself. You can be this other person. You could be the wizard. And so a lot of kids go into magic and they love doing it, and they're inspired by people like Stephen Mulhern. There are loads of people out there who are doing magic from a very early age, and they have a young magicians club at the Magic Circle. But to watch that boy Andrew dancing and to watch the tears rolling down Cheryl's cheeks is quite one of the best things I've seen in ages. And he's just absolutely lovely. He just seems to have a natural rhythm for dancing. He just really does. And you look at it, but you watch, all of a sudden the screens are going to open. They do this thing, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh, what's going on? He doesn't know. But he carries on dancing for them. And he's just brilliant, isn't he? He's absolutely, and his mum keeps saying, "Go on, go, keep going," and the audience love him. And I love inspirational stories like that. Makes me sort of have some kind of faith in human beings. I remember for years I compared the New Year's Day parade with a load of other very good people, Bob Bones' New Year's Day parade, and we used to have concerts in the Central Hall, Westminster, for about 3 days beforehand, and we would put on the bands who travelled from overseas to come and do their concert setting, because all the schools in America have a marching band which does their football games and everything else, and then they have a concert band, and the standard is exceptionally high. And I used to look forward to comparing these concerts. And the audience were mainly Americans, and they were so enthusiastic. You've never seen anybody more enthusiastic than an American audience. I hate to say it, but you go, any Brits in tonight? You get any Americans in? They would, the Brits are don't draw attention to ourselves. And the Americans, they bring the roof down, seriously. And they used to bring on all these marching bands, and they were absolutely brilliant. I don't think we had a duff one at all in all the years that I was comparing it, and they were brilliant. But my favourite was an all-girl band from Japan, and you can find them on YouTube. They do cheerleading. They do this banner waving as well. They throw these banners up in the air. They also all play their instruments. They do dancing. And this particular band, not a word of English. They didn't speak any English. They were so disciplined because there's a small area backstage or back of the organ in Central Hall, Westminster, and they were all there. Nobody spoke, nobody did anything. I was introduced to their band master, whatever it was, and his English was pitifully small, but they were absolutely sensational. They brought the house down. They'd never been outside of Japan in their entire life. This was all new to them. So here they are in a place which they've seen pictures of. Over the road, there's Big Ben, Westminster Abbey, you've got Horse Guards Parade, you've got Buckingham Palace, the Mall, and it's all, and they're seeing it. And it was fantastic. And they came on stage, they're fully costumed, they sang. They started off by sort of, doing their xylophones and everything else. Then they went into a band with brass instruments. Then they did the flag waving, which they throw up in the air and then they catch them again. And then they sang. It was just fantastic. Bessie, and all I kept thinking was, they've travelled all this way. They've never been outside of Japan in their entire life. And they're so disciplined and they're so proud to do it. We seem to be losing that in this country. We seem to be losing, something because the government basically have screwed it up. But not just screwed it up. That would be too polite a word, but I'm not allowed to say the other word. I get into trouble. I could probably put it on my little bit extra. But it just seems to be falling apart. There's pensioners getting worried about the fact that they might freeze to death over this winter because they can't afford to put the electric on. They were selling something the other day in Aldi, and it's an electric blanket that you wear. And they said, this will keep you warm in the winter. So it's like sort of an electric blanket, but you put your arms through it and all that. It was about 40 quid, but it's made by, who's it made by? I can't remember. I did remember it a minute ago, now it's gone again. But they said if you go to this manufacturer's website, you can get it for 28 quid. And you could sit there, you just plug it in, and you can be warm as toast. It's great as long as you don't want to move. If you want to start walking around, you'll have to get extra cable and start doing it that way. But I think that's what people are worried about at the moment. That's why I don't do politics. Not because I don't understand what's going on. It's because I think people go, not politics again. Please, not politics. Listen, can things get worse? Your weekly shop's going up. All your bills are going up. People are losing their jobs. Did you read that the last time Royal Mail went on strike, which was only a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? They're going to shed 6,000 jobs. They've said they've got a £350 million loss. Not exactly helping to go on strike again. Really? I don't know why the unions always think it's a good idea. What's old Mick achieved so far? Absolutely nothing. There's been no offers on the table. Nothing. And he thinks he's sort of Mr. Big. He's not. Because so far there's not been one offer. And in the end, they're going to end up losing people because they can't afford to run the railways because they're not making any money because the unions obviously want to line their own pockets first. I mean, Mick, I think, earns in excess of £100,000. I'm quite sure, lives in a... But we had that from Bob Crow. Bob Crow was exactly the same. He was living in a nice house and earning a decent salary. But that's not the answer, is it? It doesn't seem to be the answer because we've still got the strikes going on. And, oh, by the way, was it you, Joe, that told me about our rubbish strike in Richmond? 3 weeks. 3 weeks of no collecting rubbish. Our bins are full already. Wait for the rats to start appearing. And so the company, I think it's Serco, who look after stuff like that, they've all their men are on strike. Because I was expecting them to turn up yesterday. And I said to Lynn, because she's up early this morning, she's going off to a funeral in Cardiff. It's tomorrow, actually, but she needs to get up there today because the traffic can be quite bad. And I said, the bins have not been done. She said, I've just checked. Because we went out for a cup of coffee, and I said, a friend of mine told me at work 3 weeks they're on strike for. She said, no. There's been a resolution, has there? Oh, good. What does it say now? So they will return. So strike's over. Oh, thank God for that. There we go. Some sensible people, finally. Some sensible people. Because otherwise, and I'm old enough to remember... Look at the mess I've made in here, honestly. I'm old enough to remember when the rubbish was piled up in Leicester Square all those years ago, that the rats were openly just foraging and doing everything else during daylight hours. You've never said the whole of Leicester Square, the whole of it was full of rubbish. Sacks, everybody were just throwing it on there. And already our bins are full to overflowing, and people are going to start putting it down on the ground. Foxes and pigeons and crows and everything else are going to start digging into it, and we're going to end up with rats near human. Yeah, look at it. I mean, that's what Leicester Square looked like. You can find the pictures online. But I'm light-ent. I'm telling everybody I'm light-ent. I don't want to depress you too much about, somebody's quit as Home Secretary. We got to know them. The Chief Whip resigned, then unresigned, then Shapps is the new Home Secretary, despite plotting against Liz Truss. Doesn't make any sense, does it? They don't seem to like anybody in that party. The moment they get into power, out come the knives, sharpening them up. Ridiculous. And I thought of something else, actually. You know, they do the repair shop, which is very nice. It's the North Weald something, whatever it is. I can't remember. It's a thatched place and all the rest of it. And I thought to myself, what's it missing? What is it missing that they don't show you on the television? The bloody car park, which must be overflowing with cars, but they conveniently make out it's in the middle of the countryside. It's the North Weald something or something museum. And you think, where's the car park? Go on, show us all these cars parked on the fields. Because you're not telling me they walked there. Ridiculous, isn't it? Look at that, 18 minutes past 4.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 20 past 4. How are we this morning? It's a bit nippy. It's not as cold as it has been. But I got off the train at Twickenham a couple of days ago, and Twickenham was shrouded in mist. And I remember thinking, oh, it's like a pea souper. You know, all of a sudden you'd wait by the bus stop, and then out of nowhere the bus would arrive. A bit like Harry Potter, which was very nice indeed. Steve, says Dean, George Sampson was a brilliant dancer on Britain's Got Talent X Factor, but with him it was only to a version of Dancing in the Rain. I'm singing in the rain, da 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 da. Well, I remember seeing him. I didn't see him, but he was appearing at a theatre down in town doing something. And the crowds of girls that used to crowd around the stage door, and then he had an incident online, didn't he? Where he, let's just say, exhibited himself. I don't want to go any further into it. Steve, on this day in 1973, the Queen opened the Sydney Opera House. I still haven't been inside, says Shane. You must go. You must go. Go inside the Sydney Opera House. You must go. Kim says, us good folk are resilient. We'll come through this charade together in spite of them. I know we will. But it's just, there'll be a lot of people very worried. Very, very worried that they haven't got enough money to do this. They haven't got enough money to go and get their food. They can't afford to put the heating on. They can't afford to do lots and lots of things. And it has to change. I don't think it's going to change under Labour immediately. That's the problem. It takes a while. You can get yourself into a terrible mess, and then it takes ages to get yourself back out of it again. So if you're expecting any sort of magic wand waving, forget it. Forget it. Ian Dale's convinced that Truss is going to go today. I'm not so confident. I think she's going to cling on. I didn't see his tweet. What did he say on his tweet? Let's have a look. See if this is what Ian Dale said. He likes to be there, bless him. And it's a case of, he says, on the train home feeling utterly spent. I suspect tomorrow is D-Day. This show has to end soon. Yeah, but I just don't think it's going to happen yet. He uses a lot of rude words, doesn't he, Ian Dale? I've noticed, actually. He just uses a very rude word on one of his things. I've never done that. I've never written a rude word on anything in my life. No, I don't know these rude words. I have to sort of consult the oracle to find out more. Steve, I'm following Andrew on Instagram since he was on The Greatest Dancer. His mum runs it. He's got jobs in adverts and other things since he was on. So lovely, says Kathy. I thought it was just heartbreaking to watch him doing something that he really loved doing. And as I say, if you can make Cheryl cry, she was a hard-nosed what's it. Whew, I tell you. As we found out when she appeared in court. Dame Judi Dench says TV's Crown is being unjust to the royals. Have you noticed? Oh, you won't have noticed. But today there's Meghan Markle in the papers going, I was so grateful to have got to know the Queen. You didn't know the Queen at all, dear. You really? I think she sort of is trying to tell us something about our royal family that we knew already. That the Queen doesn't hang around with it. You don't go shopping together, dear, and link arms. We're not living in that doolally world that you inhabit. You know, and also somebody's come out after she complained about that show treating her like a bimbo. She said our intelligence didn't come into it. We were put on there because we were lovely looking people. She said there was no evidence of this at all. But there again, most of Meghan Markle's stuff is fantasy. You know, we're still waiting to find out because she hated the royal family. That's why they left the country. It's no good trying to turn it around. Amanda Platel said it looks like the greatest PR exercise in the entire universe. You know, Meghan Markle. All she's interested in is herself. Harry is looking like the spare part, I'm afraid, at the moment. He doesn't feature in anything. Nothing at all. He just sits there at home. Don't know what to do. I'm Prince Harry. Go and get drunk. There's nothing he can do. He can't go out. He's got no friends. What does he do? Sits there in that big house. She wants to move to a bigger one. Guess who's running the show? So the Strictly mole who's been leaking the show's results is saying he's done nothing wrong. But what's what we said in the first place? You know, if you don't want to know the results, you know, well, stick your fingers in your ears and go la-la. Because it doesn't make any difference. It's just a television programme. It's a little naff television programme which seems to spend... I'd love to know what each episode costs to make. Orchestra, 2 presenters. You don't need 2 presenters. 1 would be fine, thank you very much indeed. I saw a programme on. It was BBC One in the morning. And it was like some magazine-type programme. Piddly little studio. 4 presenters. 4 presenters. I don't know, but one of them was Angela Rippon, I think, and it might be that programme where they sort of investigate things. But 4 presenters. But the studio was about the size of a matchbox. And I caught it and I remember thinking, wow, why have they got so many presenters? Rip Off Britain. 4 presenters. 4 presenters. And there was another programme after, there were 3. But there was another one. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, I quite like it. But I think it's done live, as far as I know. But what was the programme after it? Is there a programme after it you can find? Which... Crime Watch Live with Rav Wilding. There's a talent. And Michelle Ackley. Hello, Michelle. Don't know why, it just made me laugh, actually. You've got Homes Under the Hammer, which now appears to have 3 people on it, which you don't need. Bargain Hunt, which has got all sorts of people on it. They all use all these loads and loads of people. Krista Trevenians is in Carmarthenshire with experts Philip Serrell and Charles Hanson, who I quite... Well, I'm just thinking to yourself, you could cut back on this an awful lot of money. You could pull down the set of EastEnders, put up some affordable housing for people, or perhaps open a food bank. That'd be quite a nice idea, wouldn't it? Eileen says, I do sometimes think, stop the world, I want to get off. With all the madness going on, but let's just look forward to Christmas. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire and crispy roast potatoes, chocolate, and nice movies. That's the good thing about Christmas movies. You can take yourself out of yourself and you can immerse yourself in fake snow and people falling in love and it being romantic and roaring log fires. And then somebody goes, I'm sorry, they've cut the electric off. And you go, well, what are we going to eat? And they go, nothing. Nothing. Would have to use Uber or something and go and get some KFC in. Maggie says, I had my COVID and flu jabs yesterday, 1 in each arm. Yeah, you can't go in the same arm. But I had mine. So I'm all jabbed up and flued up and all the rest of it. Whether it works or not, I've got no idea. I sat on the train. Actually, what colour is that man's hair? Who is that bloke? I've seen him before. That's Stephen Gerrard. He dyes his hair. Look at that colour. Don't get that on a man of his age. You can always tell around the edges, a little bit of the white creeping in there. I saw a picture of somebody the other day with white hair. Apparently it's supposed to look at that. I mean, I wonder what colour it said on the tin. Chestnut? Golden? I haven't a mic. I'm going to get it done today. I didn't have a chance yesterday. I was so busy doing things. Showbiz things. You don't know about them. Showbiz things. Light end things. Thinking about what am I going to talk about on the programme tomorrow. But whenever I get to that stage in my working day, I think I can talk about what am I going to talk about for ages. I'm very lucky that I'm versatile being light end, you know. Not a lot of people can do what I do, or even want to. I did watch PMQs, yes. I'm getting bored with that man from the SNP, you know, the one who looks like he's overeaten at the chip bar. Ian Blackford. Oh, what a bore. What a blooming bore. He really is. And deeply, deeply unpleasant. I understand how politics works. I know what they all do. You know, we used to have the Beast of Bolsover, old Skinner, and all the other characters. But, you know, this man obviously loves the sound of his own voice and the size of his stomach as well, because he's enormous. And then he starts off with sort of a bit of a compliment, and then he goes straight for the jugular. And you think to yourself, you're making a name for yourself, but if there's an election, you could be on your way out, matey. So, you know, it's always something to look forward to, isn't it? Food prices soaring. I'll tell you which ones are soaring, then you just avoid them, buy something else. I mean, even cereal's very expensive now. So I don't have cereal anymore. I never had that much cereal anyway. Ed Sheeran's just developed a new sun cream. Well, he hasn't. Somebody else will have developed it because he's not a chemist. And this is for ginger people whose skin is more sensitive than the rest of us. Katie Piper launches a campaign urging Brits to smile more. Do you know the person who attacked her all those years ago skipped the country, was allowed to skip the country? Couldn't believe it. Couch potatoes inspired to exercise more if you hang out with fit people. And the Amazon shoppers who could share a payout on web manipulation. And in Italy, a model stood naked on the steps of a church. And there was absolute uproar. You don't do things like that. It's an insult to God, whether you believe it or whether you don't believe it. Tacky old tart she was, but you know what they're like in Italy. They have naked game shows. Wait a minute, we have naked game shows as well. Doesn't make any difference. Hard-pressed shoppers, they say, are swapping to Spam. I love Spam. Have you ever had Spam? Delicious.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Thank you so much, says Alan, for telling us about Andrew's dancing. The clip is truly inspirational. When the news for all of us now is so depressing, so full of worry and so hopeless, Andrew brings us something so pure and happy and inspiring. Yeah. Watch it all the way to the end. And remember, there is hope. Because he doesn't worry about things like that. There was a line in the television programme the other day, and I can't remember what it was. Somebody said, I'm permanently happy because I don't know anything else. And it was something like that. It's a case of, you can think yourself happy. You can think yourself, you don't have to look around you. Not this precise moment if you're driving, because it's a car. But, look around you and sort of think, look, I've got a car. I've got a garden. We've got flowers in it and things like that, and we've got food on the table, and we can afford to sort of put the gas on once a week so we can all have a bath. We're doing a lot better. Imagine if you lived in the Ukraine, and you've got bombs and drones and everything else coming over you, and you've got nothing. You've got no power, you've got no electric, you've got no gas, you've got nothing at all. And you think, can we ever live like that? Even during the war, even though people got bombed out, there was a spirit of let's get up and do something. Let's do something about this. So people rallied round, and that's when you feel as though it all comes together. And that's why it's nice. But if you find Andrew on YouTube, you won't be disappointed, because he's actually got some really good moves. Some of his dancing moves are very, very good indeed. Iceland are selling Spam fritters now, says Penny in Bexley. Race you to the shops. Absolutely. I have seen the Spam fritters. They're very nice. 4 succulent Spam pieces covered in deliciously light and crispy golden batter. They're very expensive. How much are they? $2.25 is expensive. Well, you're going to starve then, aren't you? You're going to starve. I might go and buy 10 packets and throw 9 away. I'm so rich, just to spite you. But yes, I did know about that, actually. Andrea, normally in Yorkshire, but just in the gym on a boat looking over the Med, listening to LBC. How lovely. Have you had breakfast? No, you can't have done. You can't have breakfast, then exercise, so you must be having breakfast very shortly. I like the breakfast on the boat. I like hash browns. I always wanted chips. Always wanted chips for breakfast. I don't see why we should have to wait till lunchtime for chips. There's nothing about it that sort of is something that you don't need to have. But, I mean, if the worst comes to the worst, I will eat hash browns, but I only like the little ones, eggy soldiers as well. We quite like that. But love the show, says Andrea. Thank you very much indeed. We like people who love the show. A carer prepared a curry for a client and saw the face of Boris Johnson staring back at him. It's not the face of Boris Johnson. It doesn't look anything like it. It's Jonathan Hoytega reckons the chicken korma doppelganger is a sign that the ex-Prime Minister could return to number 10 to replace Liz Truss. Well, could do. He could do. Stranger things have happened. The Duchess of Sussex, she's not a duchess. Okay, let's not be silly about this. She's called Meghan. I'm not an actress anymore. I'm a huge international celebrity, and this is my... What's your name, love? Harry. This is Harry, my husband. He used to be in the royal family, but he's not in the royal family now at all. But she praises the Queen in an interview she was forced to reshoot in the wake of the monarch's death. She spoke of their warm relationship in your dreams. In your dreams. Really, called her a shining example of a female leader. Initially, she recorded a fluffy video about her favourite TV shows and love of Wordle and Scrabble, posed in at least 4 different designer dresses for the shoot at a California ranch 8 days before the Queen died, and then she had to update it. You know, all of this kind of... I was so grateful to get to know her. You didn't know her. You didn't know her any more than I knew her. You didn't pop round there all the time. You had to make an appointment to see the Queen. And that was the way it goes. Dame Judy, apparently, is furious. She's written a letter. The letter goes as follows. Whilst many will recognise The Crown for the brilliant but fictionalised account of events that is, I fear, a significant number of viewers, particularly overseas, may take its version of history as being wholly true, given some of the wounding suggestions apparently contained in the new series that King Charles plotted for his mother to abdicate, for example, or once suggested his mother's parenting was so deficient that she might have deserved a jail sentence. This is both cruelly unjust to the individuals and damaging to the institution they represent. But it doesn't help because the Queen's dead, so it doesn't actually make any difference. I mean, I think what they should have is a disclaimer. The producer came up with this one. Nothing to do with me. They should have a disclaimer at the start based on true events. They've just used journalistic licence, which I think is okay, isn't it? I mean, if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. But don't watch it and start moaning about it. Yeah, it's not a documentary. If it's a documentary, I could understand it. I like my cup of tea in the morning. Oh, Colleen Rooney is apparently celebrating her bumper payout from Rebecca Vardy. Boo, Rebecca. Boo, Rebecca Vardy. Not a nice person. But Colleen and husband Wayne and their 4 sons have flown to Dubai to holiday there. In fact, that's all they do. But that's their business. I couldn't care less. You want to go on holiday? Go on holiday. But they're at the Mandarin Oriental Jumeirah. It's one of the poshest and most exclusives. A top suite costs many thousands of pounds. Why would they worry about it? They're loaded with money. Loaded with money. But anyway, Rebecca Vardy apparently has signed a big money deal to appear in a high-profile documentary on the saga. What a horrible person she is. What a horrible person. I don't blame her for taking the money if somebody's stupid enough to give you money, but nobody likes her. Deeply, deeply unpleasant. But as I say, her career's finished. Washed up. That's why we got on one of the front covers, I think, of one of the tabloid kind of magazine-y type things. Basically, Colleen saying to Rebecca Vardy, "Stop talking about me. Stop talking about me," because Rebecca hasn't got any friends. They're very few and far between, I'm afraid. Rod Liddell talks about Meghan Markle, surprisingly, and saying she's now a woke joke. A woke joke. I love all these woke jokes. Meghan Markle, he says, has been telling everybody that she left Deal or No Deal because she felt she was portrayed as a bimbo. Yep, good call, Meghan, he says. Now you're portrayed accurately enough as a vacuous, grasping witch of wokeness. The witch of wokeness. Very cruel, isn't it? Glad you seem to like that better. We'd have preferred if you'd stayed in your old job. Well, I mean, she looks very happy doing it. And there's somebody else who was on exactly the same show, also employed. They weren't employed as bimbos. They were treated very well, as indeed all those girls were on those shows. They have to be, because otherwise people would have taken it further and made a big deal about it. But of course, never let it spoil that chip on your shoulder, you know, if something doesn't quite go your way. I just want to know, really, where Harry is in all of this. You know, she's going off for photo shoots, changing her outfits, doing all sorts of bits and pieces, and getting more publicity than she ever would have got as being a very average actress. Steve, the Corner Cafe on Lambeth Road do chips for breakfast. Do they, Ian? Do they? Are they crispy chips? Near Waterloo? Oh, wait a minute. The Corner Cafe. Where is that? Where is that? And they do chips for breakfast, do they? Oh, they open at 6 a.m. Ooh. Oh, it's a long way from Waterloo. That's a shame, actually, because it looks very nice. Looks like my sort of place. My father used to love a greasy spoon. He used to love a greasy... Look at that, blimey, look at that. Bacon, hash browns, and egg, and loads of beans, as opposed to that nice bacon, as opposed to one of those piddly little pots where they put the beans in there, and there's about 6 beans in. Look at that, that's nice. That's a mushroom omelette, isn't it? Oh, mushrooms again. They're very generous with their portions. Don't like the black pudding, though, guys. Not a black pudding person. But I do love the idea of chips with your breakfast. Chips and a sausage. Yeah, you get enough beans. Don't you really get enough beans? I don't do grilled tomatoes either. Although tomatoes are very good for you. Even for me, I can have tomatoes, which is quite a nice thing to do. So I was going to buy some yesterday, but Lynn was going off to go, and she sat on her glasses or something, has broken them. So we're hoping that the optician is going to replace them, because they must be guaranteed. It's not her fault she sat on the blooming things. Well, I don't know. Anyway, she said she'd never frequent this place again if they didn't replace them. There's no skin off their nose. They just have to fib, which isn't difficult. The L.S. Lowry painting of football fans outside a stadium sold for £8 million last night. Going to the match shows the matchstick figures in the former home of Bolton Wanderers. The 1953 work was bought by the Lowry Gallery in Salford, where it's been on display for 22 years. Chief Executive Julie Fawcett said it was thanks to an incredibly generous gift from the Law family charitable foundation. So that's lovely, but I think they've given it back to them and said, no, you have it, and put it up where it is. £8 million. Do you think if Lowry, during his lifetime, had been told that your picture one day was going to fetch £8 million, I mean, they'd have gone, yeah, whatever. I mean, do you think poor old Van Gogh and his sunflowers, because he didn't just paint one lot of sunflowers, he did loads of sunflowers. In fact, so many of his pictures were of somebody. He was round the bend. He just kept painting. So, what are you doing? Vincent, what are you doing? Sunflowers. What? Not more sunflowers. Kanye West is facing a £220 million lawsuit over comments he made about the death of George Floyd. But you can't libel the dead. So why would they be asking? Kanye's representatives were asked to comment, although lawyer Nuru Witherspoon, what a great name, said George Floyd's daughter is being re-traumatised by his comments. But as I say, if you say something about somebody, they might have known each other. I don't know. It's in America. But they go for huge amounts of money. Have you noticed? I mean, it's not like, £20 or £20,000. 220 million we want. I told you Rock Hudson was sued after his death for giving AIDS to his then boyfriend. And Rock Hudson was in a court. He lost the case, even though he was dead, represented in court by a chair. The chair in the middle, and they addressed questions to the chair. Seriously. And the boyfriend won because Rock Hudson had lied. He hadn't said that he was HIV positive and carried on having sex. And was basically a bit of a good time boy. He was having sex all over the place. And I remember all those pictures that came out when the illness took its hold on him. And he'd been kissing one of the members of Cast, and they put them on the front page, and they were going, oh, and she didn't know, I don't think, at the time, because he hadn't said anything. But he didn't realise that he was looking he was gaunt and just looked absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
We were just talking about the hairy bikers, and I said, do you remember the two fat ladies and the motorcycle and the sidecar and everything else? And Jennifer was the first one to die. She died, well, we think about 20 years ago. 20 years ago, but I used to watch them on the television. The other one was Clarissa Dixon Wright. And they brought out books. They sort of became television personalities. But interestingly, the hairy bikers met on the set of Harry Potter. That's where they met. You see, all these things happen. Mike in Finchley says, personally, I'd make a good bow tie wearing mutual friends as Prime Minister. He'd do a better job than Liz by far. Yeah, I mean, they're taking bets, aren't they? Is she going to go today? I don't think she's going to go today. She's already said, at Prime Minister's Question Time, it was almost like, it was like a Thatcher line, the lady is not for turning. But of course she was. Yeah, she normally does the opposite. So I'm not leaving, I'm here for the long term. See ya. That'll be it. I see the London Mayor. I didn't know we had one, actually, but apparently we have. He's called Sadiq Khan. He's flown the equivalent of 14 times around the globe whilst lecturing about going green. He loves it, doesn't he? He's obviously sort of one of these egotists who wants to go out there. Apparently, they say the hypocritical Labour chief and his team have racked up 361,000 air miles during his time in City Hall. It would have emitted nearly 200 tonnes of carbon and would require another 10,000 trees to be planted to soak it up. Mr. Khan claimed he and 6 of his staff had to attend this week's C40 Eco Conference 7,000 miles away in Buenos Aires. So you have to take 6 staff with you. What can't you manage by yourself? What do you take staff for? Ridiculous. His previous trips have been to Poland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, Copenhagen and Rotterdam. Blimey. The London Assembly Tory, Tony Devonish, said Londoners will be wondering which is the heavier, the tons of CO2 Sadiq Khan and his team will emit on the flights, or the hot air he'll put out when he gives his inane speech. Yes, you really can't start preaching about green issues when you're going on one of these planes. Like Harry, we've all got to go green. And then you suddenly realise that he's been on a private plane. It's just hypocritical. Really dreadful. Apparently, the Mayor's office says, as the elected chair of the C40 network of global cities, the Mayor is attending the C40 World Mayors Summit to lead critical discussions on direct action. It's an opportunity for just eating and mixing with a few friends. That's all it is. They do them all over the world. It doesn't mean anything. It won't change anything. Nothing will be happening. I see that Mo Gilligan has got to find a new girlfriend. He's signed up to a celebrity dating app, Raya. He describes himself in his profile as a comedian working in television, and there's a snap of him posing in a blue T-shirt, which he shared on Instagram at the start of the month. An insider said Mo's a real catch. Obviously not. Obviously not. You know, I don't want to go on to any of these dating sites. It's just absolutely ridiculous. You know, somebody says he'll have potential girlfriends eating out the palm of his hand. Obviously not. That's why he's having to go on a dating site, because nobody wants to go out with him. I love the way a comedian working in television. Obviously not. I love it. What else we got? Apparently cat lovers struggling to cope with the death of a moggy can now call a comforting helpline. The volunteers also offer advice and support if a pet is missing, which is nice. Pause to Listen, PAWS, Pause to Listen, was launched by animal charity Cats Protection. It's on 0800 024 9494 if you feel the need to call them. And it said it was normal for owners to think no one understands how you feel when a pet dies. So 0800 024 9494. There we go. I mean, that's a worthwhile thing, isn't it, to have? I'd be the same if the producer sort of up and left or something like that. I'd have to call it Cats Charity at the same time. He's gone. He's gone. Which budget shampoo would you rather have? They've got all because apparently, you know, the more bubbles you have, the better it looks. But I use a medicated shampoo, mainly because I like the smell of it. But they've got all sorts of things here. Morrison's Wild Raspberry Shampoo. And they're not very expensive. Most of these things are about £1. I mean, some of them are a bit more expensive. They've got Alberta Balsam Juice Green Shampoo. You've used that, have you? 95p. Very lovely. I quite like the, what have we got here? Lidl Cien Dazzle and Shine Shampoo, as if... Oh, you've used that as well, have you? You bought... that's what... very good. Very good. Boots Everyday Mango and Papaya Shampoo. You must try that one. It's only 75p. I remember the time when we used to run out of shampoo, and we used to use Wright's Coal Tar Shampoo. If we ran out, we used washing up liquid. And you'd get so many bubbles. We didn't have any money. We didn't have money to go and buy these things in the early days. People weren't as rich as they are now. When did shampoo come in? I don't know. I asked me that question before, honestly. Always ask the most inopportune moment and the most inopportune question. I don't know when. What comes out top? Wait a minute. Let me find. So wash rating 4, 8. Pantene Classic Clean Shampoo. Oh, no, wait a minute. No. Aldi Lacura Hydrate Shampoo. 99p. It gets a 10 wash rating. 10's very good. 10's very good. Worst one, Alberto Balsam Juice Green Apple Shampoo. Only gets a 3. Only gets a 3. Boots Everyday Mango and Papaya Shampoo. 75p. That's a 10 rating and value for money. 10. That's the one you've got to change to. You want to smell like papaya and everything else. What else got 10? Nothing. Nothing at all. Coconut shampoo by Sainsbury's only got 4. A 4. So that's one not to bother with. But Boots Everyday Mango and Papaya Shampoo. 75p. I love Boots' new shampoo, says the reviewer on this. And it made me feel healthy and my hair looks shiny and hydrated. So it's going to be a waste of time for me, isn't it? What's the point of having something like that? I don't know. Almost 1,800 pints of prison hooch was seized at a jail in 1 year. Well, I don't know what they seem surprised at this. You can get anything you want in prison. You want cocaine, you want heroin. It can all be obtained. They just get people to bring it in for them, and it's fine. They get drones to bring it in. Oh, look at that. Deep sleep shower gel. That's what Pete uses all over. A 99% natural body wash to help promote a good night's sleep. Well, how does that work? How can putting, shower gel on give you a good night's sleep? And are you one of those... you're obviously one of those people, who obviously has their shower before they go to bed. You see, I have it after. I've been to bed. Excuse me. And then I wake up and I have the shower then. I wouldn't have the shower. Yes, it wakes you up. I wouldn't have the shower before I go to sleep. That would be a bit of a pointless exercise, wouldn't it? Listen, it beats Pete eating the chocolate. You know what he's like. He's absolutely obsessed with it. Angela said, I had chips with an egg and sausage McMuffin for brekkie in Galicia in Spain yesterday. They serve full menu any time of the day. Delicious. I wish they did over here. I don't see why you shouldn't have chips over here. They go, oh, it's hash browns, it's breakfast. I don't want hash browns, I want chips. I think they should make them do it. Make it much easier, isn't it? Have you seen the new burger? They've got a new burger. What does this one do? It's called a McCrispy. Oh, it's just a deep-fried burger, isn't it? Is it? Have you got a picture of it? Does it look nice? Is this for lunchtime or for breakfast? Lunchtime, as always. Is it on? Oh, that looks like just looks like a piece of chicken, doesn't it? Oh, it is chicken. Oh, right. I thought it was a burger. It's not. It's chicken. 100% chicken breast fillet. It's chicken for chicken lovers. So that'll be just about everybody, I should imagine. Oh, right. Oh, that's the all-new McCrispy. Quite like the look of that, actually. What was the other one you just showed me? What was that one? McPlant. I don't like the... I mean, it looks nice, the McPlant thing, but I'm not particularly bothered by plants that sort of masquerade as something else. Bogus, I call them. Bogus. That's available in all of them. But I fancy the McCrispy. That looks quite nice. I think I'd be tempted to take it out the roll and just eat the crispy bit. Because they do... Wait a minute. They do this in Costco. They've had it in Costco for ages. It's replaced the Chicken Legend. What was that? I'm obviously not well versed with their menu, but I quite like the idea. Spam fritters, says Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales. My mum's favourite. She used to fry them with her homemade fat chips in, sorry, he says, mushy peas. A meal fit for kings and taffs. So tidy. Tidy that. But spam fritters, fabulous. Producer turned his nose up. And you think to yourself, goodness sake, it's a spam fritter. Everybody loves them. If you'd had one, and also if you have a burger in batter, that's delicious as well. That really is delicious. Oh, goodness me, honestly, I could eat it right now. Steve, I'm stopping in bed. It's thunder and lightning outside. Well, that's what they've said today, haven't they? I think mainly for us down south. So, Nikki, stay in bed. Don't go anywhere. What's the point? And Jill says, after a lovely evening out at a Turkish restaurant with friends yesterday, driving home, I saw a house all lit up with Christmas lights. Took my mind off all the political shenanigans. That's what I'm trying to do. Take you away from it. You don't need any more depressing news, do you, about, politics and who's in and who's out and how many have they got left to go and will she go before the weekend? Will she go today? Ian Dale reckons yes. I think he's wrong. I think she'll cling on over the weekend.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to October the 20th, the year 2022, which is, I was going to say, is it going to go down as an historic year because of the changes in... I've never known it. Things change so quickly. So the Queen died, which is something we were expecting, but when it actually happened, we suddenly realised how awful it is not to have her there. Although, to be honest with you, she's had so many problems within the royal family. So many ghastly members of the royal family embarrassing themselves. Can you imagine old Tyndall having to do, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, because he truly believes that he's a celebrity. As opposed to, he's only famous because he's married Zara what's-it. I mean, I wonder what she'd have made of the government. What, the Queen? Oh, God. Yes, I've met one Prime Minister. Oh, there's another one. What, already? Can see it, can't you? You can definitely see it. Perdita. Shooting season 5 of Magnum P.I. is both a blast and exhausting. I feel lucky to be away with all that's occurring back at home. Oh, no. You're very lucky to be away filming because she's in Magnum P.I. Okay. I'm a secret spam food fan. Even cutting my finger badly on the can key last time I has not put me off, but I hope you're keeping well. I am keeping well. Oh, that spam, it was delicious. You get it all as one piece, you squeeze it out of the thing, then you slice it, into whatever you want. Then you dip it in the batter and then put it in the fryer. Delicious. Delicious. Cooked spam. Oh, dear me, honestly. Beats fish and chips. And it must be cheaper, mustn't it? Chris, currently in Shrewsbury, says, hope you're well on this fantastic morning. Any shower in the morning is the law. Oh, sorry, always shower in the morning. I was talking about that, although we're doing a weather forecast. Always shower in the morning, it's the law. I like a shower in the morning. It kind of wakes me up. And there's something, although people sort of say, how long do you spend in the shower? I can spend ages in the shower. Some people are in and out in like 4 minutes. Is that what you are, in and out in 4 minutes? Oh, I linger. I wash everything, then I wash it all again. Yeah, I've got a seat in my shower, but that's something completely different. There's not one here in this building, which is a shame. I must campaign to get a seat in the shower. Go on, book me a seat in the shower, like a Chesterfield. Many years ago, Steve, the Two Fat Ladies series recommended a bacon butty van down at the Lake District. The ex and I got up very early one Saturday morning, drove down to it, and had our breakfast at it. Best takeaway bacon butty to date, says Kim. Oh, I love a bacon. I had 2 the other day. Actually, I can't tell you the story. No, I can't tell you the story. But it's a very good story, actually. No, I'm not going to. No, I'll save it for another time. No, it was okay. It was just that I think the woman undercharged me for the 2 bacon butties with extra bacon. Because I think it's £2 something and then 50p for the bacon, and whatever it was, I seemed to get quite a bit of change back. And I looked at it, I thought, that can't be right. But unfortunately, my brain was not functioning properly. 2 bacon butties, very nice. Thank you very much indeed. Joe says, Steve, McDonald's are also doing new potato waffles for a short time as part of the breakfast. Oh, I love potato waffles. Mini potato waffles. Are they doing those now? How much are they? For breakfast. And how many do you get? 3? What's the point of having 3? I should have a bag of them. 3 crispy potato waffles. And how much are they, do we know? Well, find out the price. I might not have enough money on me today to afford that. Oh, how lovely. 3 potato waffles. I might have to go, I'll have 9 potato waffles, please. If they're about £1 something each. If they're not, we won't. Because you used to get a big bag. I can't remember how much they used to cost, actually, in the other one, the other burger place. And they were quite nice, a little bag of hash browns. But I quite like potato waffles. I always used to love those. My mum used to do them. They were frozen, weren't they? And they'd come out the freezer, and then she'd fry them. 3-pack, £1.39. Oh, that's me sorted out. That's me sorted out. I'll be 3 packs today. 3 packs or 3... Yes, you get 3... Pack of 3. Okay. Wow. £1.39. That's doable. I could afford that. If there's no queue today, I shall go and get them. Honestly, it's bad, isn't it, really? It's very bad. I shouldn't be talking about this. Tony Blackburn, sensational, has sort of reckons he needs to change. The veteran broadcaster has become an unlikely campaigner for a new breed of older islanders. This is for Love Island. He thinks he should have older people. He was inspired while appearing on Michael McIntyre's The Wheel alongside Ian Sterling. In this Saturday's episode, the contestant opts to shut down poor Tony when dealt a question on the topic of Love Island. Tony joked, what a surprise. What I want to know is, why isn't there a Love Island for the over 70s? We can call it Wrinkly Island. And then Ian joked, because Tony, you'd enter it and there'd be no women left for anybody else. That is true. He is very successful. Very successful. He wrote a book, didn't he, detailing up all of his conquests. I mean, like 250. Amateur. Sorry, it was higher. You think it was... Oh, right, higher. Remember when they did Old People on Blind Date? Yep. And they do it for the dating programme. I saw a woman the other day. She was sitting with this old man, and she said, look, you're very nice, but you're just not for me. You know, you either have chemistry or you don't have chemistry, and they quite clearly didn't. He seemed a bit nonplussed by the whole thing, but they were older people. We like sort of older people, but I'm going to get these potato waffles, definitely. Steve, this is Duncan in Vancouver. It's still last night here, coming home to London on Friday. Who'll be PM when I land? Well, at the rate it's going, Winnie the Pooh. Could be anybody. We don't really know who it is. I don't think they know either, because they don't seem to have anybody. You know, I mean, I really don't know why we're talking about it, because it's just let's just wait till the dust settles, as has been suggested by a number of you, because it's the only way you're going to find out, isn't it? And how it's like the budget. How many budgets have we had this year? We had the main budget, we've had the little tiddly budget, now we've got another budget, and then there'll be another one around the corner. It's budgets. Budgets all over the place. But unfortunately, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is, A, putting more money in our pockets, no matter how small. Nice to have a little bit more money in your pocket. You know, somebody saying, look, we really recognise what you do. And that's good. Oh, look, there's Molly King. She's decided to do a photograph for Fabulous magazine, which I think is News of the World, isn't it? And it can't be Sun on Sunday. And she's pregnant with, so it's the old one that was done by Demi Moore ages ago, standing there with the stomach out in front of her. She's not married. I'll mention that. It's my big thing. Not married. No, separate rooms, Sybil, separate rooms, not married. We always remember that. I thought it was so good, actually. So good, Fawlty Towers. So Ed Sheeran's got a new sun cream for gingers. And the reason is that apparently redheads are very pale and burn. So if ever you want to really annoy them, take them out into the garden and stake them out and just leave them there. And they will turn. That's this sort of dreadful, crispy red colour, which is not so good. I mean, I don't tan either. I've got very sensitive skin. I'm a very sensitive little soul, really. Not. I do tan, yeah, but not been for a long time. I just end up burning the top of my head. That's all it is. I've deep gratitude. I spent time with her and got to know her. This is Meghan, sitting there. This was back in 2018, where she happened to be, the Queen happened to have landed herself, Meghan Markle. And they keep reprinting the same picture as if this was, the be-all and end-all. The lady, Claudia Jordan, is a former co-star of Meghan Markle's on Deal or No Deal. She's blasted Meghan's claim she was reduced to a bimbo. Claudia says, yes, getting a modelling gig on a game show isn't necessarily about your intellect. Deal or No Deal never treated us like bimbos. If you show up and seize your moments, there's no limits to what you can do with the opportunity. So there you go. Because Meghan made out that it was, we were just treated like, a bit of, this little bit of meat, like a cattle market, of which, of course, that was not true. That was not true. So, yeah, more economical with the truth, I think. What else have we got? Oh, the two men who've been charged over the Just Stop Oil protest. Morgan Troland. There's a posh name, isn't it? 39. And Marcus Decker. Of no fixed address. But the other one comes from... where's it come from? Islington. Amazing how these people meet up. Yeah. So falling over on the ice, but of course you would. It's slippery. I don't know why they expressed surprise here. Patsy Palmer took to the ice, and the actress famed for yelling "Reggae" on EastEnders gave it a go at a rink in Los Angeles. Los Angeles? How does that work out? Anyway, Liberty X singer Michelle Heaton took a tumble in London. I mean, her career had finished ages ago, hadn't it? I don't know. Have I ever ice skated? Yes. I can do straight line. I just can't turn corners. I just have to hit the barrier the other end and then sort of turn myself around trying to be as graceful as possible. I'd love to be able to ice skate. There's always some kid, I always used to joke to people, that I remember going to, it was my oldest goddaughter's birthday, and she had it at an ice rink in Essex, very famous ice rink. And we were there, and they said, "Oh, Uncle Steve, are you going to skate?" And I went, "No." Sort of show myself up, but I did, unfortunately. I mean, I didn't fall over, which I was grateful for, but there's always one little girl, based, probably around 9 or 10 showing you up. Not only has she got the little rah-rah skirt on and everything glittery and all the rest of it because it was Essex, but she skated backwards, she did pirouettes, she did you hated her in the end. There's always somebody there that sort of shows you exactly, how bad you are. But in a straight line, I skated when I was in Vienna. And I had a go at it. Not my sort of thing, actually. When you stop skating and you take your skates off, it's very difficult to walk because you're used to sliding. And when you don't slide, it's very, very odd indeed. Ben Elton says picking up the Friday Night Live mic after more than 30 years will be more than just a little nerve-wracking. But he's a professional. He will do it. He will walk. It'll be a walk in the park for him. Once he starts, he'll be off and running. Steve, it should be illegal to shower in the morning. Where's my thing here? To shower in the morning. Why would anyone want to be working all day and doing other things to then get them to be dirty, says Connor in Bracknell. So it should be illegal to shower in the mornings. So you're getting in bed dirty. Oh, right, you're getting in bed dirty. Well, not really. You've had a shower. I mean, how dirty do you get at work? Unless you're a coal man or you work down the pits. You're just sort of anybody else. I don't get dirty. I'm filthy, says the producer. Just Filthy Alan, they call me. Filthy Alan. Sean in Cambridge says, I've just run out of milk, so I've used clotted cream in my coffee. Ugh, it goes all bitsy and horrible. Looks disgusting. Clotted cream. Why on earth would you not have milk, but you've got clotted cream? Slightly worrying. Have you set up the Christmas tree yet, says Damien from Sweden? I remember you tend to be quite early. I haven't put it up yet, no. I haven't decided I'm going for a real tree or a fake one. I'm probably going to go for a real tree. There's something about real trees. They're very, very therapeutic.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 18 minutes past 5. Trust you are well today. I see that Mel C, the Spice Girl, got pelted with Weetabix at one of her first solo gigs in the 90s. It might have been a welcome alternative to what other acts get chucked, but sadly she suffered that as well. I think it was a bit naive at the time, she tells a podcast. This was after accepting the slot at the then indie favourite, the V Festival. Some friends of mine live over the road from where they put the V Festival on. So I went on after Faithless and Manic Street Preachers were headlining, so it was quite a strange lineup, and I was positioned really weirdly. I had bottles of things thrown at me, and in my memory there was even Weetabix. I don't know how you throw it, because they're quite light. The mind boggles at why a 90s youngster would be carrying cereal from their tent to the main stage, and where on earth do they store the milk? Still, at least someone now in their 40s has a decent dinner party or breakfast tale to share with the table. Imagine throwing Weetabix. It used to be that they used to pelt them with the bottles that they'd weed into. That was quite a normal thing to do. Because what else they do with it? I suppose just leave it where it is, actually. Good news, Susanna Reid said she will not be opening the door to trick-or-treaters, admitting she has Halloween anxiety. She told Richard Madeley, it's a tradition that we've inherited from America. I get the Halloween thing, but it's gone bonkers. I absolutely agree. Absolutely. The first time I ever saw it, I told you, was in the film E.T., where they're walking about on the road, and he's doing his thing, you know, sort of, E.T. phone home, E.T. phone home. And it was lovely. She said, you've got people knocking on your door and you're not sure if they want sweets or money. Yeah, I think just electrify the door handle. It always seems to work fairly well. Because the trouble is, you don't see people going out now, because the sort of kids who go out there, you can't let your kids wander about on the street doing trick-or-treating. So generally the parent goes with them and has to wait by the garden gate. And some people are good about it in America. I mean, over here we're not particularly good about it. They have a big basket of sweets and they go, you know, have some sweets. So the kid will take as many as they can cram into their pockets. I never understood it, you know, because then they go, if you don't give us a treat, we're going to egg bomb your house or something like that. I mean, when I was young, we didn't have anything like that at all. We had bonfire night, and we did build a bonfire. There would be the big bonfire in the village where we were, and you would sort of go and add to it, because that was really very... Even if it was raining, they still lit the bonfire, and the smell of bonfires and the smell of fireworks was fantastic. Still love it to this day. I haven't changed on anything like that. Here we go. There's it's a nasty little piece of work. This is Jessica Baker. Jessica Baker's a vile person. She apparently slashed the face of her boyfriend's ex with a stiletto-shaped perfume bottle in a park showdown after yelling, "I'm going to do you in." She's obviously inarticulate as well. Jessica Baker, 20, playing mental age of about 5, I should imagine, was sentenced to 12 months in prison, suspended for 2 years after leaving Amelia Duckworth bloody and concussed. I don't know what you have to do to somebody now to get sent to prison. Baker was in a relationship with Miss Duckworth's ex when they got into a social media spat. The rivalry heated up to the point where mum of one Baker, Jessica Baker, confronted Miss Duckworth with a bottle of Carolina Herrera concealed behind her back, struck her twice across the head. Miss Duckworth's cousin, Georgia Hooper, took photographs of the moment. Baker launched her attack. The victim needed stitches for a gash, and still they didn't send her to prison. God in heaven. Apparently, this was in Poundbury in Dorset. This is King Charles's experimental village. I thought it was classy. Quite clearly not when you've got an old thing like this here. That's Jessica Baker, 20. A witness saw her walking with a purpose. She had a phone in her hand and was staring at the phone, gobbing off, effing and blinding. So obviously very common as well as a thug. Miss Hooper said to the defendant, "If you have something to say, just say it." And then the other one said, "I'm going to do you in." But anyway, Baker admitted Jessica Baker, 20, admitted actual bodily harm and possession of an offensive weapon. She's got to abide by a 2-month curfew between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m., pay a 160 quid victim surcharge, and also subject to a 2-year restraining order. What a revolting piece of filth. What a revolting... And she didn't go to prison. I'd have had the doors to the paddy wagon opened immediately. You in, go away. 2 years in Nick. They're so desperate for stories in the paper today. The fact that Lorraine Kelly apparently has done a spot of dieting. That's the story. There is nothing else. She's back to her happy and healthy self. I wonder if she's going to bring out a DVD at Christmas. Somebody will be bringing out something, won't they? That's the way it goes. BBC's Top of the Props. They've got all sorts of things, including Tour of Duty items, a Dalek, and they've got old microphones and stuff like that. All sorts of little bits and pieces. And also the bust of Queen Victoria, which is from the Queen Vic. It's quite nice for them to keep all these things. You know, because it's always useful when they're sort of making new programmes. Bobby Warren's is, in television terms, legendary. And what he does, he's the man who you see properties buyer, Bobby Warren. So if it calls for a pink and green Rolls Royce, he will find you a pink and green Rolls Royce. His name appears on so many television credits. You know, properties buyer, Bobby Warren. Property buyer, Bobby Warren's. And he wrote to me for a little while. And he just must have the best little book that you could ever want. Because it's got everything in there. Everything. You know, whatever you want. If you're looking for 1930s stuff, 1940s stuff, he's got it. He also got a special award at BAFTA in 2017. He's dressed the sets of television's biggest hits for more than 50 years. Strictly Come Dancing, Two Ronnies, The Young Ones, everything. I mean, the first stuff he was doing was Zed Cars and Dixon of Dock Green before he took charge of props. He studied at Art College in Kingston, and he did the Morecambe Wise Christmas show, and he did everything. He said, I'm paid to do something I enjoy. It's all glitter, 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 and lots of Hollywood. And he absolutely loves it. But he's very, very famous. The man that you don't know what he looks like because you don't see many pictures of him. He doesn't sort of over-publicise what he does. He still twitters. But very famous. Very, very famous. Very nice person. So there you go. What else we got here today? Oh, the protester beaten at the Chinese consulate in Manchester is scared he'll be silenced. For that reads something really quite horrendous because the Chinese and their history of things like that, not so good. Apparently, Patsy Palmer lives in Malibu with her family. She's done so for years. She has a thriving business out there, and her husband builds and sells massive houses, says Milo. Thank you. She's married to an American director, says somebody. She lives in Los Angeles. Well, Los Angeles, Malibu. And can you please, says Susie and Farnborough, stop talking about the best breakfast. I'm having a procedure at 11 o'clock this morning, and I've only been able to drink water. Oh, not having a colonoscopy, are you? I've been there. Can't wait for that first cup of coffee. Oh, me too. It happens. I mean, if it is colonoscopy or endoscopy, then it happens very quickly. You'll be in and out. The only reason you have to wait is to make sure that you're okay afterwards. You have a little mild sedative in the back of your throat for the endoscopy, and the other one you don't have anything. But it's absolutely fine, and they keep you there. They give you a cup of tea and a biscuit, and it's the best tasting biscuit I've ever had. The reason it was bad for me is because I had to fast. But I'm diabetic, so I couldn't take any of my tablets. I just had to sip water. So, in fact, when they said, would I like a cup of tea and a biscuit? Too bloody right. Thank you very much indeed. Didn't Monty Python do a sketch about spam? Yes, it is a song. Spam, 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 spam. So it went. Neil, the night bus driver from Brighton, talking about ice skating. They're putting up the temporary ice skating rink at the Royal Pavilion ready for Christmas. Do you know they're a big money spinner? They put one up at Hampton Court. They're all over the place. Big money spinners, big money spinners. Matt says, I've got such a sore throat, but you're making me feel better. Really? What, you've got a sore throat? God, my powers of persuasion are even better than I thought. I'm like a lozenge. A lozenge. Jill says, in our neighbourhood in Brickhouse, we all leave sweets outside the house or leave a pumpkin in the window so kids know to only go to those houses for Halloween. I don't know why we've inherited it. The Americans have got some very odd things. Very, very odd things. But including McDonald's and those little, what do we call them? What were they called? Waffles. Little waffles. 3 of them. 3 of them. It doesn't seem enough, does it? I mean, that's just a mouthful for me. 3. I'd have to get 3 or 4 packets. I'd have to get 4 packets. Yeah, I've probably got the money, but I bet you anything there'd be a queue at McDonald's this morning, and I'll be going, I can't be bothered, actually. Halloween, says Jim, is a pagan festival, Steve, that America inherited from us. They commercialised it and sold it back to us. I don't think we want it. I don't think we want it. It's just one of those sort of dreadful things, isn't it? Liam Gallagher has reunited a feud with his brother. He's called him an angry squirt, which is not very pleasant. Katie Piper launching this campaign urging Brits to smile more, which is okay. And Truss says she's a fighter, not a quitter, which indicates to me she's not going to step down anytime soon, but she has done U-turns for ages. And it'll be the smallest term in office, won't it? Would she be the shortest term? I would think so. Michael Ball in the paper today on beating depression and stage fright. And they talk about his long-term relationship with Cathy McGowan. Happy birthday today, Danny Boyle. Anybody? Train spotting? 60 foot. I don't know how old he is. I've got no idea. I'm just mentioning it. Snoop Dogg. Does he have a real name, do you think? I think it's called Eric or something. I don't know. I don't know enough about Snoop Dogg. What? Calvin Snoop Dogg. What is his name then? Calvin Broadus. What's the matter with that? I think that's quite a good name. Calvin Broadus. Calvin's quite a good name, isn't it, really? And Danny Minogue. I reckon she's 51. 51 for Danny Minogue. Do we reckon? I don't know. I'm always bad on my guesses. Am I right? 51. It's uncanny, isn't it? Honestly, I'm a bit psychic. James Corden banned from Ryanair after they're only joking. They just thought they'd jump on the bandwagon and say you're not flying with Ryanair ever again, which I think is quite a funny idea. It's all blown up and it's all gone away because...
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
It's all gone away. Peter Crouch reckons he'd be transformed into a sucked lollipop if he lost his hair. He's 6'7". He is pledged to have a hair transplant in a bid to lengthen his career. People are obsessed with the hair thing, aren't they? Can't you be sort of bald and be successful, or do you have to have hair? I mean, I'm what? Bald? Cheeky devil, honestly. I know what you meant there. You were saying I haven't got any hair. Dwayne Johnson? What's he got? Hair? Oh, he's got no hair. Oh, right. Not going to argue with that one.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. If you've just woken up, it's going to be a wet day today, but that doesn't matter. I don't mind a wet day. We've still got a hosepipe ban. Although, I went down to my brother's a couple of days ago. I had to drop something off for him. I have to pre-plan it because of the price of petrol. I have to look at the price of petrol and work out whether or not I can afford to go down. And as I turned sort of into where he lives, there was a bloke, young bloke, with a hosepipe cleaning his car. And I was thinking, wait a minute, you've got a hosepipe ban down here. Why are you cleaning your car with a hosepipe? I was surprised, actually, it wasn't reported, because I think it was like a really expensive fine. I think it's like £500 or something. And I remember thinking, perhaps I should have gone back, taken a picture of him and sent it in. But I thought, no, because you can still use car washes. They're exempt from the ban. And I like a good car wash. I like a car. It's great when the car looks clean. But, the rest of the time, it just sort of looks like it's got a film of dust on it. And when we had all that sand that came in from the deserts, which had flown on that was terrible. Every day you'd wake up and the car would be covered in sand. And I remember thinking, this is costing a fortune to clean the car. I mean, admittedly, I only pay for about £12 to clean my car, which is, it's about normal. But they just do the outside. I don't have them doing the inside because the inside of my car doesn't get dirty. But some people have, the full works. They clean the windscreen, they do this and they do that. Oh, welcome back. And hello, nice to see you, whoever you are. And is it raining outside yet? It's not raining, no. You've just been downstairs to check and see whether or not the heavens are... They said 7 o'clock this morning the heavens are going to open. I don't know why, actually. How can they know that it's going to be 7 o'clock? Have you ever been down the motorway? Well, you wouldn't because you don't drive, do you? You do drive. Good Lord above. How amazing. Surprised you're still allowed after that. Let's just call it an incident. And you drive down the motorway, and then all of a sudden, torrential rain And you think, oh, so the windscreen wipers are going da 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 da, and then all of a sudden it stops. It's almost like there's a corridor that you go through of rain, which is really bizarre, isn't it? And then so sorry, a cloud. Yes, I understand where rain comes from. I'm not completely stupid, but it's just the fact that it's that for that moment on that bit of motorway. I wonder whether you could sort of stand there and have a picture taken with your arm out getting soaking wet and your arm out the other side totally dry. I think I should try that next time. I shall stop on the motorway, in the middle. I shall be a stop oil protester. I shall superglue the car tyres to the motorway. See how long it takes for somebody to get very cross with me. You know, I don't mind that. You know who Iman is, don't you? Iman was a supermodel married to David Bowie, exactly. She doesn't like it when people call David Bowie her late husband. I don't know why you'd call her late husband. Anyway, this is it. He died of cancer in 2016. It was that long ago, at the age of 69. She says, but I think about him every day and every minute. People said, your late husband. I said, don't call my husband late. He's not my late husband. He's my husband, and he'll always be my husband. And I would think that's how it is. You know, you don't say my deceased mother or something like that. Asked whether she's open to love again, she said, it's only been 6 years, so I'm not open to that. 6 years feels like a blink sometimes, and sometimes feels like 100 years. Yeah, I always used to get worried about that. I don't know if I should have been worried at the time, but after my dad died, there was a man at the funeral, and somebody said that was your mum's first boyfriend. And I said, oh, right. And I thought, I wasn't sure how I would feel if my mother had decided, I mean, she didn't, to get remarried again, because that happens in a lot of families. And all of a sudden you've got a new family with other people and things like that. But I wasn't sure. I'm sure I wouldn't have taken it very well, but that's it. Steve, a little bit dodgy in my feet, says Graham, but I went ice skating earlier this year. Fabulous. And I'm 65. Child. 65, you went, but there's never any age, is there, that you can... Oh, we've done what does spam stand for, haven't we? And I can't remember what it is. It's no good. It's one of those. There's too many letters in the word spam, but it's obviously something to do with its I don't want to guess. I'm not playing your silly games. Special processed American meat. It's very nice, you know. It's very nice. Spam fritters. I would recommend a spam fritter. Or failing that, you can just have it cold with maybe some chips or some waffles and with baked beans, and it's delicious. It really is delicious. It's very nice. They've been selling it for years. I think it cooks in the can. I have a sneaking feeling they put it into the can raw and then it cooks it. It goes through various processes. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I remember hearing, I think. A driver was banned for 3 years after being caught speeding 57 times in less than 2 months. John Kelly was given 48 licence points. How much was he fined? £46,880. He's obviously a complete idiot. He lives in Cardiff. His blue VW Beetle was snapped by the same 4 30-mile-an-hour speed cameras, clocking a top speed of 69. He was stopped by police in Staffordshire because, idiot that he is, he's got no insurance either. What a buffoon. What a silly little man John Kelly is. He appeared before the magistrates who found each speeding offence proven and one of running a red light. He's even more stupid than you imagine. And how old is he? 29. Thicko. £46,000 in fines. That must be an all-time record, I would have thought. All-time record. Honestly. What was the other one? So Peter Crouch. Tom Felton. He was in... he played Draco Malfoy, didn't he? So I'm getting better at these things. I'm getting better. Tom Felton revealed he went to rehab 3 times to battle heavy drinking. He wrote in his autobiography how he was... which is called Beyond the Wand... how he was regularly having a few pints a day before the sun had even gone down, and a shot of whiskey to go with each. Doesn't seem very much to me, actually. Doesn't seem very much at all. Is it? Oh, right. Oh, well. Doesn't seem very much to me. I don't know why. I had a producer who could drink that in a couple of seconds. I mean, seriously, he was never seen without a pint in his hand, even when he was driving. You know. Yeah, so I have to bring it back again. What else we got? A century-old police ledger featuring a mugshot of a suffragette convicted of conspiring to kill the Prime Minister fetched £10,500 at auction. Alice Wheeldon, who was convicted of plotting to kill David Lloyd George, was just one of the detainees named in this 500-page book. But we don't know what she got. I don't know what the punishment was. Nothing at all. The ledger was hotly fought over by bidders, but it fetched £10,500. It's amazing the stuff that goes, isn't it? I still like watching some of the antique programmes. Just too many of them, and I'm not wild about the so-called celebrity versions. Their idea of a celebrity is not necessarily my idea of a celebrity. Especially when you get Mike Tyndall, who seriously believes he's a celebrity. He's going on a programme called I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. He's not a celebrity at all. Not a celebrity at all. But whether he's providing for the wife, I've got no idea. The grave of Father Christmas is believed to have been found under a church in Turkey. Didn't they say the same years ago? They thought they'd found the Ark of the Covenant. No, sorry, Noah's Ark on top of a mountain in Turkey. They thought they'd found Noah's Ark, and somebody said, don't be so ridiculous. Don't be so ridiculous. It was just a story. It was a claim, wasn't it? Yes. But there wasn't anything there. They didn't find it. They just assumed that's where it was going to be. No, there aren't any pictures because there wasn't an ark there. Because it would have been years and years ago, because that whole area would have been flooded. And when the floodwaters rescinded, then it would have left it on the top of the mountain. And the size and shape of the structure apparently led to its promotion by some believers as the petrified ruins of Noah's Ark. But geologists have asserted that it's an entirely natural formation. But, nothing spoils a good story like it's the Loch Ness Monster, or we've just found, this or that kind of thing. We've found a space rocket. What did somebody say in the Grand Canyon or something, or under the sea? They found, it was out in the desert somewhere. They found a trap door, which I think goes through to another world. Loonies. Honestly, of course there isn't anything, Peter says, I told you our family ran a news agency in the Broadway in Newbury, and here are the pictures along with the Corn Exchange. Oh, right. Show me the Corn Exchange. S.J. Wilcock. Good Lord, that's an old picture, isn't it? That's the Corn Exchange. Oh, it's all different now inside there. And there used to be another one next door to the Corn Exchange, Peter. There was one called the Plaza. The Plaza, which we rented. My friend Dave Maskell and I rented it when we were working at Camp Hobson, and we put on discos with a guy from Radio 1 called Johnny Diamond. And Johnny Diamond turned up with two helpers, all this equipment. Discos were quite popular. I forget what we charged. But he charged us for him doing this gig for us, 8 till midnight, or it was 20 quid. 20 quid, that's all we had to pay for Johnny Diamond. But the Plaza was there, and that was in the same marketplace as Bennions, which used to sell material and all sorts of things. And just you went through to the bus station. I have driven down there actually before now. I've taken the car for a little spin, and but I always end up coming in from Speen. I don't know why. I seem to bypass Newbury and sort of go up to Speen and then come back down into it again. I need to take the scenic route, which is quite nice. I quite liked it. I went to school there. It was okay. We had parks and things and usual things, and we had. Where did I spend longest as a kid? Oh, I don't know, actually. Probably in Berkshire, I would think, because all the others were postings, 2-year postings. So the longest I ever spent anywhere as a kid was probably Berkshire. I went to school there from the age of, I don't know what age I was, actually. I did hurdles there. I did the hurdles in Reading when they had the county championships. I know. It seems hard to believe, doesn't it, really? I can't believe it myself. I can barely lift my legs up to get up into the car at the moment. Raining currently in Leatherhead, heading your way, says Anthony. Hope you've got your umbrella. Do you know I've just got it out? Just got my umbrella out. Just this very second, just to go. If I walk outside, because sometimes the boys on reception, if they're really cruel, they go, oh, it's lovely weather out there, Steve. And you think, you're fibbing. I can tell, I could see the blooming wet all over the place. Steve, you're the weatherman, says Buddy. As soon as you said the heavens are going to open up, presto, it started raining here in the New Forest. Now can you say I'm going to win the lottery? If only. If only. Would that be lovely? If you could actually predict the lottery numbers. I think one of them is 34 and 38. I don't know why. Names I've just come up with. Don't ever take my word for anything. It's absolute rubbish. So Father Christmas, found in Turkey, an ancient Christian Orthodox church. And they sort of dug up the floor. They found this tomb under the floor, and they think that's where jolly old St. Nicholas was. He became famed for his generosity. He died 1,600 years ago. So that was the forerunner to the Father Christmas that we know. But I think it was Pepsi, wasn't it, who changed the colour, or Coca-Cola, who changed the colour of him from green to red. He went to it and said that's why we get this sort of kindly old man with a beard. But that's what he would have looked like, because if he was in an Orthodox church, a lot of beards with the clergy and things like that. So, and he was a generous man, so that was it. There you go. Aren't we a mine of information for you this morning? We're so good, aren't we?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Love your show, says Paul. Takes me away from reality. I try to drag everybody back. Taffy Nige says, have you tried Bag Balm as a night moisturiser? Farmers use it on cows' udders to keep them soft, ready for milking. Check it out on Amazon. No, I'm going to do this, My Perfect Eyes. I'm going to get some of that. I'm going to whiz about all over the place. Bag Balm, there you go. It's a tin. It's a tin. I wonder what's in it. Doesn't sort of say anything. How much is it? Is it very expensive? Have we got the money for it? £14.51. You must be mad as a broomstick. Good Lord above, we can't afford stuff like that. So it's skin moisturiser. No, I think I'm going to use My Perfect Eyes. You literally shake it, and then you just put a little bit under, and it tightens. You could use the same with hemorrhoid cream. And it tightens under the eye and then gives the impression. It only lasts for about 8 hours. It's a temporary fix. I've got good skin. Yeah, because I put moisturiser on. And I always carry a moisturiser. I don't know why. I've always had very dry skin for years and years and years. And I've always sort of thought to myself, what a pain that is. People sort of saying, oh, you've got good skin. And, compared to some of the people I see on the television, I have. But I'm using this stuff at the moment. I can't get any more of it. It's called Age Fit Instant Anti-Wrinkle Serum. I'm so desperate. Honestly, you get to this old age and you start thinking, does the skin look all right? Is it sort of thing? So I do use any other products. Estee Lauder. Because for years we had Estee Lauder on the programme, and Sarah would offer advice to people. And they would give out little samples, so we'd pop them in jiffy bags for people and things like that. So I started giving some to a friend of mine, and she said, you've completely ruined my life. She said, because it's so good. She said that I've got to go and buy it myself now. She said, and it's not cheap. I said, no, I've bought loads of Estee Lauder stuff over the years, and eye creams and creme de la mer and all this kind of stuff. But occasionally you see something, you think, I think I'll go and buy that. I mean, I don't believe it makes any difference to me. I really don't. But this one here is sort of, I don't even know how much is in it. I don't like it when you can't see how much of the stuff is left in there. And I bought these from JML, believe it or not. It's squeezy, yes, the squeezy. And you put a little bit on, and then you sort of just rub it into your skin, and it takes away wrinkles, which is, look, amazing, isn't it? Look at that. 15 years off my life immediately. But it's supposed to be very good for wrinkles. Not that I have wrinkles. I'm quite lucky. If you're coming to the live shows, you will see close up. I don't have wrinkles. I don't do wrinkles. I'm one of those lucky sorts of people. When they say sort of, screw your forehead up, and you think, I can't do it. It doesn't work for me. But if there's something new on the market and I've read about it in the paper, I'm inclined to try and get it. So I shall be sorting out that a little bit later on. I've definitely got to get a haircut. I definitely want a haircut today. I think you have to do it. If you keep your hair short, you want to make yourself look a little bit smart, don't you? Well, that's what I think anyway. And so I've just had a Twitter. Oh, honestly. You always get a thing and you go, oh, you've just had I'm getting the most peculiar Twitters from people I didn't even know were on my list, as it were. But I do find people on my list. I bought this little torch the other day, which is a tiny, tiny little torch. I mean, it's really, I showed you, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Look, I mean, and I only bought it because, was it Mr. Neil told me about it? It's lovely. No, look. It's tough, but look how powerful it is. Sorry, I'm standing up here. That's why I've gone a bit vacant. It's really bright. Yeah, you're blind now. Blinded by. And it's very useful. Very useful. I'm supposed to put it on a keychain, but I haven't really got a keychain to put it on. It doesn't matter. See, I see these stupid people write in and tell me. They say, oh, Steve, have you seen this? And, of course, me, sucker Steve, I'll see something. Sometimes Joe will find it on Amazon. So I'm sitting on the train at Waterloo trying to do something, but there's no signal at Waterloo. And it's really annoying. It's very, very frustrating, I'm afraid. But I always end up buying it, which is quite good. Steve, says Todd, you just mentioned S.J. Wilcock in Newbury. He was my wife's grandfather. She could tell you some stories about Camp Hobson's. I was there from the age of 15, Todd. 15. Until, I can't remember. I went from Camp Hobson to Helis in Reading. Oh, yes, I knew all about it. Knew all about it. Newbury had the last manually operated telephone exchange. The operator connected your call. Do you remember it? I don't. No. I mean, I remember everything about it. I remember I could, drive now and take you to my old school, and also to the hut. There was a hut up on Wash Common, and it was the first place that I did DJing, because my uncle had some equipment, and we had a club up there on a Tuesday night. People queued up and we sold soft drinks and things like that. And I ran the disco side of it because my uncle gave me the equipment. And so that was the first place I got kind of a taste for DJing. And it was still there. It's still there now. And and the people who look after it, I think, live next to it. It's up at Wash Common. And that was the Tuesday night club, affiliated to the church, but we never went to the church, really. Did you have to pick the phone up and say the number to the operator? No, we had a dial phone at home, I seem to remember. But you could speak to an operator if you needed to reverse the charge or something like that. And I always remember, you used to pick up the phone and go, Newbury 4091? Because people answered the telephone. Nowadays, you don't dream of telling people your telephone number. Really, everybody picked it up, Newbury 4091. And it had it written on the dial as well, which seems very dated, doesn't it? But I don't remember that. I remember loads of places. My father bought a boat, actually, at one point. He came home, he was very proud. He bought this little boat, which he sort of did up. And anyway, he decided, after a while, he decided he'd had enough of this thing. It was only small, but it kept him busy, and he liked making things and everything else. And he gave it to the Sea Scouts when it promptly sprung a leak and disappeared beneath the waters of the Kenneton-Avon Canal. Morning from Aktau in Kazakhstan on the Caspian Sea. Just to dismiss the urban myth that Coke invented the Red Santa, they were actively promoting it from 1933 onwards, but he was already shown as wearing red from the late 1800s. Depending on where you were in Europe, he'd be in blue, red, green or white, but Coke made it more common to see him in red. In Kazakhstan, he's in blue, as the winter god, with his wife, says Alan, in blue/white. Yeah, I don't believe he ever existed. I don't believe. I like to think the Coca-Cola story is true. I like to think that. Coke didn't invent Red Santa, but they did make him famous. Holidays are coming, and that was the lead up to the festive season, because if you remember, Christmas was a pagan festival. All this idea of giving presents, it's got out of hand. It's really got out of hand. People wanting presents and different bits and pieces, and because it's for children, really. Because adults, they go, oh no, but we are thinking of sort of changing the kettle. If you could buy us a new kettle or something like that. And but kids have got no value of money. So if something comes up on the television which looks very exciting, it goes $79.99. They don't know what that is. They just go, I want one of those. And they put it on their Christmas list. Of course, you put it to the bottom of the Christmas list. So much easier. And David says, no, it's Mark. Wish people to make up their minds. I listen to you every morning. I can relate to everything you're saying about hair and face creams. Absolutely. You should all, in London especially, out of all the places, because the air is so terrible, and you get all the fumes and you get all the different bits and pieces. Your skin is attacked constantly by exhausts and all the rest of it. So I was always taught the only thing I don't do, which somebody taught me about years ago, is use soap on my face. I've never used soap on my face, apart from when I was little. And the reason is it dries your skin out. Soap is very drying. So we went through a phase in this country. We had soap in the bathroom, Wright's Coal Tar. You'll remember that. Camay. Lux, I think, was another one. Anyway, there were all sorts of Imperial Leather. That was a very good one. People then started using liquid soap because it was better and didn't dry your skin out as much. But no, soap dries your skin out. So most people used to splash their skin with cold water. That's the thing to do. And then go like that. And then just sort of, pat it down with a gently heated towel, which is very nice indeed. But no, soap, the enemy of skin, as far as I'm concerned. What else we got? Matthew Perry, just given a 2% chance, not just given a 2% chance of surviving after his addiction to opioids caused his colon to burst. He said, I had to use a colostomy bag for 9 months and needed 14 operations. Wow. The doctors told my family I had a 2% chance to live. He said, I was put on a thing called an ECMO machine, which does all the breathing for your heart and lungs. He said, and that's called a Hail Mary. Nobody survives that one. He'd been given rehab 15 times. It's the trouble, isn't it? You don't realise what's going on with all these people. But now you know they're no different to the rest of us. They just earn a wee bit more money.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, 4 minutes past 6. If you've just woken up, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC till 7. I think we're sort of, I don't know if we're counting down the days till Liz Truss disappears, or whether or not she's going to cling on, or whether or not we're going to see more resignations. Listen, it seems to change on a minute-by-minute basis. But either way, Nick Ferrari will be talking about that this morning. And if tomorrow my show finishes at 6 a.m, you will know that she's quit, or failing that, because the government's in crisis. And so the Transport Secretary will be joining. And Nick will be looking as well at how lawless the country is at the moment. It seemed to me there was that woman who attacked that other woman with this stiletto and caused serious damage. A suspended sentence. What is the matter with these people? It really is absolutely... You can get away with murder. I see it all the time on the police programmes. The police go into court going, oh, we're going to get a conviction here. And then they go, suspended sentence. Not enough evidence. All that kind of stuff. Anyway, cast your mind back to yesterday. We were talking about those... Do you remember the Paddington Bears that were all left outside the royal residences in tribute to the Queen because Paddington became an overnight icon? And everybody was going, brilliant. Everybody loves Paddington. Everybody was crackers for Paddington. And so loads of people, when they were taking their flowers down, were taking their Paddington Bears down as well. And what they decided to do was to get them all cleaned. They've all been professionally cleaned. I don't know whether you put them into dry cleaners or something like that, or they wash them. I don't really know how it works. But anyway, they then decided to give them to Barnardo's, the children's charity, who I said yesterday was selling them on. They're not selling them. They're not selling them. What they are, Buckingham Palace and the Royal Parks, have donated the bears to Barnardo's, but they're passing them on free of charge to some of the vulnerable children that they help. So no money at all, no sales involved. I'm very happy to tell you that. So I think it was 1,000 that they've got. So 1,000 people will be benefiting from a bear that's been dry cleaned, which is very nice. It's 6 minutes past 6. Other stories in the papers today. The Strictly Mole. I hate to keep going on about this one because they're making such a big deal about it after Tony Beak last week urged him to lay off revealing the Axe couples. But David Thorpe, who's been publishing this for every week for 10 years. This is nothing new. I don't know where Tony Beak's been half his life. But he says, I'm providing a service. I don't put the results for everyone to see, and they have to search for my site to find the results. There's an appetite from people who want to know them before Sunday, yeah. Dreary old Tony Beak. You know, if this bloke wants to put them up, he's been doing it for 10 years. I don't know why anybody would be completely surprised about it. The weekly leak has put pressure on the BBC. Pressure! Oh, God. To revert to broadcasting the results show live on a Sunday as it used to be until 2008. Then magically they had no money. The scheduling was changed because Bruce Forsyth was struggling to host 2 nights in a row. But then just put it in as one programme. Makes it so much easier. Don't have to worry about it. Mr. Thorpe said, I'm just a fan who finds it ludicrous that when information can be transmitted in the blink of an eye, the BBC would still think it a good idea to pre-record the results show. If they don't want the results to leak, there's something very simple they can do. Broadcast the results show live. It's not complicated. And Tony Beak needs to just sort of butt out on this one because it doesn't make any difference. Not everybody's watching you, dear. Not everybody's watching the programme. There's a handful of people, and they obviously don't really care about it because they don't go onto social media to find out what it is. You'd have to hunt around to find this bloke's website. I found it. But, a few other people have found it because they want to know who's been kicked out. I couldn't care less, really. I'm not bothered about, about sort of people faffing around going, oh, we don't want it ruins it for us and all the rest of it. It doesn't really. It just means that, although I have had people that I know saying the same thing. Oh, don't tell us, don't say that. Talking about phones, actually, somebody wants to know whether the good old 1471 still works. Richard, I knoweth not. I don't know. I haven't picked up a normal telephone in about 30 years. I don't have a home telephone. I've got the telephone line, but I use a mobile, which it still works, does it? Oh, amazing. So in other words, somebody calls you, you pick up the phone afterwards, dial 1471 and it will tell you the number that's called you. But I just use a mobile phone like everybody else. And it's a case of if their number comes up, I answer the phone. If it's a number that comes up which is blocked, which actually I don't seem to have found many of those recently, I don't bother answering it because I wouldn't know who it was. Sometimes just the number comes up and I still look at it and go, well, it's not in my phone because otherwise the name would come up. Justine, remember we were talking about Justine the other day from Comms team here at Global, says, woke up this morning, this was, I think, yesterday, for an extremely excited text from her mum at 4:30 in the morning. That'll change your life. 4:30 in the morning. Ashley says, Kevin the Milkman, remember Wright's coal tar soap? I still use it. Does it make me sound old? No, I loved the smell of it. It was like a translucent soap. I didn't even know they still sold it. It was like a brown sort of colour. It was coal tar soap. You could smell it, and it smelt of coal tar. I don't know how to describe it. But it was a cheap thing. It's like people who couldn't afford proper toilet paper buying Izal, which had printed on every sheet, now please wash your hands, now please wash your hands. It used to be on everything. But no, Wright's coal tar, it doesn't make you feel old, Kevin. And you have got perfect skin, so you're very lucky. But it was just, they still make it. Yeah, I know. I haven't bought it since. Wright's coal tar soap. There you go. With coal tar fragrance. Established in 1860. Soothing, cleansing and antiseptic. And it's only 85p a bar. And you can order it from Boots. You could probably order it from Amazon, I should imagine, as well. How an odd thing to do, ordering Wright's coal tar soap. But we used to have it, and we had the shampoo as well. Kevin, thank you for being honest. Viv in Suffolk says, I give myself lovely facials, plus I use a skin roller with tiny needles, plumps up the skin with tiny needles. Dear. Hope to look my best at the meet and greet, bound to have spots. It's always the way, isn't it? I can remember when I used to go on dates years ago, when you're 15, 16, you can guarantee about 2 days before a spot appears. And you go, oh, for goodness sake. It was very embarrassing. I did used to squeeze, but I was very clever because I had a cousin who his skin got infected because he had a little metal thing which squeezed the spot. But you're supposed to then cleanse it because otherwise it spreads. And before you know where you are, you get, pockmarked face and things like that. And so I used to squeeze the spot, a little bit of toilet paper under the hot tap, and then almost, lance it. And that was good because then it didn't sort of... and then sometimes it would start bleeding. And sometimes people use a pin. They used to put a pin into the spot. Oh, horrible, 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 horrible. The pressures of growing up and going through puberty. I think I'm still going through it, actually. I think so. Do you remember Amway products? Oh, God, yes. Yes, I remember it from the RAF in Germany, says Glyn, in the 70s, when this product was being pushed by married forces couples. Yes, it was basically pyramid selling. That's what they were doing. It was sold as an alternative to Avon. Bing bong, Avon calling. And they used to come round and people used to throw parties and they would just sell Avon products. The woman would demonstrate it and then you put your order in and then the next week she would deliver it to your door. Tupperware parties, sex parties. I never got invited to those. No, sex parties were very popular, sort of chocolate willies and things like that. They'd sell them coming up to sort of Christmas. They were very popular. Single housewives up and down the country were throwing sex parties just to get their hands on chocolate things and everything else and clothing and everything else because it was easier. Men wouldn't do it. Men would never do a sex party, far too embarrassing, but women can do it and go, oh, that bra looks quite exciting, or those you get the matching set with sort of fur around it for Christmas to make you look like Santa's little helper. I don't know why I'm so knowledgeable on these things. It's quite frightening, isn't it? I'm so sorry. I must really stop throwing these parties anymore. Most of my neighbours are not talking to me. They've all given up completely. Here we go. A statue of a supermum has just been unveiled. Jo Newby has been honoured after a national My Kind of Hero search. She comes from East Yorkshire and the statue on London's South Bank was revealed by a healthy snack bar brand, and she's holding 92 balloons. That's one for every child she's fostered. 92 balloons. So it's down on the South Bank. I've never seen it. Never seen it. I must nip down there and have a look. That's a nice thing, isn't it? Especially if she doesn't even come from round here. She's from Yorkshire, by gum, which is lovely. Sue Barker has revealed a stalker sent her a letter threatening to kill her children. The same sicko had disturbing fantasies about the presenter and tennis ace Serena Williams. These people should be locked up for their own good, actually. But she said the writer said he'd watched me interviewing Serena Williams and had imagined weird things that we were doing. Really peculiar. But she tells all in a new book, Calling the Shots, on how she asked BBC Security to pass the letter to the police. Whether anybody got arrested as a result of it, they should have been. The BBC should have had care of duty to make sure that you basically were looked after, because you get these Looney Tunes people. Look at the person who went in to view, we thought, the Queen lying in state and tried to rip the Union flag off the coffin. He's now been detained under the Mental Health Act. But he managed to get in there because there was no vetting procedure at all. Chaser Sean won't run after reality TV work. I like him, actually. He fears becoming a laughingstock in the courtroom. And when he's not being the Dark Destroyer, he's a barrister. He said, I keep being offered reality shows, but he says, no, I don't think so. You see? A very sensible person. He doesn't need to do a reality show, and he never will do a reality show. Oh, look, Gordon Ramsay. How lovely. Good Lord, who's that next to him? Good Lord, another person. And the three little... They're picking up at W.H. Smith free Peter Rabbit books. Peter Rabbit, Peter Hops Aboard, and the Three Little Bunnies. I don't know if I ever read the Beatrix Potter stuff. I'm not sure. I must have done at some point. Flopsy, Mopsy and Cottontail. Yeah, but I don't think I knew them. It's not like they pop round for a cup of tea every so often, is it? But I don't know if we ever had those books. We might not have done. I know Mr. McGregor's Garden. I know all the facts about them, but I don't know if we ever had the books to read. I've seen them because they seem to be sort of brought out in a miniature thing, and there's a whole box full of them with Jemima Puddle Duck and all the other ones there, and Mrs. Tiggywinkle. Do you remember I told you there was a posh party some years ago? Look at kids' parties. There was one on a council estate where they just had sausage rolls and everything else. And then there was a couple who lived in the countryside in this lovely big manor house. And they had a wood at the bottom of the garden. And all the children came outside and they went, we're looking for Mrs. Tiggywinkle. And this actress appears as Mrs. Tiggywinkle in the woods. And the kids go, Mrs. Tiggywinkle! It was seriously like that. It obviously must have been really exciting for them. And she comes right up to the fence and goes, hello, my dears, hello. And they believed it was Mrs. Tiggywinkle. I believed it was Mrs. Tiggywinkle. She looked brilliant. I thought, what a job to have. Difference in parties.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's 21 minutes past 6, just in case you were thinking of nipping out. Take an umbrella, because you're going to get wet. Years ago, nobody had umbrellas. They had Macs. You put a Mac on. My mother used to have a plastic rain hat, which sort of you folded up gently. It was just like a piece of plastic with straps on it, and you put it over your head, and you still got wet, actually. Pears soap, says Pamela, is my favourite. Steve, very nostalgic. Yeah, Pears was good, wasn't it? A friend of mine worked in the civil service in the 80s. They had Izal toilet paper marked, this is government property. Now wash your hands, says Dominic. I always remember it. There used to be a competition for Pears soap for a girl to become the face on the advert, says Lorraine. I vaguely remember that, actually. Vaguely remember. And 1471 still works, and 1571 for messages does too. Landline is clearer if the mobile signal is poor sometimes. I used to have a thing years ago, and the speaking clock is still going as well. But it costs you money to... You can't ever, seriously, ever in a million years need to call the speaking clock to get the time. You've either got a wristwatch or it's on your telephone. Or there's clocks all over the place. You would never need to call the speaking clock. Terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. I mean, that has been going since about 1936. And it was sponsored. Do you remember? The time from... And then it named the thing. There was... Yeah, I remember it. I remember it very well. Steve. I remember Izal toilet paper. Yes, thank you. It was like tracing paper, says Sean. Yes, I remember it, actually. But I think it was cheap. I think it was cheap. The permanent voices, actually, of the speaking clock, were the first one, 1936 to 63, Ethel Jane Kane. Remember that one? The second voice, the second permanent voice, from 63 to 85, may still be heard, Pat Simmons. Brian Cobby was from 85 to 2007, and Sarah Mendes da Costa, the fourth permanent voice, from April 2007 to November 2016, and Alan Steadman, the fifth permanent voice, from November 2016 to present day. However, they had temporary voices as well. Temporary voices included Lenny Henry, who did it for Comic Relief, Alicia Rowland, a 12-year-old schoolgirl. She won a Newsround competition and announced, before stating the time, it's time to listen to young people. Mary Whitman, temporary voice, part of a deal to promote Tinkerbell for 3 months. UK celebrities included Kimberly Walsh, Cheryl Fernandez-Vicini, Gary Barlow, Chris Moyles, and Fern Cotton for Comic Relief. UK celebrities David Walliams, Gary Barlow, Chris Moyles, Kimberly Walsh, Fern Cotton, and a mystery voice for Sports Relief Charity from the 7th to the 9th of April in 2012. So all those different voices have all done it. I can remember we nearly did a deal some years ago to have, it was to raise money, and it was to have the presenters being the voice of your sat-nav. And we would go into a studio. This was the idea. They had to sort of run it past us. And you would do the voice of the sat-nav. So, you know, at the third roundabout, take the second exit. Second exit. You know, and we could turn round. Come on, idiot. Try again. Accelerator on the right-hand side. Brake in the middle. Indicate. Oh, that was close. You know, you could have had a field day with it, and they were willing to pay money. I got a bit excited, actually. Do you remember Soap on a Rope? I always do. It was the retrievable idea. Avon used to sell it, and you can get all sorts of shapes and colours. It was all the rage in the 70s. My name is B, and I wanted to say hello to you as I listen every day from home. You keep me company. I work from home and love your show. Thank you. Actually, I've got stuff, bath salts, which change colour. Bath salts which change colour. You put. I used to like Matey. Matey was very good in the bath years ago. It was because if you got the soap in your eyes, it didn't sting. Whereas the other thing, I can't see anything. Can't see anything at all. Terrible. Matey. It was Matey bubble bath for kids, and there used to be kids sitting in a bath using Matey. Still make it. Oh, can you imagine? They do. Yeah, there you go. £13.99. That's three, but blimey, it's expensive, isn't it? But no, it was lovely, but it didn't sting your eyes if you got the soap in your eyes. But loads of bubbles. Matey bubbles. Paul from South Wales, Merthyr Tydfil. Do you remember dial-a-disc on the landline? Yes. You could call up and listen to a record. I can't remember what the fee was. There was a fee for it. God, it's... Some of these things... I mean, I still can't believe that people... I mean, the speaking clock is still there. Who, in goodness only knows name... is the person who's dialing it and listening to the time. And is it sponsored now? I don't know. I don't like to use it from work. In fact, I've never, ever used a work telephone. Is that funny? I've always used, if I wanted to use anything, use my mobile phone. I've never, ever thought about using... How many calls does the speaking clock get a year? What, now? Oh, I don't know. I mean, 125,000? Only a guess, of course. 30 million? 30 million people a year call up to get the time? Oh, for God's sake. Are you sure? Yes, it's the same person, 30 million times. Can you imagine calling this... Do they know that they're being charged? How much is it now to hear the time? I'll tell you what, call me. I'll charge you half and I'll just read the time for you. You know, hi, Steve, is that you? Yes, it's 12:22. You know, I can make money left, right and centre. But the amount of money that you need is 50p a minute from a landline. 50p a minute just to get... I mean, buy a watch. It's cheaper in the long run. 30 million people a year or 30-minute calls. Yeah, invest in a watch or a telephone that's got a thing on it. You know, you always get the time and all the on your phone. And if not... Look in any shop window, there will be a clock or something like that. Or just ask a stranger, excusez-moi, hello, Do you have the time? Tourist. And, ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. Beyond belief, Suella quits, then MPs... Oh, sorry, phone's off again. It has a mind of its own, my phone. It's telling me, always, and it's very annoying, how long it's going to take me to get to Global. Well, I'm here already. Phone obviously not as bright as I thought it was. Lorraine Kelly, another article on Lorraine Kelly, because she's in the December issue of Woman and Home. And she's talking about how she's lost some weight and now she's much happier again. Very bizarre, isn't it? Very bizarre. Seeing your GP should not be as random as booking an Uber driver. I've never booked an Uber driver in my entire life. Truss says I'm a fighter, not a quitter, and she will battle on to prolong her stay in number 10. So that might, mind you, she's changed before. She's turned. Families skipping meals as food prices rise by 14%. So margarine is up 30.5%. I don't use margarine. I don't like the taste of it. Whole milk, 30.2% up. Honey, 28%. Potatoes, up 19.9%. Ready meals, up 19%. Poultry, 17%. Meat, 15% rise. Bread, 14.6% rise. Pasta, 22%. Cheese, 20.8%. And butter, 28%, which is the same as honey. Well, then just don't have any of these items. Go and buy something else. Go to the greengrocer and get sort of cheap vegetables and stuff like that. You know, it's always, because life's basics, says an investment director at Fidelity International called Tom Stevenson, add to a mix of a bleak winter ahead, which is not so good, is it? Also, the banks have warned the new windfall tax will damage the economy, and canny shoppers are turning back to spam. I don't know why they should worry about that. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. People think it's some sort of strange foreign food. It's not. It's absolutely lovely.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
25 minutes to 7. Meghan Markle is in every single paper today. She said she's not going to return to acting, so there's a godsend, I think. However, proving that the ego is still there, she says she will offer to help coach any actress who plays her in The Crown. She seriously believes that she can coach somebody. She said, I hope in preparing for that role she finds the softness and the playfulness and the laughter and the silliness. I just hope she finds the dimension. They do talk rubbish, these people, don't they? You're just somebody who reads somebody else's words. Anyway, she's also claimed that she was objectified when she did this US game show. And she said she felt appreciated for her beauty, not brains. You were just a girl who stood there holding a suitcase, dear. They're not interested in your brains. You're there because you're attractive. That's what you were put on the show for. You're not put on because you look like the back end of a bus. You were put on the show because you were attractive. They weren't interested in your brains. You just had to stand there and open the briefcase and go, no money. And that was it. Not complicated. That's why they have them over here. And it's not objectified and reduced to being a bimbo. You were there because you were pretty and you entered into it and you happily took the money. My father, Steve, says Mandy, liked Eisel Lou paper so much, I bought it for him as a Christmas present. I paid £13 online as it was no longer made. He was so pleased. Well, I can imagine, actually. It's an interesting Christmas present to buy somebody. At school we had it, yes. It was cheap. It was like greaseproof paper, very, very much thinner than greaseproof. It wasn't exactly the most exciting thing, it has to be said. But it did have, now please wash your hands in it, because you had to tell people to wash their hands every time they went to toilet. Benjamin says a lot of the calls to the speaking clock are from the MOD. They pay millions a year for using it. Why would they want to use it? Can't they tell the time at the MOD or something? Bit of an odd one, isn't it? Thunder and rain in Finchley, says Jackie. Yeah, they say today's going to be a bit of a wet day. But it doesn't matter. Listen, it's only water. It's only water. We can cope with water. I love the way you make a big deal about it. Go, oh, it's raining. And people run. It's raining. Is it raining now? Oh, God. That's all right. I've got an umbrella. I sort of stand there, and it's a very good umbrella. I bought it in Costco. It doesn't blow inside out, and it's only a little portable one. It's got vents in it, which is very nice. You haven't got an umbrella. You're going to get wet then, aren't you? Going to get wet? Well, there you go, Dan. Fancy not having an umbrella. Actually, you're unlucky, because normally I carry 2 umbrellas with me. Normally I carry 2, but I took it out of the bag because it was weighing me down. One arm's longer than the other at the moment, so I've only got my little umbrella. No, it's only a small one, but it's got vents in. It's very nice. You're going to get really wet. Have you got a baseball cap on you? You're going to get very wet, aren't you, out there? Yeah, you're going to be awful. And the lights are going to get wet. He's got all these Christmas lights. You don't want to get those wet. Just don't plug them in, for God's sake. Not when they're wet. I can't wait to see if they all work. I think they should work. They were all working when we took them off the tree. Yeah. I'd pay for an Uber to get you home. Much easier. So, wait a minute. So you've got Thunder, Jackie, in Finchley. That's nice. We don't want Thunder, do we? They're getting Leicester Square ready for the market, the Christmas market. 9th of November. So they've started putting all the things in the trees, all the hangy down things, all over where Tony was working. And that looks quite nice. So we haven't got them on yet. I don't know whether or not at what date they're going to put them on. What else have we got here? Michael Ball. He's reached 60. He says, after a lifetime of anxiety and stage fright, reaching 60 gave him the confidence to tackle his bucket list of remaining challenges. Lord above. Didn't know he had challenges to do. But he's got an OBE for his services to musical theatre. And I think Michael and Alfie Boe released their new album, Together in Vegas, on October the 28th, which comes out on Decca. He must have made a fortune, Michael Ball. He must have made an absolute... He hasn't stopped working for ages and ages. A judge has accused the Royal Mail of destroying the life of an employee who suffered lengthy bullying after highlighting a potential fraud. Bosses were told if they had a shred of decency, they would swiftly pay Cam Duty more than £100,000 in awarded damages. The media specialist was harassed by her boss after she raised concerns that a colleague had secured their bonuses illegitimately. Miss Duty was fired, suffered severe depression, and they're looking at £109,000 and 65 pence compensation. Royal Mail ordered to pay £12,500 in aggravated damages for its high-handed, malicious, insulting and oppressive conduct of the case, in particular its cross-examination. This is on top of 6,000 people being dropped from the Royal Mail. They've got to save money because they're losing so much at the moment. So I don't think actually the strikes are going to help in any which way. The plague that ravaged middle-age Europe modified the genes that make us vulnerable to disease. Because I'm assuming in the Middle Ages, people must have had diabetes and all sorts of stuff. It's not like it's sort of recent. Apparently diabetes, arthritis and multiple sclerosis can be traced back to the Black Death. So obviously people didn't survive these things. I mean, the average age, I think, was in this country, I think during the Middle Ages, 36 was the average age. People didn't live as long as people thought, because you can imagine, what would you do if you had really bad toothache? All they could do is take the tooth out, but of course you need to take the root out. So it must have been quite complicated. Just by taking the tooth out wouldn't stop the toothache, because generally toothache comes from an abscess, which is in the gum. And what they have to do, they have to drill up through the tooth with a little tiny drill. I don't think they had these facilities to drain the abscess and then plug it up again. In 1960, life expectancy was, what? 71. What was it in the 1820s? 1820s, life expectancy. Let's go back, see how far back we can go with this one. 41. I thought so. And if you go back a little bit further, that was only 200 years, but go back a little bit further, and let's go back to average life expectancy in 1760. Quite specific about that. Quite specific about 1760. Because I'm quite... 39. So not too much of a difference, was there? Okay, go back to 1500s. 1500s life expectancy? That's going to be a lot lower, I'm pretty certain. 1550. Okay. 1550 what? 40. It's gone up to 47, so it got worse after the 1500s. Wow. It's amazing, isn't it? But probably the plague or something like that, yeah. They used to... Oh, they had all sorts of problems, didn't they? You know, I mean, London was filthy. I can't speak for anywhere else. But London was terrible. I mean, Fleet Street apparently was the worst, because flowing down the middle of it was the River Fleet. And people used to throw everything into it. Literally, you know, your toilet went out the window, dead animals, all sorts of things. It was ghastly. And the Great Fire cleaned out a lot of the rats and the infection. In fact, it was almost a little bit of a godsend. Because, you know, the houses were so tightly packed together, the fire could only spread. And all the houses were made out of wood. Everything was wooden. I mean, it was a disaster waiting to happen. But they met at the top. Yeah, exactly. So it became like a funnel, I think, for spreading the fire from Pudding Lane. Do you know, I've never even been to Pudding Lane. Never even been to it. I don't know why I would think I would have to go to it. But I have been up a monument to the Great Fire of London. And I can't remember when I did it. I can't remember where. I think it's down on the Embankment. I think it's down on the Embankment. Something like that. The secrets to second-hand success. They've done a feature in the Express today on, wait for this, charity shops. We have the biggest number of charity shops in Twickenham you could shake a stick at. We must have about 15. Easily 15. And they're businesses. They're businesses. Forget all this idea of going in there and getting something for a penny or 10 pence. They're all barcoded. They've all got proper prices on. Oh, it's a business now. And the high street stalwarts are packed with great value items. So, you know, what to buy: knitwear, costumes, houseware, kids' clothes. What to avoid. Because most charity shops will not take anything electrical, because they would need to get it tested just in case you took it home and it was dangerous. So what to avoid: damaged goods, unless you're a dab hand with a sewing machine. Dry clean only, because that's quite expensive. If it says on the label dry clean only, you want something you can wash. And trendy pieces. You know, you want something that's going to stay in your wardrobe for a long time, not just sort of you wear it this year and then it looks out of fashion. The monument, there you go. It's a fluted Doric column. It's near the northern end of London Bridge. Yeah, I walked up it. They give you a certificate. You have to walk up. There's no lift. I was going through my phase of being particularly fit, you know. And then you stand at the top, and you sort of look out. I mean, to be honest with you, it's an accident waiting to happen. It's for me. It is. I'm terrible. I went to the top of St Paul's Cathedral, and then went to the next level of what they call the wedding cake, and I was petrified, absolutely petrified, because you're on a little tiny ledge. Sticking out, and they go, oh, don't worry, it's stood here since, you know, Christopher Wren and his men built it. They go, yeah, but they might have made a mistake. They might not have done something.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So John, who's at the moment working very hard at the greengrocers, Paul Cooper's greengrocer in Twickenham, he just sent me a text saying they've just got something in, which, strangely, I was only asking about the other day, because I said, oh, if you get any... He's got thousands of them. And I'm going to bring some in tomorrow morning. Toffee apples. I love toffee apples. I love toffee because of Halloween. I forgot about that. Toffee apples, you're right. That's why. But he always gets loads in. And I buy loads. I mean, I'm not supposed to have it, but I like that toffee that's round it. It's quite exciting. And then your lips go all sort of orange, don't they, with this sort of the toffee, don't they? Have you ever had a toffee apple? Oh, they're delicious. Delicious. Absolutely wonderful. I'll buy a load and bring them in. So you can have a toffee apple tomorrow. That'll be your Christmas present, so enjoy it. Barry Hearn has stuck the proverbial knife in at the moment. He wants to buy a Cornish village. A whole village is up for sale, and it's a place called Trafalgar. It's an ancient hamlet inhabited by proud Cornish people where there's barely any phone signal, let alone 4G internet. They're in the middle of nowhere. It appears to have a church and a graveyard and a few houses, and it's up for sale for 15.75 million, which, when you think about it, is cheap for a whole village. And it's very nice. As chairman of Matchroom Sport, he's made, they reckon, £158 million fortune because, you know, he was sort of doing it. And he's got a bright white Essex mansion with its own helipad, swimming pool, and he wants to buy this whole village. The residents are kind of worried that they'll be evicted because most of them rent. And there's pictures of it, yeah. It's radio. It's not really a very clever picture. Oh, it's just a village. Look, you see that? Grass. People in the cemetery. Not moving, as you can well imagine. And but then because they all rent in the village is owned by a landowner who owns it, and they would all rent from him. They're all worried that sometimes somebody's going to come along, spend 15.75 million and go, well, I want you all out because I want to make money out of this. You know, perhaps we will now start selling the houses. Well, the only people who are going to buy them are people from outside of the village. I mean, this place doesn't even have 4G. But it's quite an interest. It's now called the Battle for Trafalgar, which is almost a little play on words. I mean, one of the natives was born in a house so remote it was only accessed by foot along a mud track. And she works... It's very near to Tintagel Castle. So it's got all the right things... But I think Barry Hearn is going to send representatives to Trafalgar next week, and this month he will meet the trustees. It's only then that he will decide whether to make an offer on it. But of course they're all panicking. I mean, it's not exactly the biggest place you've ever seen, but I should imagine there must be, I don't know, a good sort of 40, 50 people who live in it. But, you know, you get the land, and presumably you could redevelop it and make it sort of a bit more interesting, as it were. Yeah, you've got to draw up the plans. I mean, he's a businessman. He's not going to go into something without looking at it properly. A woman who took a picture of a teenager who groped her at a bus station was staggered to be told by police that the case would be shelved because no evidence. And that's the big problem. The force reopened the investigation only after the 25-year-old victim passed on her photographs of the tagged groper to her local newspaper. When a journalist contacted Derbyshire Police, the officers issued a public appeal, and within days this man had been arrested. He's now behind bars after he pleaded guilty to a charge of sexual assault. Thank God she pursued it. The police went, no, we shelved it, there's no evidence. And so here he is, Daniel Oakes. She left feeling isolated. And she said he was wearing an ankle tag. She said meaning that he was a recent offender. But she went, but was given short shrift by security. It's dreadful, really, isn't it? Absolutely dreadful. But anyway, once that was done, they got a picture of him, and the public came forward and went, I know who that is. And they tell them, because that's why they have these programmes on the television, to try and identify people. 1960, on this day, Roy Orbison was enjoying his first UK #1 with Only the Lonely. Do you know that song? No. Pretty woman walking down the street. Yeah, I feel a bit old, actually. In 2003 was not a good day for Cheryl Tweedy. Why was that? Cheryl Tweedy... She was in court, you're quite right, convicted of attacking a nightclub cleaner but cleared of racially aggravated. She apparently was so drunk, she went into the toilets and said to this girl, do you know what my dad is? She claimed that her dad owned the club and all the rest of it. So that's why she was convicted of attacking the nightclub. I mean, it was just some poor girl in the toilets cleaning and all the rest of it, and Cheryl was revolting. Not very good at all. Happy birthday to Sandra Dickinson. You might not remember Sandra Dickinson. I remember her very well. She was the uber dizzy blonde with the Tweety Pie voice. Hello, everybody. Which was very sweet. Her second husband was former Doctor Who Peter Davidson, but she started out in an advert for Bird's Eye Burgers. There you go. Something you didn't know this morning. And she's now the wife of another former Doctor Who, David Tennant. Oh, no, so she has a daughter, Georgia, who is David Tennant's wife as well. 2000, October the 20th. Man has wiped out a third of the natural world in the past 30 years and will soon have to start looking for a new planet to live on, warn, I can't speak now, wildlife campaigners. The devastation is so great that man will have used up all of Earth's natural resources by 2075, according to the Worldwide Fund for Nature. Thank God I won't be around. My goodness, I've got no idea. I don't think it's very likely I'm going to be around at 2075. And Eddie Redmayne turned up for the screening in New York of his new film, The Good Nurse, wearing a bespoke suit featuring slits across the elbows and everything else. It is the most peculiar outfit I've ever seen. I thought he was just badly dressed, looking like a bit of a sack of potatoes, but, really, really odd. And apparently traumatised by a burglary at their £31.5 million West London mansions while they were sleeping, Dave and Vic have been granted permission to install Fort Knox-style measures at their converted barn in the Cotswolds. The council have given the go-ahead for an additional security building where there's already a 24-hour security and a gatehouse. So, more money to be coughed up there. They need to sort it out as quick as possible, otherwise it gets too expensive. And that was just about it for the papers for this morning. As I say, I mean, now that Braverman's quit as Home Secretary, then sort of knifes the PM, Shapps then replaces her, despite plotting against Truss. The Chief Whip resigns amid the chaotic late-night vote, and the final astonishing revelation is Suella's 90-minute shouting match with Liz. Wouldn't you have wanted to be a fly on the wall for that one? What happens tomorrow? What happens tomorrow? Who knows? Will we have a Prime Minister? Will we not have a Prime Minister? Will we have a Prime Minister in waiting? Will it be Hunt? Who's it going to be? Where do we go from here? Ian Dale is convinced she's going to quit today. I mean, well, you'll know. If she quits today, I'll only be doing a programme till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can bet your bottom dollar. But at the moment, we have no idea because it's changing on a minute-by-minute basis. So at the end of it, we might end up with something. But just remember the post office are on strike today. So if you wonder why you don't get any post, it's because they're on strike. But as I say, they're going to be looking for 6,000 redundancies because they're not making a profit. In fact, they're making a huge loss, and it just goes from one disaster to another. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, October the 21st. They say a week is a long time in politics. Certainly is on this station, I tell you. I've predicted yesterday that we would be finishing at 6 a.m. this morning because there was going to be something happening. Didn't realise it was definitely going to be happening. But Ian Dale predicted it. I said he was wrong. I said, I think she'll stick around. I don't think, because unfortunately, I'm one of these ignorant people. I believe what people tell me. Somebody says, I'm not for turning. Then I suddenly realise she's done more U-turns than people building off-road motorways. And it's a case of that she just told a lie, a blatant lie. I wonder what the turning point was for her. I wonder what the turning point was, that thing that... Perhaps she'd listened to Ian Dale saying she's going, and she probably thought, oh, well, I better go. And so she's going. So she has to go back to Prince Charles. You can imagine he must have gone, well, that didn't last very long, did it, dear? Because the other day, do you remember? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So, weak, spineless, out. What's going to happen over the weekend? Nothing. It's the weekend. You've got to find people. They're all saying it's Boris versus Rishi. And then other people say, I did watch Prime Minister's Question Time. Not Prime Minister's. Well, I did hear that, actually. But I did watch Question Time last night. Of course, they couldn't believe their luck. That they actually get the resignation of the Prime Minister some few days that she'd actually been in. And so they were able to discuss it. One of the panel was a Labour minister, and she said, I was invited onto the programme 6 weeks ago. She said it was just fortuitous that it's turned out to be on this one. And we'll wait and see, because we've got no idea. I couldn't even pre-guess this one. Ian Dale, I think, worked it out and said she's got to go. And obviously go before the weekend. I mean, the contest to replace her, as you know, it should be completed by the end of next week. So the would-be candidates have now got to get 100 nominations from fellow Tory MPs to get on the ballot, meaning no more than 3 of them will be able to stand because there are 357 Tory MPs. And that's how it works. You think they could spread their votes. You could vote for 2 people or something like that, but you can't. You get your one vote. And so is it going to be Boris? Is it going to be Rishi? I mean, the papers have put odds on all the other people. I think it's unlikely. I mean, Penny Mordaunt seems to be one of the front runners. Then somebody else went, I don't think so. And that's when they start dragging up everything. This is not a political programme, by the way, just in case. I'm as in the dark as much as any of you listening. It's nice to hear some people who are so ill-informed, though, talking on the radio, and it seems to be something that seems to be quite prevalent in this day and age. Funny enough, the other day we were talking about Stephen Gerrard and his dyed hair. Well, we don't need to worry about it anymore. He's been kicked out. He's left. He's left the job that he had as manager of something. I can't remember. Was he manager of Chelsea? No, who was he manager of? See, I know nothing about football, but it's just one of those things. There you go. Sacked by Aston Villa after his Fulham defeat. They don't last very long in that business, do they? But they get paid a fortune. The club says we'd like to thank him for his hard work. Obviously not. Obviously not. Sacked, yes, we thank you for your hard work, but you're fired. Get out, pick up your bag, bog off. That's the way it goes, isn't it? So Boris versus Rishi. Unless somebody else is going to stick their hat in the ring. There's a few of them want it. I don't know why they want it. It doesn't seem to be the job that anybody wants nowadays. Krishnan Gurumurthy's been taken off the air by Channel 4 after using a very, very rude word. I don't know why he used it, and perhaps he thought he was off air. I don't know if this was heard by the great British public watching television, or if it was said aside to somebody and somebody recorded it, because I've heard the recording. And to be honest with you, if you probably put a microphone in the BBC newsroom or anybody's newsroom around the country, you'd hear people using swear words. That's that. I mean, it didn't go out on television, but such a bad word is it that they've suspended him for a week. Like it means anything. What else we got? Oh, the Tory right have been told not to go soft on immigration. And the jury in America has thrown out the first sex case against Kevin Spacey. Henry, lovely Henry, up the Aston, and he's looking forward to his toffee apple. I brought some toffee apples yesterday, and they're so messy, and the stick does not stay there. I mean, how many times have you heard that? You could take the stick out and you eat it, but you might as well put rubber gloves on to eat it because the mess is phenomenal, but it tastes delicious. The toffee is delicious. Well, I said you need to put the thing in the fridge and keep it ice cold and then take it out. So I'm hoping he's going to take 2 or 3 of them, because it's a snack, but you're going to get so, you're going to have to wash your hands afterwards. And then sort of get back to it. But he's in early because he is Nick Ferrari's executive producer. And so that's my new title for him. I've decided to give him that title. And so they're all in early because Nick kicks off at 6 this morning, which is what we predicted yesterday. One of the few predictions we got right. Steve, things changed when Liz was visited by the chairman of the 1922 committee and told to go, says June. And Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, over there in Minnesota, he says, had a busy week of classes and work meetings at the church. Bree and I are enjoying listening to you right now. We're working on painting our new office/den room in the basement. It seems like this week has gone on forever. I'm grateful it's the weekend. You are not the only one, you two. You are not the only one in this country, as you can well imagine. It's all over the blooming place at the moment. Now we don't have a prime minister, so we've got to go through that. She's still there till next week, but to be honest with you, she's about as effective as a chocolate teapot. So there's no point. Who it's going to be, I have no idea. I have no idea. We can't work it out. I don't want to second guess it. So I might have to phone Ian Dale up and say, who's it going to be? Because I think he likes Penny Mordaunt. In fact, I'm pretty certain he likes Penny Mordaunt. Warren says another fantastically warm day followed by a freezing cold morning, the sign of a very, very severe winter ahead. Yep, and the berries on the trees as well. Steve, hope all is well. I've seen the list of strike dates from the Royal Mail, so as a precaution, I've posted your little Christmas gift in the hope it gets there at some point. I'm in the pink today, as we are all wearing our T-shirts at work for breast cancer awareness to raise some money for the charity. I might go crazy and wear my pink suit too. I had to listen to the last part of yesterday's show to catch up and heard you say you were treating the gang to toffee apples. Yep, they're out there. Henry couldn't keep his hands off it. Phew, I tell you, he was like a man possessed. But he says, hope they all have a good dentist on hand, just in case. Oh, Henry's too perfect. Seriously. I mean, to be honest with you, he knows that if you have a little treat like a toffee apple or a piece of chocolate or something like that, you have to do payback time. You have to go out and do a run or go to the gym or something like that. You have to do I think for a toffee apple, it's a half marathon. That's what I think. I mean, whether he actually gets out there. What if he does it in a little pair of shorts? I don't know. That's thinking out the box again, isn't it? Good news for Brentford FC, Steve, says Brian. We're due to play Aston Villa this weekend. Hopefully we should get 3 points and move up a place in the table. Don't be so ridiculous. You're Brentford. Actually, I used to live down the road from Brentford. I've completely forgotten that they had a football club, as indeed did most people. Because just around the corner from where the club is, there was a very good fish and chip shop. And I used to go in there for a sausage and batter and a portion. In fact, which reminds me, yesterday, my bus was late. Normally I get it about 7:05. And Ian, who delivers our ice creams a few days a week, which is we're very grateful for. We're all right today. He went and got chips the other day in that cafe and sent us in a picture. I hated him. So when I got to Waterloo Station yesterday, I went to McDonald's to find out if they did the potato waffles. They're not very big. You get 3 in a little bag for £1.39. Henry would love them. And there weren't too many people in there. And because I had to get a later train, I bought 4 bags and ate them up the escalator. They were delicious. Absolutely delicious. I went up the escalator eating them. I felt so decadent. So decadent. I didn't really care. David in Broxbourne says, up the Aston, Steve. So who's going to replace him then? I mean, I should be asking Henry this. You know, have they got managers in waiting that sort of sit there and go, oh, you can come and do it for a bit? Because I don't know how long he's been there as manager. I don't know how long, but it should be quite interesting to see, because you can't. I don't see how the manager can ever change anything at a football club. Either the players can kick the ball around, or they can't kick the ball around. You know, I mean, I'd be absolutely useless, you know, in goal or anywhere else. But, you know, it's all about formation, isn't it? Is that 15-3 or 1-3 or 1-7 or something like that? It's strategy. Why don't they just kick the bloody ball? Going on about this formation. You've got to kick it in this net. It's quite a big net. It's not difficult to do. But they lost. Steve says, Roger, Liz had to go yesterday because she wanted to win something, and she did beat the lettuce. Did beat the lettuce, honestly. And Big Andy says, does Nick have to reimburse you for your lost hour for today? I don't lose any money. I don't lose any money on it. No, they haven't told me this bit yet. No, you don't. It's always been custom and practice that you know, you don't lose money through sort of doing less time, because it's something, you know, nothing to do with me. It's to do with the way they want it to go this morning, and Nick's going to be very busy, very busy. So the waffles, Paul, very nice indeed, thank you, and I shall probably go for them again. I confidently, says Tara, bet the bloke a foot massage that Truss would still cling on to next month. Never have I been happier to have his sweaty size 13s in my lap when I lost the bet. Our little girl sends hearts. Oh, it's cute. I got it wrong. Yeah. Paul in Sutton Coldfield says, Ian Dale said you were going to apologise to him live on air. In your dreams. In your dreams, pal. You're in Sutton Coldfield. Where in God's name is that? Is that still part of the British Isles? Ian Dale said I was going to apologise. Yeah, he tried to make me apologise. No chance. I don't need to apologise over anything. I just said, listen, I got something wrong. Don't need to apologise to him, unless he really is very mamby-pamby and gets a bit upset about something like that, which I think is highly unlikely. So he said one thing and I said something different, and he won. Wasn't a race. We're not doing it for a lolly or something like that. Not that I'm bitter or anything like that. He got it right, and I didn't get it right. I thought, as indeed most people did, that she said she was going to cling on. She's a fighter. Obviously not. That's a coincidence, Steve. I had some McDonald's waffles for the first time yesterday morning. Surprisingly tasty. Yeah, I'm going to get more today. I'm going to get more. That's going to be my little treat. Because I like a Friday. You know I love a Friday. I really love a Friday. And I've got a good weekend coming up, going out for lunch tomorrow. Today I'm not doing anything at all, actually. A friend of mine's coming back from America, but that's not till next week. And it's quite nice. It's going to be nice and relaxed. Out for lunch tomorrow, which will be a boozy session. And then late breakfast on Sunday, and then off to the V&A, because they've got something on the musicals. So I shall be looking forward to that. Well, that's the theory at the moment. Whether it actually happens, I've got no idea, but I do like it. BBC have turfed out Gardener's World for Rugby League. Monty Don's not happy. I like Monty Don. I like it. Poor man came in here years ago to be interviewed for In Conversation, and the studio collapsed halfway through. We had to move studio. Then the microphone gave up. We had to move studios 3 times. I kept saying to him, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He was lovely. Steve, I think I'm probably in a niche cross-section of your audience, but I'm up early listening to you and waiting for Taylor Swift's new album to drop at 5 a.m, says Emily. Wonder how many of us are actually long-time Spikers and Swifties. There's a picture of her in the paper today with her very good-looking model boyfriend. Very good-looking. The new album is called Midnights, incidentally, and it's written about their relationship. They've been going out for some time. It's lasted quite well, which I'm very pleased about. So very, very good-looking boy. But then he's a model. Most models are sickeningly good-looking. It's really too embarrassing. If you want to see The Soul of Britain, watch Gogglebox. I watched it yesterday. I've decided I'm not watching it again. Part of old rubbish. Every time something happens on the television, they will go, oh, no! Who sits watching television like that? Nobody. Nobody. You just sit there watching television. Something happens, you go, oh, well, I didn't predict that happening. No, on that programme, they will go, no, oh. And the brother and sister are the most infuriating pair of old baggages you've ever seen in your entire life. Oh, they're ghastly. They're not funny at all. I don't know what he does. It's something to do with ladders, I think. I don't know what. Ladders. He was talking about ladders the other day. And but they sort of go, oh, no, don't. And I'm thinking, nobody watches television like that unless you're a feeble exhibitionist, which is exactly what they are. Look at the time, honestly. I'm having such a good time today. I've got to get so much in because we don't have as much time. We're an hour short But it'll still be worth podcasting, I promise you.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 19 minutes past 4. Short programme today. Finish at 6. Nick Ferrari here at 6 this morning with, I was going to say, an election special. But it'll certainly be, oh my goodness me, where do we go from here? It's a terrible mess. Terrible mess. We don't do politics on this programme, as Ian Dale will tell you. But it's a case of, it's just an almighty cock-up, isn't it, from start to finish. Bill in South Wales says toffee apples are lush, but only around this time of year. However, if you eat a Mars bar and an apple at the same time, you can get them all year round. I tried making toffee apples years and years ago. I bought a toffee apple mix, but I didn't have a thermometer. You need a thermometer for the temperature of toffee apples, for the actual toffee, and then you dip them. And mine came out like brown sludge. You know, as I like the clear toffee, the ones you get to the fun fairs and everything else. But they are very nice. I mean, I was so into it yesterday, I didn't mind getting all over my hands. I just went to them, washed my hands. Jim says yesterday's Chase Q&A, Bradley Walsh. What do you call somebody who plays a saxophone? Contestant. A trumpeter? I mean, seriously. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? Because you don't know where these people come from. Roger says on Question Time last night, only one person in the audience supported Liz Truss. I'm not at all surprised. I mean, that's the way it goes. Sometimes they have audiences, which I'm sure are selected quite... Because there must be woefully oversubscribed for the programme, and they just sort of pick people out. I wonder what the form looks like. Does it say, who would you be voting for in the case of an election? I'd like to see that. That'd be quite nice. They have a company that do it, yeah, for all of the... when we did Fives Company, we had an audience company. They source the audience and try and target you. And I can remember one time, and don't laugh, because it was really funny, but they'd given them the brief on what the programme was on Fives Company, and our studios were in Stephen Street on the left-hand side, and they built the studio for us. They built a studio. You've never seen anything like it. I mean, I was, just totally gobsmacked. Not only did they build the studio, they built all the dressing rooms, makeup, scene doc, everything. It was just unbelievable. And anyway, I think on about the second or third, no, might have been one of the first shows, I think. And the audience come in, and then we are introduced to the audience. So we come out, and the audience probably numbered about 150, all black. The entire audience was black. And we looked around and we thought, I think they'd given us the wrong audience. We're supposed to be, a good cross-section of everything else. But it was the funniest show because they were just as surprised as we were. All of a sudden, 5 white presenters walk out to an all-black audience. But it went very well, actually, because we all got introduced individually. And then they put you up in a picture frame thing. On today's Fives Company, Steve Allen, Esther McVeigh, Rodri Williams, so it goes on. It was all good fun, actually. But to watch them doing it was really quite interesting. When you think we all had dressing rooms, it was all... And the studio was built. They built the set. They brought in the furniture. It's all done quite clinically. And it was when Channel 5 first started. So we were on. They did a thing where they launched it and all the rest of it. But of course, nobody knew who we were. And there were a couple of other people there. I think Tim Vincent had a show on Channel 5, and he gets loads of coverage. Nobody took a blind bit of notice of us. Not a blind bit of notice. But we didn't care. We were quite happy. Shane in Sydney says, McDonald's waffles sounds good. I don't think they have the waffles at McDonald's in Australia. Have a check. They're really small. They don't have them. Oh, right. It's just for us. Because sometimes McDonald's do things that you get in America, but we don't get them over here. I mean, if you go to Vienna, they do beer in McDonald's, which you don't get over here, and Germany as well. Steve, hope you're well. It sounds like you are. Can we please have plenty of food chat this morning so we don't have to hear about the tragic Zippo circus at number 10? Tragic Zippo circus at number 10? What's that? Have I missed something here? Oh, the governor. Oh, I see. Still have a wonderful weekend, says Ash. So, because I'm a big fan of Zippo's Circus. I don't want anybody dissing Zippo's Circus, thank you very much indeed. Because the last time I went to see them in Twickenham on the Green, they were absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Best I've ever seen them. Much better organised than the government. In fact, much better organised than anything to do with politics. You can't make it up, can you really? You really can't. And Steve, I appreciate you're not a political programme, says Kim, but it doesn't half get me riled up at the moment. General election now. I promise I won't mention any more politics. You see, me too. Me too. I mean, I just don't know anything about it at all. And so I just leave it to all the other people on LBC who are far better qualified. I'm light end. You know, I keep telling people I'm light-end, but, you know, you're allowed an opinion. You're allowed an opinion on something. You know, if you think the whole thing's a gigantic cock-up, then, you know, that's your opinion. Somebody might want to disagree with it and go, well, I don't think it is a gigantic cock-up. And you go, well, obviously, you're a bit too stupid then to realise what's going on, because we're in the biggest mess we've ever been in my entire life. Pensioners losing people with their pensions, which are disappearing faster than you can say, was that Liz Truss I just saw running away? You know, it's all going pear-shaped. Your investments dropping. You know, it's not good. Electricity, gas bills through the roof. You know, it'll be bus fares next. That'll be the next thing. Just to let you know, Sutton Coldfield is Royal Sutton Coldfield. It's a very posh, very nice location on the outskirts of Birmingham. Don't be so stupid. Nothing nice on the outskirts of Birmingham. Do you know I've never been to Birmingham? Out of all the big places in this country, I've never been to Birmingham. I know it's famous for Spaghetti Junction, but I think it must be famous for other things as well. I mean, I was looking at pictures of it. Here's Sutton Coldfield. Oh, my God, that looks like retirement city, doesn't it? Definitely. It's very pretty. I like the flower beds. So when do they take these pictures when there's nobody on the streets? You know, is it Sunday morning or something like that? Very pretty. Oh, they've got big poppies. I like big poppies. We've got a few around our way as well. The vibrant town centre. Vibrant town centre, honestly. It's not vibrant at all. It's quite nice, though. They've got, oh, look, the Sutton Coldfield Conservatives.com website. How exciting. Oh, my God. They all look very depressed. Very, very depressed. There's one old man there with a beard looking like something out of an old American, you know, I said to me, Mary, we just bring the cattle down from the ranch. It's a bit like that. John in Aston underline, Steve, maybe politicians should try football management first. It is unbelievable. I mean, it seriously is. And I say this to you, you know, with hand on heart, because I think, you know, people have suffered so badly and it's just got worse and worse. So what she's done is she's taken over, she's basically got us into the doggy doos, and then they just waltz off into the sunset. They don't really care about us. That's the trouble. They want our votes, but they don't. And also she gets to keep her salary, $115,000 a year, for the rest of her life. And what's she done for us? To use that well-known French expression, bugger all. I mean, you know, how can you just walk away from something and go, oh, well, you know, I couldn't make it work, so see ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. And we're left to go, excuse me, do you know that there are people, you know, on the poverty breadline, people have to use food banks, not just every so often to top things up, but all the time. All the time. And you worry about it. What do we vote them in the first place for? I thought they were supposed to be looking after us. Haven't looked after us at all. In fact, if anything, she's made it worse. And then, without so much as a by your leave, kiss my what's-it, you know, off they go. Into the sunset to do nothing. Very embarrassing. Eileen in Scarborough says, I feel like we're living in La La Land. I'm glad you enjoyed your potato waffles. Going to buy some later. We'll never look at lettuce the same way again. Thank God she's gone. Bring on Rishi. Well, it's either going to be Rishi or Boris, isn't it? I think. I mean, you know, but what do I know? As I say, we'll have to ask Ian Dale. He would know this. But when you look at the pictures, my favourite picture is Liz. It's not favourite because she's in it, but it's a picture of our late Queen. This was just days before she died. And I still think she was the best thing that's ever happened to this country. I really do. But so day 1, energy bills. Day 4, she meets Charles and he goes, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now he's going to be going, oh my God. And smiling with members of the cabinet, most of whom were sort of bosom buddies of hers. And then gradually she got rid of them bit by bit by bit. Tax cuts, Quarty's mini budget, which turned out to be the biggest cock-up in living memory. I mean, a child of 4 could have put it together better. And then she sacked Braverman. Hunt then came in, ended the tax cut, because there was rumour that he was going to be taking over. But his name doesn't seem to feature too much in the papers. And then at the end she resigns after 44 days as a Prime Minister. But they don't care. And that's the sad thing, isn't it, really? Because, you know, we're sort of very sort of proud of this country. Well, I am. I don't know about everybody else. I'm very proud of this country. But when you actually look at the situation that we're in more doggy-doos than you could shake a stick at the moment. I mean, somebody's got to change it. But of course, even if Labour came in tomorrow, which is not physically possible, it's not going to change that quickly because they've then got to undo all the mess that went before, which is going to be even more complicated to do now because they'll have to shuffle money around all over the place. Is it going to change anything? Probably not. For how long? God knows. God knows. It's terrible. Steve, I've been asleep for 10 hours, says Louis. I'm having a nightmare. Are you serious that Boris Johnson could be on his way back to being PM again? Yeah, he's thrown his hat into the ring. So we're told. But it was always said that when he was ousted by his own party, he was going to be heading back because he loved the publicity, he loved the attention, he loved the media, he loved everything about it. Whether he was an idiot or not remains to be seen. But yes, he's apparently expressed an interest. Listen, I merely sit here passing it on to you. I can't do anything about it. We just have to sort of hope that, our life gets a little bit better. I mean, he is flying back from his holiday. I think he's been in the Bahamas or somewhere like that. So that well-known working man's holiday, the Bahamas. Steve, moving away from politics, you'd have loved Regent Street last night. Came out of the superb Bob Dylan concert at the Palladium at 10 p.m. Bob Dylan was doing the Palladium, was he? And the times they are a-changing. I'm better than I thought, actually.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
You do worry about the mentality of some people who appear on television quiz shows. I'm sure that they have to vet them first, but you do worry about them. Ben Shepherd's Tipping Point gets the most stupid people. There's one here. Which Simpsons character shares his name with an ancient Greek poet and author of the Odyssey? Leslie. Bart? I mean, that's how thick. The Chase is Bradley Walsh. In the proverb about consequences, what bird comes home to roost? Michael. Pigeons? I mean, seriously. Ben Shepherd, often used in traditional board games, a standard dice has how many faces? Jill. 5. Is there a home for people who are going to go on Tipping Point and just be so awful that you kind of worry about it? You sort of go, I'm sorry, did you get an education or are you deliberately being stupid? I don't know. Meanwhile, Channel 4 official remit, the provision of a broad range of high quality and diverse programmes. And I can't even tell you what this one is. But includes programmes, they say, of an educational nature and other programmes of educative value. Channel 4, Monday, October the 24th at 10 p.m. My massive appendage. Seriously, that's the programme on Channel 4. Yes, Willie. Seriously. Well, they don't say, but that's what they've called the programme. They've used the C word, like Krishnan and Guru Murthy tried to the other day. Yeah, they've used the C. I mean, seriously, it's unbelievable. Who in God's name is remotely interested by garbage like that? Obviously, quite a few people. Half of people have stopped using hello as a greeting. Apparently, they think it's boring and outdated. It was deemed too formal. What? Just saying hello to... Who are these numbskulls? They preferred introducing themselves with, hiya. Who says that? Nobody. Other popular greetings include, hey. Or failing that, you okay? Or what's... Why do people ask, are you okay? I always go, why? Do I look ill? It's like all the people who come on LBC, on all the phone-in programmes, and they go, how are you? And I remember thinking, have you just heard the last caller? He's already told you he's fine. Why do people insist? What's it got to do with you anyway? You medically qualified? Dear me. Mind you, there was a very good line, which was Paddy McGuinness. This is on some programme. I don't know what it is. Paddy McGuinness. Has he got a catchphrase? No likey, no lighty. And anyway, I think so. But anyway, he's much better on this programme than he is on Question of Sport. But he can still struggle with the basics, as demonstrated when he addressed a singer dressed as a doctor. Paddy McGuinness. So you're a medical student. What are you studying? I'm studying medicine. I mean, seriously. Small wonder the old bird moved out, I tell you. Or perhaps it was for other reasons. Who knows? Who knows? Eco-protesters. Gardeners have got their kit off for a charity's naked calendar. It's £10 and it's on sale at perennial.org.uk. We haven't seen the farmers, or gardeners, sorry, but it's a cheeky calendar. The cheeky chaps are seen on each month's page carrying out a different task, such as design or pest control. We shall find copies of it, and we shall tell you whether or not it's worth £10 or not. It's perennial.org.uk, perennial. P-E-R-E-N-N-A-E-L. Have to do it like that. It's easier at this time of the morning. Shorter programme today, if you've just joined us. Much shorter. And Steve, good morning. You're right. Zippos is amazing. As for Liz Truss, not only has she messed up, she has your show cut short just to top it off. Don't even get me started on that one. Thank you very much indeed, Ashley. Dave O'Brien will be pleased with the I told you so rant later this morning. Oh, yes, he's going to have a field day. Have a field day. Mind you, I did come up with a great scenario that if we did go to a general election, the Conservatives got in again, what is he going to talk about? He's going to be apoplectic. We can't find the perennial calendar. Can't you find it? Well, obviously not trying, are you? Trying very hard at all. Could we have a producer? That's what producers do. They produce something. No, it's just... No, it's called perennial. Actually, I've now lost the blooming thing. Honestly, it's so annoying. Yeah, it's the calendar on sale at www.perennial.org.uk. The Perennial with love, Chelsea. No. Perennial.org.uk. Oh, right. Well, where's it got calendar written? It must have calendar written somewhere, mustn't it? Wait a minute. Oh, God, no, it's none of those ones. And, oh, God, definitely not those ones. Well, we can't find the blooming thing. We've got shop. Christmas with love. What did it say? Calendars. I mean, to be honest with you, looking at the website for Perennial, it looks like a normal... I can't imagine they'd have a thing with naked people on it. It doesn't look like that sort of site at all. Very odd, isn't it? Wait a minute. Wait. Go back down. Go back down again. Go back down. Yeah, no, it's spelt the same. I can't understand it. Money raised for this calendar for £10. Try it on Google. Try it on Google. Might as well try everything. Well, I just can't believe that we found Perennial's website, but it's not on there, which seems a little bit of a pointless exercise. Honestly, we do try and find things for you. No, not Patek Philippe. I used to think it was Philippe Patek without realising it wasn't. I've got a Patek Philippe. I don't think it's genuine at all. I think it's one of those looky-likeys or something like that. Ken Barlow in Coronation Street. He's 90. We can't find it. We cannot find it. There you go. So the papers have got it wrong. Ken Barlow, it's to get caught in a love triangle at the age of 82. But he's not 82. He's 90, isn't he, or something like that? Oh, the character's younger. And so Stephanie Beecham will be seen giving love rival Wendy Papadopoulos, I mean, where on earth they get that from? Birds of a feather, I should imagine. A run for her money. Wendy, played by Roberta Kerr, also came back into Ken's life earlier this year. I mean, imagine 82 in the middle of a love triangle. Woo! And here she is, dreary old Maya Jama, and she went to the launch of a radio show at London's Standard Hotel, where she partied with pals. That's all it seems to be now, doesn't it? Really partying with pals. Oh, very bad news for you ladies. Sorry to break this to you at this time of the morning, but you know the business Butlers in the Buff? It's gone bust. This is where they used to send men out, and they would send waiters. One lady paid £500 for 2 waiters to a sister's hen party, and they're naked, but they're wearing aprons. Okay, Butlers in the Buff. I mean, it's probably the sort of people who don't mind taking their clothes off. And they do packages. Not anymore, they don't, unfortunately, because they've gone bust. And Nicole discovered the business had gone bust after a naked butler rang her, asking if she'd pay him in cash to do the job. Beginning to sound a bit desperate, isn't it? The hen party had paid to stay at my accommodation. Their night was going to be ruined without a butler. It's only just somebody serving you wearing an apron. I don't quite get it myself, but, you know, there you go. What do I know about anything? Absolutely nothing at all. This year's 6th accepted sighting of the fabled fake Loch Ness Monster apparently has been recorded. A mother and daughter visiting from East Scotland say they saw a black lump appear out of the water 200 yards from the bank. They said it sat for about 30 seconds, submerged, then resurfaced 30 seconds later before disappearing. It was described as boxy in shape and about the size of a football, so it's obviously not been eating recently, because I thought it was huge. The glimpse has been accepted by the official Loch Ness Monster Sightings Register. Another load of old baloney. Have you ever heard anything like it? I mean, seriously. Oh, yes, well, we are prepared to take the word of this mother and daughter. They saw this thing, and it sat there, then it went underneath the water, and then it came back up again. Unbelievable. Next thing is it'll be waving and offering free trips around Loch Ness, I should imagine. Steve, says Paul, who says, come and visit us and we can go for waffles. Stalker, make a note of that one. Make a note of that one. That's one to definitely keep an eye on. From the now famous Sutton Coldfield. Well, I mean, you must be really ancient, because it looks like a town for a lot of very old people. I was looking at the people who are crossing the road. And most of those... And the Conservative Party in Sutton Coldfield, the photograph is hilarious. This coming Saturday, says Rob in Hatfield, I will be looking after my grandkids, Jack 8 and Jessica 11. They'll be staying over for the night. My wife is off to watch Robbie Williams... Woo! I will be home on Sunday. I'm thinking of putting the Christmas tree up as a surprise. I'm sure Jack and Jessica will help me, so have a nice day. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't see any problem with that at all. I don't see a problem with making somebody's day and saying, listen, I'll put the Christmas tree up early. Why not? Listen, it's miserable enough out there as it is. It's dark and gloomy. It's like that scene from Mary Poppins. And that's where Bert changed it. And, when the kids go, oh, it's awfully dark and gloomy up there. And Bert goes, nah... Up there is a doorway to a place of enchantment. And that's what it's like on the rooftops of London. Gore, what a sight. And that's where they're going to chimney. I get emotional about it even now. Someone on Ian Payne's show last night said you should run for PM, says Chris in Surrey. I think it's a great idea. Should we get ready for Steve for PM? Imagine how Larry the cat is fit. Oh, he's got no idea what's going on, has he? Did you see all those mugs that they bought with, Liz for PM or something? And Warren likes Rachel Johnson but thinks she should stick to radio. Warren's obviously having one of his sessions, I could tell. Sunday night from 7. And it's amazing, actually, how many people are sort of waiting for James O'Brien. So I'm waiting for Ian Dale to predict who it is who's going to be taking over, because I think Ian has already pushed for Penny Mordaunt. I think he'd already put out a tweet about that. Steve, are you kidding, says Sandra. She keeps her salary. Yep, for the rest of her life. Yeah, that's right. In Liz we trust. The mug is broken, like the Conservative Party. So I'm absolutely furious, as I'm sure most are. We're a laughingstock, says Sandra. That's something that's been run for years. All these prime ministers, ex-prime ministers, keep their money. So she gets, I think it's $110,000 a year for the remainder of her life. Of course, she'll probably struggle on it, so she'll have to go out and do speeches. Although, to be honest, with a speech about starting off with, I'm terribly sorry, I'm a failure. I don't know how many people are going to be paying for that one, but Boris was earning a small fortune. A small fortune, as indeed do many of them. Connie says, I've got to take a break. I'll come back to you, Connie. Hang fire. We're only here for 2 hours this morning.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Apparently, the good news is, if you want to booze, as long as you eat nuts when you're boozing, that's okay. Apparently it works. Alcohol is known to increase appetite, but protein has some sort of effect, so people eat less. Because they used to, didn't they? Do you remember years ago, you go into a pub on a Sunday, they'd have sticks with pineapple and cheese on and a big bowl of nuts. And I remember thinking, only recently... Yeah, and potatoes. Sometimes they do chips or things like, But I remember thinking, so you put these nuts in your mouth and then you put your hand back into this dish where other people... I'm surprised we haven't died of diphtheria. Absolutely ridiculous. We used to sort of open up packets of crisps and everything, which was quite nice. So anyway, Connie says, I'm 1 year older. It's my birthday. And I'm 55 years old. How was it for you when you turned 55? I'll let you know when I get there, Connie. I'll let you know when I get there. No, actually, 55 was okay. I still have to remind myself that at 68, I still feel fit as a fiddle. The NHS might say differently, but that's what I think. So at 55, I don't think anything was the matter with 55. I remember when I was 29, I remember thinking, oh, God, I'm going to be 30. I'm going to be 30 soon. And then between 30 and 40, it goes by fairly quickly. And then it sort of slows down a little bit between the 40s and 50s. And then it races through to 60. races through to 60. And then before you know where you are, I mean, I've got to wait till next year to turn 69. But 30, I remember thinking that 30, that was like really ancient. And you meet people now and you think, God, I wonder how old. And sometimes I meet people who I think look older than me, and they turn out to be so much younger than me, which is a bit embarrassing, really. Happy Friday, says Natalie in Dubai. I'm driving from Dubai to Abu Dhabi this morning. I shall have you on the radio the whole way. I think it's a good evening for KFC tonight. What do you think? I think any night's a good night for KFC. I mean, I could actually exist on it quite happily. I mean, I work on the assumption it's chicken and it's good for you because it's white meat. And it is good for you, but then you look at the breast. You wash your mouth out with carbolic. How dare you, honestly. Steve, by the way, just in case you'd forgotten. No, I go for drumsticks because they're easier to eat, and I quite like them. But it's the coating that's the killer. It's all right for kids because you go into KFC and you watch the kids eating it, and of course they're children. They don't put on weight like we do as adults. And sometimes you see people with 2 or 3 bottoms trying to sit on a seat. Oh, they're huge, and they sit because they make the seats in there deliberately smaller. But it's just too addictive. Paul says, I was 40 this year. I told you were old. I'm starting to creak. What do you mean starting to creak? I've been creaking for ages. He says, did you know the royal title was bestowed on the town by Henry VIII after he was saved from a wild boar attack in the park? What a bad day that was for wild boars. Wild boar 0, Henry 1. Butler's in the buff, gone bust. Between this and the political climate, I'm away back to bed, Steve, says Kim. It's all gone pear-shaped, hasn't it? According to the bookmaker, Boris Johnson is now second favourite to take over from Liz Truss. Rishi Sunak first, Boris Johnson second, Penny Mordaunt in third, says Mark. He says, Mark from Norwich is not in fourth place. I'm just telling you who the text is from. Yes, I do know how to read things. I'm an adult, you know. I am 68 years old. I can read these things very well. A play about the Wagatha trial is about to be staged for one night only. It's been adapted from a High Court transcript of the libel case with Becky Vardy, that desperado, whose parents didn't even go to her wedding. Didn't even go to the wedding. And the producer says, the way the trial gripped the nation, it didn't grip the nation at all, dear. We knew that Rebecca Vardy was a liar. We knew that she was desperate. She'd been told time and time again. She's obviously immensely stupid and refuses to be told something, because if you get your picture taken by the papers, you obviously believe that you're somebody who isn't really real. You think that the public are interested in your thoughts. It's like footballers. A complete waste of space, so you can kick a ball from here to there. Big deal. Give me 135,000 a week. I'll kick it from there to there. It's not difficult. My Auntie Winifred could have done that. My Auntie Enid as well. Never heard about Winifred. No, I try not to mention her. She's the... Let's just put it, she's sort of in the family, but not in the family. You know, she's very rich, very rich. She lives in this huge chateau in the Loire Valley, which she's had for some years. But I think it's got something like 43 bedrooms, but she only lives in one of them, because otherwise she'd be constantly changing the sheets and everything else. And she does, I think at one time she was going to let it out as a gîte, but she couldn't ever pronounce the word gîte, so she thought hotel, and then the French clamped down, and she's still waiting for the workmen to come back. She was clamped down on. No, she's very sweet. I've got a picture of her somewhere in my wallet, just to remind myself. It was taken when she was a very young girl, and she's quite sweet. We don't really talk to her. In fact, she did invite me out there some years ago to go for a holiday in the Loire Valley, and I looked at a picture of this place, which is basically a crumbling ruin. And I decided, that was her, and I decided that I didn't really want to go out there, so I didn't. Karen Kendall Smith. Who are these people who give themselves these silly double-barreled names? She's got 70 leopard print items in her wardrobe, which she's collected. Oh dear, bit of an embarrassment, isn't it? Really. Also, they've got somebody here who is, I don't know who she is actually. She's obviously, she's from Love Island. That's why she's posing in a bra, because that's all they can do, isn't it? They don't really have any talent discernible. And so they've sort of tried her out in different bras. And you can tell she's from Love Island. She's big busted and she's got tattoos up her arm. So obviously one of the class acts. And they've got bras here. Bras are quite expensive, aren't they? George at Astor is a tenner. So is F&F at Tesco, £10. And so they've asked her. I mean, she obviously now thinks she's a model, because she's modelling bras. You do worry, don't you, really? What do my star signs say today? They say you can come up with new rules just for you. If you're single, woo, here we go. If you're single, the perfect partner plays unusual music. Cash may not come from an obvious source, but give it your time. Love links to an infinity symbol in silver. Well, there you go. What can I tell you about that? It's absolute rubbish, isn't it? Absolute garbage. I don't know why. Jill Scott is pictured in the paper today, posing outside the coffee shop before she does I'm a Celebrity. I didn't know who she was either. It's supposed to be a celebrity-based programme. Apparently she plays for a women's football team, and that apparently qualifies you as a celebrity now. She's got a coffee shop with a partner, or, you know, like a partner in the coffee shop, but she's going on to I'm a Celebrity. And I didn't even know who she was. These people have to explain, won't they? Oh, I'm this. It's either that or it'd be somebody from Hollyoaks. You know, but I mentioned it this morning to my producer, who's sort of slightly younger than I am, so he might know who these people are. And I said, oh, Jill Scott's posing outside her coffee shop before she goes into I'm a Celebrity. He went, who's Jill Scott? I said, I don't know. She's apparently, yeah, unless you're a football fan, you won't have heard of her either. And that's how desperate they've got. Somebody out of a team of 11 people gets picked when you've never heard of her. Never heard of her. Make it a crime to ignore abuse. The death of Jimmy Savile led to lots. How he got away with it for years, I've got no idea. Seriously, when you look at it, you know, just dreadful. But the reason they never did anything is because of his association with the royal family. The Queen Mother and Charles and everybody else in the royal family, because, you know, he used to sort of wear his gold tracksuit, the old pervert, and that's what they thought. They thought, oh, he just raises money for charity. And then you looked at what he was doing, and you suddenly realised that when he died, it was one of the best things that ever happened to the world. If you wake up with insomnia, says Aaron, it's worth listening to Steve Allen on LBC. His stream of consciousness presentation is nothing short of remarkable. He can talk. Well, that's why I'm employed for it. I mean, you know, if I couldn't talk, can you imagine if I came in and they said, OK, Steve, so... Because I remember telling you years ago that I used to do a phone-in programme when we were another incarnation of LBC. And I said to my boss at the time, I said, what happened? I don't know why, it was the stupidest question I've ever come up with. I said, and I've come up with some stupid questions in the past, but I said, what happens if I don't get any calls? And he said, well, you talk. And that's what I did. I talked. And nowadays, I don't find it any hardship whatsoever. No hardship at all. You just talk. In fact, the calls would just hold the programme up. Somebody says, I can't wait to hear Nick Abbott's show tonight. I really need to laugh at the last few days. Says Sue. If only. If only. Kevin the Milkman says there's still about 2 years until an election has to be held. That's enough time for every Conservative MP to have a turn at being Prime Minister. He says, I hope I'm not giving them ideas. I think they've probably had it already. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? A teen honey traps unfaithful men. I've heard of these people over the years. They're very pretty, very good looking, and they trap. You know, women go to them and say, can you find out if he's cheating? And so they go out. They say, you know, the wife will say, or girlfriend, he's going to this bar this evening. They go there. They try it on with them, get them to take them home, and then they tell the wife, yeah, he's cheating on you. I always think better not to know. Best not to know. British Rehab Centre treating addicts to cryptocurrency. You can be addicted to anything nowadays, can't you? Cryptocurrency. I don't know what it is, no. I have no interest in it. Valerie Singleton's got Blue Peter memories. Well, she would have. She would have. And, as I say, Matthew Perry's looking for love. And Stephanie Beacham, as I say, is going to make a comeback to Corrie. And the cop quiz on the new tutor to cathedral in Italy. It turns out it's a British woman who organised it. We'll tell you who she is a little bit later on. Divine Brown. You remember Divine Brown? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Facing 30 years in jail, drugs charges. Surprising, isn't it, really? Still trying to get over Jill Scott, who's going to be on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It. They'll have to explain to you who she is, because nobody will know. I defy anybody. She plays women's football. Hello? Not very good, is it, really? What else we got for you? Oh, we got loads, actually, so we'll do them after the news at 5. We're only here till 6 this morning, so potato waffles arriving a little bit earlier than usual.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. She's gone. Okay, finished. She'll disappear, and she'll probably make documentaries or something ridiculous. It's what people do nowadays, isn't it? They either go on but she's not been in a position of power for very long at all. Hardly worth. I mean, you wouldn't book her for an after-dinner speech, would you? Why would you want to? Although Boris has made a small fortune out of it, and Margaret Thatcher made a fortune. An absolute fortune going round in America. Big business pays big money. Do you remember when Bill Clinton came over here? What did they hire? The Royal Albert Hall. And he gave his speech, and people paid thousands of pounds to go to it. It was quite something. Steve, says Ashley, Liz Truss is now only 3-1 with the bookies to go into the jungle next month. A little bit like attention-seeking Nadine Dorries. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Jordan in Bracknell, who could be Josh, is an I forgot to tell you my ambulance story. I'll tell you now. I have to wait till the music finishes. It's called Production. I like to do it. And they were doing one of these something called like 999 what's your emergency, and so they go to the control room and there's somebody there. Okay, the first thing they say when you phone up, apparently, is the person breathing. That's the first thing they ask you. Is the person breathing? No. Okay, listen carefully. Stop screaming. Listen to me carefully. And they were very good. Very, very good. And they talked them through it. And they went, okay, now tip the head backwards and put your mouth over theirs and blow and then push on their stomach. Are they breathing? Yes. And I thought there was a result. But anyway, that wasn't the bit. They had to go out to this woman, an elderly woman, and she'd taken an overdose. So these two young ambulance people go over to this house, and she's coming downstairs on this Stanner stair lift kind of thing, which is a very slow way of going up and down the stairs. I think it should be like a funfair ride. You basically launch them in a catapult, bumper cars, and she's in a bad way. And the reason she's in a bad way, and as it turns out, the overdose of the tablets, they had to check, can she overdose on these tablets she's taking? And they said no. So she was fine. But the reason she was upset and she took these tablets is because she thought the family were going to put her in a home. And she didn't want to go into a home. And she wanted to stay in her house. She had carers in apparently twice a day, so at least she was seeing people. But she can't walk very far. She can't walk very far at all. And her legs had swollen up and stuff like that. And so she was worried that they would take her from the house and put her into a home. And that was the last place she wanted to go to. Anyway, in the end, they said, we're not going to put you in a home. Her daughter was there and said, we're not going to put you into a home. You can stay in your house. And the ambulance girls were really good. I mean, they must have spent a good hour there. But they had to check on the tablets that she'd taken to make sure that you couldn't overdose. Otherwise, they would have had to have taken her into hospital. But it turned out really well, actually. It turned out really well. I was quite pleased, actually. I mean, they do. I mean, ambulance people and all these medics who go out there and the police, they have to deal with domestics. They have to deal with drunkenness, people with drugs, people waving weapons around. This I can understand. I can understand people waving weapons around. But, to be honest, when it's a domestic dispute because of drunkenness, what it's got to do with the police, I've got no idea. But they have to go out there and deal with this. And they go, oh, she's been in here ages. She's been, this is her 15th time this month of going in. It's really terrible. Absolutely terrible. Steve, have you seen this story? Says Sarah. The world's most deadliest snake curls up in a public toilet. It was curled up on a sanitary disposal unit in a toilet in the Sunshine Coach. No, the worst ones. So, oh dear, look at it. It's dangerous, isn't it? She took a photograph of it. What sort of snake is it? What sort of snake is it, apart from deadly? And we don't know what it is. The world's most deadly snake. I don't know what it is. Oh, it's an Eastern brown. Whatever that means, I don't know. But it was curled up there. And the experts are warned that snakes are coming out of everything at the moment. A lot of them, though, did you see that bloke? They went somewhere and they were looking for anacondas. Because what they do is the anaconda, and they're huge. I mean, they are ginormous. I mean, they're even bigger than me. And enormous. And they were trying. This bloke is very good at finding them, but he couldn't find them on this occasion. Then they did find one, but it wasn't huge, but it was certainly big enough. And they lie there in water, submerged, with the head just slightly visible so they can breathe. And some snakes pop up. If you live in a basement flat, they pop up in your toilet. Always, I always recommend this to people, make sure your toilet lid is down at night if you live in one of these flats in the basement, because the only water is in the U-bend. It's like 2 inches worth of water. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. And, just thought I'd freak you out there. Because some people say, how do these rats get in there? So they put a camera in their bathroom and it comes up through the sewer. It comes up and it pops up at the thing and then nips out, goes and feeds, and then goes back down into the water again. A bit like Thunderbirds, I suppose. Cameron in Washington, D.C., he says, listening as I do nightly. Thank you for the laughs. There's not many laughs, is there, at the moment? I mean, everywhere you go, there's just no laughs. That's why we try and be a little bit of a respite in these days of misery and these days of uncertainty and these days of, dear God in heaven, can we afford the bills when they come in? That's what's worrying people. How bad are they going to be? Is it going to be where we can get away with it this Christmas, but then come April, they're going to rocket through the roof? And you do worry about it. I worry for all sorts of people. I worry for the people whose pensions seem to be getting smaller. The pension pot seems to be getting smaller. I hear more calls on LBC from people whose money is disappearing faster than you can shake a stick at. As you know, I've only just taken my pension out from the two companies. So at least I've got that lump sum. And it's around. I'm just waiting so that I get the 25%. That's the only thing I'm waiting for. I'm not waiting anything else, and hopefully I shall keep walking. Well, I don't mind keeping walking. Actually, it reminded me of something else the other day. It was on YouTube. It was it America or here? It might have been here actually. And it's a woman parking in a disabled space, and this young woman comes up to her and goes, "What do you think you're doing?" And this woman goes, "I'm going shopping." And she goes, "You're not disabled." And this woman goes, "Well, how do you know?" And she says, "Because you're walking." Because the disability criteria is that you can only walk so far. And this woman has said, that's what it is. It's on the actual form. It says, can you walk further than that? In which case, then you can probably get away with it. Anyway, this goes on for ages. With this woman saying, you're a disgrace. Disabled people need to park here so that you should have parked the other side of the car park. And the woman goes, no, I shouldn't. I can park here. Because I am disabled. Just because you can't see my disability doesn't mean I'm not disabled. And this woman goes, but you can walk. There you go. Who can get a badge? You have a disability, you have a great difficulty walking from your car to where you want to go. You have a disability and you're likely to harm someone when you're walking. And you have a disability which means you're not able to walk. Although I've heard of people turned down who've only got one leg, which is ridiculous. So you can also get a badge if you're registered blind. Well, I wouldn't advise the driving side of that. And a blue badge if you're the higher rate of mobility component. Anyway, this young girl-ish, I mean, she could have been in her early 30s, is complaining to this woman saying, you're a disgrace. She said, you're an absolute bloody disgrace. You can walk. She said, I've seen you walking. And this woman goes, you don't know my disability. She goes, and it must go for a good 15 minutes. And the woman goes, listen, I'm allowed to park here, right? I've got a disabled badge. So this young girl goes, oh yeah, have you? Show it to me. So this woman reaches into the glove box, takes it out and goes, can you read? She had a blue badge. It was a wonderful case of instant karma. It was so funny. I nearly cheered because this woman, she hadn't taken it out and put it on the dashboard, but she was entitled, I had a blue badge. Can you read? Thicko. I love it. Steve, I watched that episode of Ambulance last night. A tough watch, says Kim. It was, but didn't you at the end, that old lady felt so much better that they'd been there and they'd spoken to her and they've said, listen, you're not going to overdose, you're fine, and they're not going to put you in a home, which is good. Richard says, thank you for keeping us expats sane. It's not easy, is it, being an expat? He says, I think you really are an international star. Washington, Dubai, and me in Tokyo. I used to have somebody in Tokyo who used to write to me all the time and saying how expensive Tokyo is. Just for buying things like melon, fruit. I can't have melon. It's another thing that's banned. So annoying. I shouldn't have had the toffee apple, but to be honest, between you, me, and the gatepost, I quite like the toffee apple. I didn't mind getting all messy with it because it's just something nice to have. I can't help it. Excuse me. Lovely, delicious. Oh, by the way, the Just Stop Oil protesters, or I prefer to call them the big girls' blouses out there, they've now sprayed orange paint all over the front of Harrods. As far as I'm concerned, that is criminal damage. And I hope they've been arrested. I mean, they look a bit simple, I'm afraid. It's not their fault. obviously dropped on their head as children. But they sprayed all the windows at the front, and I'm thinking to myself, you should have been arrested. There should be a court case. Open up night courts, and get them into court, and then go, no, you will not only pay for all of this to be cleaned up again, but you're going to prison, and send them to prison for 6 months. Literally keeps them out of harm's way. And if they then reoffend, you go back to prison for a year. And if you ignore it after that, you go back for 5 years. It's as simple as that. If you're too stupid to realise, then, we can't do anything about it. What was the other one? BBC turfing out Gardener's World for Rugby League. They're mad at the BBC, aren't they? They've got no idea. Do they really think that more people are going to watch Rugby League than Gardener's World? How naive. It doesn't matter whether it's only once, and don't start defending the BBC. All that kind of talk on the programme. Sorry? I'm shortened today because it's different, because Nick Ferrari wanted to start at 6, and I said, of course you can. If you want to be healthy, have a cuppa or two. It's a song. Doesn't matter. You got to pick a pocket or two. Got to pick a pocket or two. TV fans get the chance to own a piece of comedy history. They've got a typewriter which belonged to Ray Galton. The producer, of course, was none the wiser. You put up Ray Galton and the programmes that he must have typed on this typewriter. It's a piece of history. It's like having an Enigma machine. Really. Ray Galton, together with Alan Simpson, they wrote Steptoe and Son, Hancock's Half Hour. Keep going. Come on. And although he did actually, he also wrote with Johnny Spate. He wrote Room at the Bottom, Murder at Oil Drum Lane at the Theatre Royal. He won 2 BAFTA awards, and he did Spooner's Patch, everything. It's amazing. 2 BAFTAs, and they've got a BAFTA fellowship as well, together with Mr. Simpson. But his typewriter's come up for sale. You see, if I was family, I'd want to keep that. I think that's really quite a coup. I don't know how much it would fetch. Probably quite a lot, I should imagine. There's no estimate, no. But just looked quite nice, actually. Driving rain taking its toll on roads. Isn't it amazing? You wake up, if you sleep at the time that I do, and you wake up and somebody goes, oh, how did you cope with that rain last night? And I go, what rain? I never hear it. Never hear it at all. It doesn't make any difference to me. The Daily Star have got their front headline, Lettuce Rejoice. What's the lettuce thing? Is this the romaine? Or something else? Is it... Tell me during the break. Thank you. I don't want to miss out on this. Don't want to miss out.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Relatively speaking, you know when you see celebrities on the television, you always think to yourself, I wonder if they've got a past. And Kylie Minogue, the Aussie pop star that we all know, her great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, who was called Dinah Ridderford, was hanged for stealing butter, bacon and a kettle at Gloucester Prison in 1816. It's amazing, because people, you go back in time. Fiona Bruce. As host of Antiques Roadshow, she's used to exposing old relics, but her great-great-grandfather, William Crouch, was a fraudster who stole money from apprentices. Gets better. Mark Wright, the former Towie star, appeared on BBC's Who Do You Think You Are to find out that his great-great-grandfather was a thief in the 1890s who stole straw, bricks and was judged to be anything but a good character, but he later served in World War I. Ed Balls. I'm bored with seeing on the television. I love to the failed politicians who now, I'm a celebrity. Very smarmy, I know. The ex-Shadow Chancellor discovered on the same show that his 3 times great-grandfather surgeon, William Dunbar, was a sex pest, accused of kissing a teenage girl. Ronnie O'Sullivan, we all know about. And Emma Willis, best known for presenting Big Brother, the TV star found out her 5 times great-grandfather, Richard Fowler, got in big bother during the 18th century. He kidnapped, stabbed and tortured a blacksmith and his son in Ireland. I don't know, they find these things out, honestly. No, we've never done it. One of my aunties and uncles, my Uncle Stan and Auntie Joan, I think Uncle Stan was doing a family tree, and then died, so we didn't get any further with that one, which was a bit of a shame. But you can go to churches and you can go back in parish records, and then you can go. There's all these different companies now that offer this service where you can trace your family tree. I mean, it's quite hard to find anything interesting. Who was it was cancelled? They did that, Who Do You Think You Are? And it turned out that their sort of forebear was a murderer or something. Whatever it was, I remember them thinking, I don't think we'll run this one. A witch says spellcasters can use household basics to keep the magic going in the cost of living crisis. Wannabe witches can get busy using cheap saucepans as cauldrons, adding herbs and spices and lighting the odd tea light. God, honestly, it's not bad enough without the Loch Ness Monster. Now you've got blooming witches as well. Because you get good witches and bad witches, don't you? You get white witches and other witches. And they're still around. I don't know whether they actually do anything. I mean, they don't fly on broomsticks, do they? Well, as far as I know, they don't. They might do, actually. Could be quite an interesting thing to do, couldn't it? So Taylor Swift, Midnights is her album, gets 5 stars in the paper. So everybody very, very pleased with that one. Shakira, meant to take aim at her ex, the Spanish footballer Gerard Piqué, in the new song Monotonia. She's the one who sang that Waka Waka. So good. So good. Just type in Waka Waka and you'll see her doing a concert and the whole crowd go manic. It's lovely. Meghan Markle has been warned by Whoopi Goldberg. The trouble is Meghan Markle is a loose cannon. She's not the brightest penny. Her views could be insulting to women working in the entertainment industry. She said, you don't want to make the other women feel bad because maybe they're trying to make a living too. Because old Meghan claimed she felt objectified whilst working as a briefcase girl. Yeah, big smiles all the way through it and was happy to take the money. Basically, she said, I was portrayed as a bimbo. No, you weren't, dear. No, you weren't. Now you're being portrayed as a bimbo. You weren't then. And she's not a duchess, okay? She's not a... Isn't it funny how they hate the royal family and yet they milk every aspect of it? Oh, I'm a duchess. She even put on the book title, The Duchess of Sussex. The Americans buy into any old garbage, don't they? What's Charlie Mullins had done to himself and why does he look like Barry Manilow? Has he had loads of Botox and stuff like that? I mean, he used to run Pimlico Plumbers, and then he sold it. And I looked at his face the other day, and he's got all these whitened teeth, which makes people look a little bit like Rylan. And but he looks. I looked at the picture of him this morning. And it was the producer who said, "You know what he looks like? Looks like Barry Manilow." But they were doing a thing the other day, The Unbreakable. He said it was my first encounter with the pressures of this kind of competitive telly. They've given him a column in the Daily Star. They say he's fierce, frank, and fun. Just looks odd. Just looks odd. I've never seen anybody look so odd. Fierce, frank, and fun. Makes it sound like a family, doesn't it? Charlie Mullins with the rest of them. Fierce, frank, and this is fun, bringing up the rear. But he just looks odd. He looks like he's had his eyebrows done. He looks like he's been plumped up with all sorts of terrible things. It just looks odd. Just doesn't look real, I'm afraid. Kanye West wears a cap saying 2024 on a date night with his new girlfriend. He just looks miserable. Every picture Kanye West you see of him, he's going out with a Brazilian model. Of course he is, because that's what Brazilian models do. Who are you going out with, love? I go out with Kanye West. You know, yeah. Oh, it's Yay, is it? Well, that's Y-A-Y. That would be Yay. This is Y-E. I don't think you've got it right. I think you don't know anything about rap music like what I do. Apparently, she was spotted clutching a pair of red roses. Well, God, what a cheapskate. And she left a swanky restaurant. Any restaurant that would let a man in dressed like him, I would not be frequenting at all. Thank you very much indeed. Haggling could have saved Brits on average £3,200. Most of us are too shy. I can't haggle for money. I can't for toffee. I can't haggle. I just cannot haggle. I'm not one of these sort of... Somebody said to me, do you always haggle when you buy your cars? And I went, no. They tell me what the price is. I sort of, I pay the price. That's what it is. It's the way it goes. There's a girl called Allegra Duval. That's got to be a busty page 3 girl kind of thing. And she's the spitting image of Britney Spears. No, she's not. She's absolutely not. And Allegra. What's your name, love? Allegra Duval. Thank you. What do you do, page 3 stunner? Thank you very much indeed. She's a professional dancer. She went on to perform as Britney at a Pride festival and loved it. Oh, she comes from Colorado. She's filmed by fans of the singer when she's out and about. Yeah, well, there you go, love. It's a shame, isn't it, really? You have to make your living trying to look like somebody else, but you don't really look like somebody else. You know what I mean? Also, who's this? The typewriter. They haven't got a price on this typewriter. I like the sound of it. But I do not have it. And Francis Rossi is set to be a contestant on Celebrity Antiques Road Trip. He's been paired with Linda Nolan. Other people taking part Les Dennis, Melinda Messenger, Joe Brand and Katie Piper. What on earth is Francis Rossi doing on this? I mean, honestly. Oh, the typewriter estimate. 100 to 200 pounds. Is that it? 100 to 200 pounds. I'll bid for it myself. I could probably go to 201 pounds or something like that. I shall have to move money about. Yeah, I'll be saving up. The One Show is getting a makeover to mark the 100th anniversary of the BBC. Oh, perhaps they're going to get rid of Alex Jones. That'd be the best thing they've ever done. I've never seen such a bad presenter. Apparently she was turned down 5 times. Then obviously somebody felt sorry for her and put her on it. She's way out of her depth. And Ronan Keating, they're going to have messages from Lenny Henry, Claudia Winkleman, Graham Norton and Mary Berry. Whatever. I saw a programme the other night. Who's that Rob Beckett? He was doing this programme and I don't even know what time this thing was on. And it involved people on the beach having to run from post to post. And one of them was this camp bloke called Stephen. I had no idea who he was, but he's popped up on a couple of programmes recently. He's just particularly camp, and they obviously, perhaps he's a comedian, I don't know, but Rob Beckett was doing this programme, and I don't know what the programme was called, I know nothing about it. It was like a game show. They had to run to this thing. Oh, what would Stephen's favourite film be? As if anybody cared. And then they had these 2 girls on as well, so they were competing against each other. But Rob Beckett was sitting on the settee, and there were 2 other people. It was obviously a very cheap show to do. But what it was called, I've got no idea. Have you got a list of Rob Beckett shows? It looked fairly new, because I'd never seen it before, actually. Wasn't a dream. Of course it wasn't a dream. I don't do dreams. So, wait a minute. Where have we got? It's a bit difficult to tell, actually. Now, altogether now. No, because that was with Jerry Halliwell. I mean, I know he's done all the usual things. Rob Beckett's Savage Socials, no. Wedding Day Winners, no. Undeniable, no. I don't know. Undeniable, what's that? The trouble is, he's just... Sometimes I think he's really funny. Sometimes I just think, oh, God, not Rob Beckett again. Here's the cast. Oh, wait a minute. Under TV series, 4 comedians armed with an impressive array of facts and trivia. That's it, yes. Who's on it? Who is on it? That's what I want to know. Who are the people the other day? So you've got Rob Beckett, Angela, Tom Allen again. It's like, you know, oh, look, Tom Allen. Oh, look, Jamie Lang. Oh, Eamon Holmes. What with his feet? I don't think so. Joanne McNally, Melvin O'Doom. Are these all the people who've been on it? They haven't put this one up there. Can't see him. I mean, shh. Somebody might know who it is. All I know is he's sort of blonde, camp as a Christmas tree, and he's gay. And that's all I can tell you. But he must be a comedian. He can't be I don't know, he could be a politician. That's well err on the side of caution, I suppose. Steve, this weekend we have the Marlow Bottom Scarecrow Festival, says Milo in sunny Cookham. Lovely destination for a Sunday morning, driving the new motor. Woo! Could be nice. I looked at the new Rolls-Royce the other day. Between 300,000 and 400,000, and then I didn't look at it anymore. I was just curious. It'll probably do very well. It's not going to be available for a year. But they were showing you the other day. I caught the end of the programme. They were building a Bentley motor car, and they said for the discerning client, because you can go, if you order a brand new Bentley, you can go and have it done to your specifications. If you want pink interior on the leather, they give you pink interior. They do all sorts of things. You can have anything you like for about £170,000. You know, so that's the way it goes.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
There you go. So the programme is called Unbreakable. There you go. Celebrities include comic Stephen Bailey. Never heard of him. But Stephen Bailey and his boyfriend, and who met via a dating app, contribute nothing to the programme. You've also got Denise Welch and her artist husband, Lincoln Townley. Charlie Mullins and singer-songwriter Ra Ra, Simon Weston and his wife of 35 years, and somebody called Shanaz Reid, who's a BMX racer. You've never heard of these people. An event organiser, Teddy Edwards, and Strictly Come Dancing's head judge, Shirley Ballas, and Danny Taylor. Now, you see, I don't even know who Danny Taylor is, but I tell you, when you see a picture of Charlie Mullins, he looks like he's a ventriloquist dummy. He's got these peculiar teeth, this funny hair, and his face, which doesn't have a line in it. I mean, it just looks the oddest ever. What does he look like? I mean, it's like male drag. It's his most... Actually, I watched that yesterday. I watched RuPaul's Drag Race. I can't kind of get in. I've been very busy recently. I've spent a lot of time watching television. What I do, I find these programmes when I wake up and I doze off again to them. And they had a bloke on who said, I need to go home now. And so they let him go home. But they all get a bit emotional. It's obviously a place for people to sort of let all their emotions out. A little bit too much. The King admits the suspense is killing me during the trailer for a special edition of The Repair Shop. Jay Blades, that's a man who wears his flat cap all the time because he's bald. And for some reason he wears it indoors, outdoors. He's a little bit like Joe Swash, who wears his baseball caps indoors, in bed, out of bed, you know, everything. Hardly ever. But so Prince Charles is doing it. Do you know they've just sold a watercolour print by the King, sold at Bonhams for £6,000, 10 times its estimate. They were only hoping it was going to fetch £600. So already there is a price. There is a price. Eddie Redmayne, he started wearing peculiar clothes. He's obviously decided he's not getting the publicity that he should get. He's got a new film called The Good Nurse. He plays a mass murderer. Lovely. Obviously a jolly romp into the world of comedy. And he stood out from the crowd. He would do, wearing this sort of jumper. I should imagine it probably costs an arm and a leg. I can't keep up with the prices of jumpers nowadays. I'm afraid I'm cheap boy. Very, very cheap boy. They've started putting police dogs in head cams to tackle crime. Footage can be live streamed. I don't think dogs want to have something all over their face so they're looking out of the... I think that's disgraceful. I don't like it at all. Although dog handler PC Glenn Myerscough said the dogs haven't had an issue getting used to it. What do you expect them to do? You know, what are they going to do? Say, excuse me, I don't want to wear this anymore. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Oh, there's the... oh, that's nice, isn't it? My sister's new Rolls Royce, says Halinka. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. Mike, that's can you not tell by the flying lady on the front? That's a Rolls Royce. Look at the size of the headlamps. So much bigger than everything you get nowadays. Very nice. Very nice indeed. That's worth it. You sometimes see those. We see things similar to that. Not as nice as that one. That's very beautiful. They use them for weddings. Wedding cars and stuff like that. It's lovely, isn't it? Who's the bloke? Who's the bloke? I don't know. But it's like funny thing about Rolls and Bentleys. I've nearly bought in the past a Rolls or a Bentley with white wall tyres, and I hate white wall tyres. These are tyres which have got the white bit on the rubber going around the outside. Now, I know certain people. Peter used to look after my cars. He loves white wall tyres. I just couldn't get into them. I just couldn't get into them at all. Two things I never got used to. A black interior of a Bentley. I only go for cream or white because I think it looks too dark interior. So if you've got, on mine, because I'm blue, pale blue, what do they call it? Fountain blue, which I quite like the colour. It's got to be cream interior. You can't put anything else with it. It just doesn't kind of work. I thought cream looked classier, but by God, it's the one that gets the dirtiest. But you can have that white wall tyres. I hate them. I absolutely hate them. And people seem to like them. Sometimes it's not the white is not as big as that. It's a lot thinner and goes. It's embedded into the rubber. I should imagine it gets very dirty. Mind you, my car's quite dirty at the moment. I went through some puddles the other day, and it's what? And it splashes up the side of the car. And I looked at it the other day, and I thought, oh, that's not very nice, is it? Sometimes I get out there and I sort of wipe it off. Doesn't make any difference. It really doesn't, but I do my best. So what have we got here? There you go. So we waited a whole 10 months for the new series of the Jonathan Ross Show, says Ian Hyland. And who was the big name guest last Saturday? Tim Peake, the astronaut. You've waited 10 months for it. Guys, when JR said he wanted some out of this world bookings for his new show, wasn't thinking of Tim Peake. I mean, seriously, that's the best that they could get. That's the best they could get. Nothing to matter with Tim Peake, but you wait 10 months for a show, they can't get the bookings in. They really can't. Not so good, is it? Yes, there's the polite explainer for anybody assuming that this morning's National TV Awards victory means Holly and Pip are off the hook. 1, the award was for the show, not just its top 2 anchors. And 2, most of the votes would have been cast long before the whole queue jump row blew up. Well, I wish they'd leave it alone. I'm so bored with it now. It's finished. And also looking forward, says Ian Hyland, to Strictly Come Dancing's tribute to 100 years of the BBC. But if Strictly was to ever pay tribute to children's telly, last Saturday gave us a clue as to who Shirley Ballas would come as, unless we're saying her resemblance to Nanny Plum from Ben and Holly's Little Kingdom was entirely coincidental. He's worse than I am, honestly. It's terrible. So Monty Don blasts the BBC for kicking Gardener's World out of its regular Friday night slot to make way for a Rugby League Football World Cup match. Boring. Boring. Very tedious. And here she is, Jill Scott, posing outside her coffee shop ahead of her stint on I'm a Celebrity. She's an ex-lioness, whatever that is. She helps run the Manchester spot with fiancée Shelley Unit since announcing her retirement from football at 35. It's hilarious, isn't it? I think I'll work till 35 and then I think I shall retire. 35. And so it's returning to Australia. Airs on ITV next month, earlier than the usual date, and Jill's goal will be to do the double and let herself the title queen. But nobody knows who she is. How can you possibly have, a programme which is I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here, with somebody who nobody knows who they are, but they retired at 35. And that's it. Kathy says, I covet that typewriter. I loved Galton and Simpson, especially Hancock's Half Hour, my favourite comedian. Yes, he had issues with alcohol, didn't he? Very bad issues. Going by his private life, he may not have been easy to have as a friend. He cheated with his best friends, John Le Mesurier from Dad's Army's wife, and liked to drink too much, but I'd love to have met him. The trouble is, everybody drank. It's only nowadays that people go, oh, I've given up booze for this long or that long, and they go, oh, that's very good. But in the early days, every single pub you went into must have been an absolute fog of smoke, because everybody, if you were an anti-smoker, but of course you wouldn't have been because the entire country smoked. Everybody, every British film, you'd have people sitting there looking absolutely glamorous, and then they'd light up. You'd go into pubs and there would be a fog in the pub. That's why pubs have sort of brown ceilings. All the smoke. All the smoke. My next door neighbours years and years ago were in a bedsit, and their ceiling was covered in tar. You could literally get a sponge with soap on it and wipe it across the ceiling. And it was white underneath, but it was brown because they both smoked. Terrible, really, isn't it? Terrible. Steve, hearing you mention haggling reminded me of an inquiry I got from a potential new customer last year. It was from an office manager in the West End who wanted 2 pints of milk delivered once a week. She asked me how much it would be, and when I told her, she replied, is that your best price? I replied, my pricing structure is simple. It's called take it or leave it. Needless to say, I didn't take her on as a customer. I love it. People, can you imagine? It's 2 pints of milk, and your best price would be 2 pints of milk, love. That's what you pay. Oh, you just walk out. You just sort of go, no, I'm sorry, we're not haggling over 2 pints of milk, for God's sake. Tight-fisted little so-and-so. That's what people are like, isn't it? They get a bit funny. Helen Skelton, you remember the one, I'm only dancing so my parents can see me smile again. Honestly, the worst excuse I've ever heard for going on Strictly. Because her husband left her for somebody who didn't moan so much, and she's now pregnant, I believe. But anyway, she's now described, she's finally coming to terms with the fact that he's with somebody else. But she said it was a year that we avoided each other. So it wasn't new at all. They made it sound in the beginning. And she said, we're not in the house together. We're staying out of each other's way. So for a year, even before it got down to it. So the way she described it was like, I've only just given birth and he's just walked out. No, a year beforehand. Honestly, these people. But he's in a relationship with a girl, this is Richie, called Stephanie Thurkill, whose dad is the Rhinos president, Andrew Thurkill, and is worth many millions. Many millions, very rich person. But, that's just the way it goes. But, the rubbish they come up with. I'm only doing it so my parents can see me smile. So, in other words, you must spend the entire time at home looking very miserable. And Jack in Brixton. Yes, you woke up too late. There was no apology. Why do milk bottle cartons have see-through lids now? I don't know. They've just changed them. I bought some milk the other day. Do you know, I got embarrassed. I didn't get embarrassed. I thought, some gold top milk. And I bought a bottle of Prosecco. big bottle, and I couldn't reach the back of the shelf, and the man had to get it down for me. I said, because I can't reach. I'm not tall enough to reach the back of the shelf. And so he sort of got it down for me, and I put the milk in there. Then I took the Prosecco upstairs, and I couldn't find the milk. And I discovered I bought 2 bottles of Prosecco, and it was sitting in the car, so I've got some Gold Top in the car. And you know me and Gold Top, that'll be nicely chilled. Thank you very much indeed. What with nicely chilled Gold Top, and it's easier to recycle, by the way, the clear milk lids. But I've noticed that a lot of them now have got clear milk lids, especially in Marks and Spencer's. I'd never really noticed it before, but now I notice it. So my ice cold Gold Top milk could go down very well with the potato waffles. Thank you, Steve. Early finish for you this morning. Liz Truss came in useful for once then. Elaine in Manchester says, turning my alarm off now. It's my last day today. I'm off next week. Hopefully I won't miss all your shows. No, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure what's going to be happening next week. We're going to have to take it as it comes. Okay? Take it as it comes. And, but, you know, I mean, people have thrown their hats in the ring. You know, will there be a new PM by this time next week? I should imagine so. Will they go for an election? Well, they've got 2 years. They've got 2 years before they need to go for it. They might be thinking, oh, let's not do it just well. Whitewall tyres, Steve, are okay on a 60-year-old classic, but on a modern car, not really suitable as they date the look. Yes. I just never liked them. I don't know why. I just thought they would look dirty. So I didn't bother. The car wash I go to in Kingston, just before you get to Kingston Bridge, they paint your tyres. After you've had it wiped, they put, like, oil round it to make your tyre look shiny. And I've always said to them, I don't really like that. I don't know why. Very funny, honestly. Yeah, but anyway, do it, you know, which is quite... They always do it, it's free. It's like a free little... They've got a paintbrush and they paint round the tyre. You never seen that before? You really don't get out, do you?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 10 to 6. Finish at 6 this morning. Nick Ferrari will be here. What a busy programme. I have a sneaking feeling it's going to stretch into next week as well. It's always busy, but this morning, particularly busy. Enjoying a cup of tea, says Mickey from Boreham Wood. Whilst enjoying the show. The amount of people who drink tea in bed. I remember years ago, when you were... I can't remember when it was, actually. But you'd have toast in bed. And I don't know why you'd have toast in bed. And it was sort of quite comforting. So you put the television on, and then you sort of sit in bed eating your toast, and then you get all the bits. All over the place. You have to practically sweep the bed. I didn't have a Teasmade. That was an ambition of mine to have a Teasmade, and I never got round to it. Mainly because my Auntie Ivy had one, and it's supposed to wake you up with a cup of tea. No, you wake up as the water is boiling. You know, it's very noisy. They're not as good as you think they are. Mickey says, I'm enjoying it. I've just spilt my tea on the duvet when you described Charlie Mullins as a ventriloquist dummy. He just looks peculiar. I couldn't quite work out. He looks like Barry Manilow. He seriously does. I mean, he could sit on somebody's lap and they could do a comedy act with him, because his face is all puffed out, the hair, and he's got the eyebrows, which are sort of it's a bit too perfect, and the white teeth. You know when somebody's had their teeth whitened or they've had new teeth put in, it looks a bit like Rylan. You know, too many teeth for the mouth. But it's the most peculiar picture. Terry in Leighton Buzzard says, I heard Liz Truss had gone while in a black cab on my way to see Mary Poppins yesterday. The cabbie had LBC on and he said he listens to you. I get a lot of black cab drivers. I get a lot of drivers full stop, actually, which is good. Sarah said, didn't you put in an offer on your flat or did you pay full asking price? Now you've asked. No, I paid full asking price because it was new. It was new, and they tend not to offer deals on new places. If you're buying an old house or an old flat, well, then you can put in an offer. But if it's a new place, they've got a price on there, and that's the price you're going to be paying. But as you know, I paid very little for my place. At the time, it seemed like a lot of money. But looking now, back with hindsight, I wished I'd bought 4 of them. I'd be sitting on millions. Much easier. I'm hoping to find a buyer with things the way they are at the moment because I'm house hunting at the moment. I'm hoping to find a bargain. Well, you should be, but of course, bearing in mind the people who are selling because their mortgage might have gone up too much are literally hanging on, and they want to get as much money out of it as possible. We're all in this catch-22 situation. The hopefuls wanting to enter the race to become the next Prime Minister have got to win the backing of 100 Tory MPs. So Sir Graham Brady, who is chair of the 1922 committee of backbench Tories, confirmed the rapid election will last a maximum of 8 days after Liz Truss's resignation yesterday. So he's determined, and the process is designed to put somebody into Downing Street before Halloween. Before we all go round there doing trick or treat and then being very disappointed when somebody else opens the front door, hoping it was going to be Liz. So how will the leader be chosen? Quite simply, you've got to secure the backing of 100 Tory MPs by 2 p.m. on Monday. I mean, how they do this, I've got no idea. Do they go round asking, or do they just sort of, people put their name forward and say, I'm supporting it? This must be an online thing. Those who do will take part in the hustings for MPs shortly after that. If there are 3 MPs, we'll vote on them between 3:30 and 5:30. The result announced at 6 p.m. with one knocked out. There will then be an indicative vote by the MPs between 6:30 and 8:30 to show which of the final 2 is most popular with the parliamentary party. So if the second place candidate drops out, the winner will be announced at 9 p.m. I suspect that's what it'll come to. Somebody will actually drop out. If both remain, 180,000 party members will vote online from 11 a.m. on October the 28th, with the winner announced later that day. But as I say, they're in no rush to go to a general election. They've got 2 years. I think people think it's going to happen, within a couple of weeks. Definitely not. Steve, I used to have my tyres polished at the car valet and washed, and I was told it's bad for the tyres as it rots the rubber. Oh, I tell you, I don't even like to think. I was telling my driver the other day how much tyres cost nowadays. Absolute fortune for me. What's the best thing to enjoy with a pint of Gold Top? It's a big slice of bread pudding, says Mickey. Oh, I'm not really a fan of bread pudding. You ever had bread pudding? It's basically bread pudding, different from bread and butter pudding. You just line a dish and it's got sultanas and currants in and everything else. I mean, it's quite nice. It's quite nice. It was just sort of, it was one of those desserts that came like apples. My mother used to do baked apples in the oven. You hollow out the middle, put in fruit like sultanas and everything else, then bake them, and you'd have that with custard or something. This was simple bread pudding made with stale bread, milk or cream, and then you stick in other ingredients. You'd probably like it, actually. I think you would probably like it. It's got fattening things in it, and you'd like it. It's not unpleasant. Don't get me wrong. Yes, I'm very unpleasant, but that's kind of tough. Last week, Steve, I watched Scylla out the fake contestant on Blind Date. She was a journalist. Oh yes, I remember it very well. She said, "'Cause your name's not actually this, is it? It's something else." They found out, and I think it was for cheating on one of her blind daters. They wanted to do a story basically dissing Scylla, and Scylla and the team got wind of it, so they invited her back in again, and they basically outed her on television. You're not who you say you are you? We know you're a journalist. I mean, to be honest with you, she was actually quite nice about it. This was a girl called Nicola. She could barely contain the embarrassment, and Scylla said, "You work for Cosmopolitan magazine." She's a journalist, ladies and gentlemen, not a blind dater at all. And Scylla said, "Don't you feel the least bit guilty? I'm sure there are lots of girls in the audience tonight, certainly millions of girls watching at home, who'd have given their right arm to be sitting on that sofa, and you've cheated one of these lovely girls out of a proper blind date. How does that make you feel?" Nicola just looked as though she wanted the ground to open up and swallow her. A bit of an embarrassment, really. Our Scylla was an absolute legend. An absolute legend. I used to love the programmes. I went for dinner with her. On the night she quit television, I told you, we all went out for dinner. It was me and Dale and one of her sons as well. It was lovely, lovely. Naivety, dogma and haste, the final flaws. And also the RHS, nothing to do with the government situation at the moment. Give the slug a hug. I don't know why the RHS are saying that, Royal Horticultural Society. They think that slugs are no longer pests hard to accept. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. I'm terribly sorry. But, if you planted stuff out and slugs get it, they just eat the plants. They have to die. They are evil. They should be taken to another planet. Or, failing that, I don't want to move them humanely. I'm not touching them. They're slimy. They leave little marks all over the place. If it's been raining at night, you come out and you look and you'll see these little silvery trails. They are evil people. They must be destroyed. Well, mainly in somebody else's garden. As long as it's not mine, I don't really care, actually. I'm drinking tea in bed, Steve. So I'm just having a wave at Nick. He's starting at 6. Just like I say that now. We do talk, just in case people think we don't. I'm drinking tea in bed, Steve. I take a thermos flask up each night and have a cup of honey tea when I wake up with the baby. Good Lord. Honey tea. Sounds quite nice. And if we want to see into the soul of Britain, watch Gogglebox. My favourite is Giles and Maureen. And I like the... is it Mary and her husband? Mary and... sorry? What do they call each other? Nutty. Yeah, so she tells him off all the time. Have you seen that? Don't speak like that, Nutty. I don't like that. I love them. I think they're great, actually. And it can be difficult to smile when you're feeling glum. However, a study has found that the physical action of forming a grin can make you feel better. So there you go. I hope you feel better today. I hope that you enjoy, because today on LBC is going to be a day the like of which you have never heard before. I promise you. All the experts that we've got lined up for you, and all the people who'll be phoning in. I can't wait to hear whatever he's going to be saying about it, including Ian Dale. But I think we should just phone him up and say, so come on, who's going to be the next PM?